Drove down the field more. If he has time, fires it away. Target the tail off. Inside the 15 of the Panthers.
Good South Florida rainy afternoon to everybody. At least rainy where I'm at in the 561. We're chilling it. We're cooking it at a nice 90-some degrees. Just finished up a nice rain shower. How's everybody doing today? You got Culler in the afternoon. Batman was holding it down all night for Miami Sports Fanatics, so I was going to go a little closer to noon, but gosh, are we not in the dog days of summer or what? And there's just absolutely nothing to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, there is, but gosh, it's either, let's get on the train or let's keep beating a dead horse. So I figured we'd get on the train. Obviously, we're going to be talking a little bit of Canes today. They really seem to be the only ones making any real news. Koya, we get a little Dolphins talk. I'll give you some news updates, whatever I could drum up. There ain't even much happening across the NFL that we haven't already all heard about. We got scheduling came out for training camp. So we'll definitely get into talking about that. Looks like rookies are supposed to report in mid-July. Veterans at late July. Like I said, we got some talk. We'll get into talking about Tua and Tyreek working together off the field. Good to see that. But first, I want to encourage everybody to like and share. Get more people over here in the middle of Friday. Some people got off. Some people are still driving home. Some people still got a couple hours left till beer 30 or 420, whatever your pleasure. I got Ali in the back with me who's going to wave at me whenever he wants to chime in, but he's still kicking it at work. And I want to thank everybody and let you know I appreciate every one of you for coming in and checking out Color Commentary in the afternoon. We got plenty to get to. Before we do that, just want to remind everybody we got some Tonk 7 TMI Tuesdays. He's been a little in and out. Like I said, it's dog days of summer. We all got lives to attend to too, and sometimes that'll get in the way. But whenever I'm not really hurting too bad on a Thursday night, that's when I'm supposed to go. Color Commentary, 10 p.m. on Thursdays. You got Ali, who's probably the most consistent of us all, coming in, holding down the fort on Saturdays at late night exhale. I understand he's got he wants everybody to bring their tailgate cooking ideas, like tailgate items. What do you like to eat at tailgates? What do y'all cook? Bring your tailgate. He wants to get it going on, wants to know all that stuff. He'll let us know a little bit more about that when he comes back in here. He stepped out a second. And he'll probably be in and out of chat too, but yeah, so that's always good. And every other night of the week, you got Capitan. He's been dealing with a few a few real life issues himself with his business and all that, trying to get things worked out. And it's been really, really taxing. You know, me, I'm just an old man in pain all the time. Sometimes it's hard for me to go, but appreciate Batman at Miami Sports Fanatics last night, holding it down to like 1 a.m, keeping you guys with something to do, something to talk about, place to talk about Dolphins football. Shout out to them over there, Batman, Geo. They're so close. I want to check on them real quick while we're talking about that, while it's on my mind, because they are so dang close. 973 is what I'm showing. So 27 people, man. If there's, I got 20, StreamYard's telling me there's 27 people watching me right now. So if, I know a lot of you are probably already subscribed over there to them, but we share a lot of the same family. But if you haven't, get over there and give them a subscribe. Make sure you subscribe here too. If you're on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and you're watching us, head over to YouTube. Kindly give us a follow if you would. And also check out Miami Sports Fanatics. One other thing. Got many ways of supporting the channel. You can always hit the link in the description below if you need anything from Fanatics, officially licensed gear. And you always got Finn's Tailgate gear coming at you. And even a flag. You guys have seen it a lot. You know where the link's at. Don't be afraid to use it. Nobody will come at you in real life. I hope not, anyway. If they do, just send them to me. Send them to El Capitan. I'll take care of them. So, first, I want to thank a whole bunch of people in the chat coming out. I see all of you in there. California, Mr. Polk, John, Andre is always coming in. I see that's a message, let go Culler, holding it down. That wasn't from me back here at StreamYard, so I guess El Capitan's lurking around in the chat too. Appreciate you, buddy. Ali, like I said. Anthony, how you doing, buddy? MCJB. Speaking of Miami Sports Fanatics, the official rapper of their great channel over there. Lewis, love you, buddy. How you doing? Jordan, holding down the fort up north of the border, trying to get me to watch more Canadian football. I'm trying, man. Matter of fact, I did see that the reason we don't get much of the scheduling and all that is because ESPN doesn't carry any games until I think it was July 19th. So now they actually have a schedule for us to look at, or the 24th. Maybe it's today, you know, for games that are going to be broadcast in down here in the U.S. EM Baller, how you doing, buddy? Creator of all. C. Herfel. I am half German, but I'm still an American kid. I wasn't very good in school in learning my native language. Always pissed my mom off. Shake Money. Nothing yet, man. You didn't miss nothing yet. No, Giuseppe's still here. He's still the go-to guy. Matter of fact, I'm going to get into that too. Well, not exclusively Giuseppe, but I found a nice little article that we all probably looked over and forgot about that was posted on Miami Dolphins website last year or end of the season. It's a nice little recap. I thought it was kind of nice to read. And I'm gonna thumb through it with you guys before I open the panel. Like I said, it's a short news day. I'm gonna run through some things real quick and then open a panel, you know, early on, get it going on. I promise I ain't gonna go a marathon today. I just can't do it, ladies and gentlemen. I just can't. Plus, we got to give Cap a reason to come in later on. You waving at me, Ollie? No, not yet. How you doing, man?
Up, Pretty good,
maybe
man. How are
private
you
chat
doing?
would work too. I probably should keep that on here and there. You know what I mean? But they need to unify these windows. Like they need to let me cascade 2 of them out. You know,
Yeah.
that's its only flaw, I think. But anyway, how you doing, man?
I'm all right, man. Just trying to stay busy, trying to get the grind, until the weekend, which would be good. I got some
How much
stuff
longer
planned for
you
tomorrow
got on
night's
the
show I'm
grind?
really excited about.
How much longer you got on the grind? How late? How early they let you get out on Fridays?
5:30, I got banker hours. 5:30 p.m. I'm out. I worked 20 years of my life to actually, yeah, about 20 years of my life I worked to be able to get banker hours. So I'm not letting go.
I hear you there, man. I hear you there. Well,
So,
maybe that's what I ought to do today too, like strictly banking hours. I'm out of here at 5:30.
dude, you've been going strong. Every time you say you're going to go for 3 hours, you go for double that, man.
Yeah, but you see what's happening though. It's making me burn the candle at both ends, and then I don't actually make my regular 10 p.m. show on Thursdays, and now I'm stuck doing another marathon on Friday.
Yeah, I'm starting to see that.
Fortunately, there isn't, I mean, unless I start getting up and dancing naked or something, doing some OnlyFans stuff, there isn't really enough content to keep us going for a marathon, unless we start beating dead horses and arguing about the same stuff all over again.
Breaking news: Culler is thinking about dancing naked on OnlyFans. Hashtag that.
I did want to say though, for the record, that and I kind of want, I'm glad you came up real quick because I want everybody to hear this right now because I know I'm going to receive hate from both sides for like backpedaling, right? But not a lot of people knew me coming in. I'm kind of new, you know what I mean? Like, haven't really done a whole season with everybody, with the family, you know what I mean? Like knowing me the way they do. So, that being said, I want to introduce you a little more about myself and how I operate as a Dolphins fan. And maybe it gives people a little more insight as to why I can be a little harsh and critical a lot of times and still do even throughout the season. But, I see it, just like anybody else does as a duty. I'm a fan. Like I've chose to be a fan. I chose to support at a young age. I chose to live it. So whether you call it a job or a duty, whatever you call it, that duty can be put down just like the duty of our players and our coaches and everybody else who has an off season. You know what I mean? So what I generally like to do, especially the last 25 years, because we really haven't seen much success, is that I kind of get into this mode where right after I let it in, if I'm already aware of what our issues are in my own head, then it's immediately to, okay, how can we make our team better? And there's no stone unturned. And once it gets to a point where I've done all I can as a fan, my duty at that point through that period is vouch for the moves I want to make, scream for them, yell for them, and whatever management decides to provide us, we get and we have to deal with at some point. You know what I mean? So now we can tweak our roster still going forward, and sure, there's going to be guys that get cut that aren't still here. We have big decisions to be made, but I'm comfortable with the roster we have going into training camp. I'm comfortable that you could pretty much, it's like shooting fish in a barrel. No, not to be like, flippant, but
are you fully comfortable, Culler? That's my question to you. Are you really fully comfortable?
I know that if I had this list to choose from, I could put together a 53-man roster that would be
even on the offensive line. Even for the offensive line, you could do that.
Well, maybe not. We still got a minute to go, but offensive line isn't one of those hugely contentious issues. It seems that people have accepted fan base wide. At least if this is what we're going to do, this is what we're going to do. But everybody seems to be getting behind it. You know what I mean? So I also saw an article. I didn't want to go deep into from some saying that some NFL executives were quite impressed with what we've done with our offensive line. And I first thought I had was just like you, like, really?
Mm-hmm.
Is this hype? What's going on here? You know what I mean? My first thought was normal color, like, no. You know, here comes the rain. You know what I mean? The
Yeah.
yellow rain. You know, and I'm thinking, no, come on. But I still think we have time to make us all more comfortable at that situation. That being said, I get to a point every season where it's like, okay, this is it. This is what management has decided to provide us with. And it's, you know, I immediately shift to in other words, when you hear me speak going forward, predictions, takes, all that kind of stuff, it's going to seem a lot like a lot of backpedal because, you know, to the unnuanced person, because, you know, I have to go forward thinking, well, if these are the cards we've got, then when somebody asks me what our possible outcomes could be, I can only go based on whether all of those pieces are going to execute or not. So, and it can be only either or. It's not like I can run through the whole roster and say, oh, this person's going to execute, this person's not. It's either we're all going to execute. That's what I'm going to base my take on. Or I'm going to base my take on we're all not going to execute. In which case, it doesn't matter anyway. We're 0-17. You know what I mean? So if anybody wants to, I'm just putting it out there now so everybody knows as a person, as a fan, this is how I operate. And it's the same cycle every single year, right around June, where we're at now in June, 24th it is today.
And let's
I just want you all to know that. And so I'm quite encouraged if I think of it from the perspective of everybody executing. I'm quite encouraged with what our results could be.
Somebody said something to me the other day that I kind of agree with. As fans, all we're doing all the time is playing fantasy football. So of course you're always looking at your team and how your team can get better.
And that's why I don't question anybody's hope. And I see a difference between hope and faith, because you can say you don't believe, you can say you have no faith, but if you don't have hope, then I mean, if hope is lost, then really what are you doing even watching the sport? You know what I mean?
Or commenting on it. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's the truth behind it. And the other part of it is that I think there should be a lot more hope and faith this year compared to previous years, because even though some of the same issues are still a question mark, they're not as big as what people are making it out to be. Like, for example, last year it was up and down the offensive line that was the question mark. This year, I can only say that there's only two positions, maybe even just one, that's a question mark. I could say center for sure will always be a question mark because that's a position that everybody says is the most important for this team, right? So that definitely is a question mark. But the right tackle position, we have too much talent that we brought on this team already, and they're young, to say that we missed out on every single one of them. Do you understand what I'm saying? I know for a fact that these guys can play right guard in certain situations, and I know that there's talent to be made at right tackle, you know, with what we have on the roster already. People want to dispute that, or people want to say things about Eichenberg or even Austin Jackson, but the truth is, 1,000,001 different draft analysis people that looked at all these prospects said that this is top tier talent. I mean, Eichenberg was definitely supposed to be a first round pick, and he dropped. You know what I mean? For whatever reason.
Right.
But you can't tell me that this guy doesn't have talent at all, or the talent to be able to do the job, when every draft person or analysis person or whoever does the scouting and everything said that this guy can do it. You know what I mean? You're telling me they're all wrong? And in nature of statistics, there's not a way that you're going to say they're all wrong. There has to be one we hit on.
Right. And remember, everybody's at the same level. other than Xavier Howard, pretty much, everybody's at the same level. As far as who's been with this team, and that includes Tua, and I will say that not to get too deep because I mean, everybody would just leave if I talked about Tua right now. You know what I mean? But the video is just another example of a guy that looks strong. Hip rotation looks good. He's getting the ball out there. We can sit here and nitpick it, which I'm sure people will do. You know what I mean? But we can't just be so worried about how people critique it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Some people just critique at different levels. Like I could sit there and be like, for any quarterback, I could sit there and be like, oh yeah, his plant foot was just about 2 inches too much inward, or I mean,
God, I hate that.
Well, but I love that stuff myself. I do that. If someone wants me to do that, but I don't want it to be misconstrued as hating on somebody. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, well, if all you're gonna do is show me one throw, then I'm going to examine it top to bottom. I'm sorry. That's all we got. Give me like 5 throws, and then we can be like, okay, we won't have to nitpick every one of them.
That's true.
But
let me ask you this, Culler. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I kind of wanted to ask you last night, and I didn't get to. If Tua ends up Derek Carr, are you good with that?
As long as he's got Derek Carr's heart.
Yeah, let's say he balls out just like Derek Carr and plays just like Derek Carr, and that's who he is Derek Carr. Are you okay with that?
I would be more accurate in my answer if I got one more this year to see Derek Carr with a superstar at his disposal. But right now, I'd be fine with that.
Okay.
Because
I'm just curious because
remaining potential.
Yeah, because for some reason, in my opinion, there's one of my friends that's a Raiders fan brought up some things to me that their fan base had similar thoughts to Derek Carr than what our fan base has with Tua.
Sure.
And if you remember his first season, Derek Carr did very well. I think they made the playoffs too. I think. And then there was kind of like a drop off where even everybody thought Gruden was just a day away from letting him go or trading him away. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And I'm just curious, like, how comparable that Tua could become to Derek Carr? Because Derek Carr, and I'm sorry, my lighting went out. Derek Carr is not an elite quarterback. In my opinion,
say that, no.
But he has enough talent and enough heart
and
to
again,
make things happen.
And again, here's the thing: McDaniel isn't an elite coach either.
That is true. That is definitely true.
But I bet you both of them think they are.
You think Derek Carr thinks he's elite?
Both of them wholeheartedly believe they are, and that's really sometimes what matters.
Mm-hmm.
And in the long run, could graduate somebody to elite.
Mm-hmm.
For those that don't think somebody could ever become elite, that it's a built-in thing that is innate.
Yeah.
No, I think you can graduate to elite. Again, when we talked about yesterday, the question, Batman brought up the question about Tua in Dark Horse MVP, and I'm thinking, well, no, because even if he did do all of what everybody's saying, he's more likely to get a comeback player of the year based on the image that's, in fairness, that the media has put out there about his. So
let me ask you this: if he does it 2 years in a row where he balls out like that, then do you consider him MVP?
I'm sorry?
So I understand what you're saying. So you're saying if he balls out this year and like really balls out, like we're saying 4,000 yards, so many touchdowns and everything, if that happens, you're saying he's more likely to be comeback player of the year. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, given his first 2 years in the league, regardless of what we can argue about why it is the way it is, the Nationals don't have to have an excuse. They just see what's on paper and what's on tape.
I understand. So my next question is, if he does it 2 years in a row where he puts up the same kind of numbers, the second year, do you consider that to be
Well, it depends.
an MVP season?
If we end up having to gut our team because of the situation of having to, build it the way we did, and then he ends up doing the exact same thing, 4-13 or not, he's still balling out with a gutted football team.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess the record would preclude him from getting MVP, but let's say he balled out, we gut the team,
Why would we have to gut the team though?
We make the playoffs and he gets to the championship game. That's an MVP season. But you got to realize that for a guy whether we think it's fair or not,
mm-hmm.
it's too easy to paint the image that all of this help is what got him all that yardage and what you're talking about, and all that production. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Given that image exists, it's more likely, again, like I said, to be a comeback player of the year situation, and then you got guys, like Aaron Rodgers that, is still upset. You understand what I'm saying? That there is still a pecking order too that you got to think
mm-hmm.
about between all the assumed elites and greats.
Yeah.
But I have always, and this is a personal belief, and I know I'm probably being Pollyannish, because I know it probably doesn't actually, these things don't actually factor in, but MVP, what does it stand for? Most valuable player, right?
Correct.
Well, you have to show that, to me, that had you not been there, your team doesn't achieve the success that it did. And then on top of that, that has to be a large amount of success. Like, for me, it's at least brink of the Super Bowl. Because there's too many people that get to the Super Bowl that they want to crown with that award because they don't, we all forget the definition of most valuable player. Like, in other words, if Jimmy Garoppolo would have won the Super Bowl this year, is he the most valuable player of the league?
I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean? He might not even have been the most valuable player of the Super Bowl. For instance, who ended up with MVP for the Super Bowl? Was it Kupp?
I believe so. In my opinion, though, and now, it is what it is.
Aaron Donald ended the game, and he should have got it, and that's a big thing for me too.
I disagree with that.
There is an argument to be made that they're not in that position without being able to catch an amazing no-look pass from and all the other production down the field, the clutch production in that game when Odell went down.
Well, that's what I was about to say. I think Odell should have been MVP had he not gotten injured.
Here's the question.
Continued the way he was going. I think he would have gotten it personally.
Here's the question: if you take Aaron Donald's play out of the game, if I remember correctly, a touchdown only tied it right there, right? I'd have to go back and look, but I think
I have to go back and look at it. You might be right, though. Aaron Donald should have been somebody.
If Burrow escapes Aaron Donald, it makes that completion down to Jamar Chase. I think they could have only tied the game. Anybody can correct me if I'm wrong. But there would have been time left anyway. Whatever. All I'm saying is, Aaron Donald's play away from that game, and the Rams still have a chance to win. Take Cooper Kupp out of the ball game. Do they win that game?
I don't think they do.
MVP.
Yeah.
So let's say Tua balls out and we go to the Super Bowl with this year's team, given Tua what Tua has already put on paper. If you take Tua out, do we still win the Super Bowl? And I'm not asking people to compare last year and start bringing up Jacoby Brissett. That's not what I don't want to hear all that. Miss me with that. If you take if we get all that production and then you look back on it and say, if we take Tua out and put any other serviceable quarterback in there, do we still win the Super Bowl?
It depends on a certain particular. For example,
well, that's the question that would be asked, is what I'm saying. To rise to the level of MVP is what I'm saying.
Yeah, there would have to be a question about that.
I don't want people to misconstrue me as saying that like, no, I'm not saying that it wouldn't happen. I'm saying that this is the question the people that vote on it would have to ask themselves.
Yeah.
You know, and especially this year, it would be more likely to be comeback player. But real quick, I'm glad you came up to start with before I got into what I was going to bring to the table. But because I wanted you to clarify what you got going on for Saturday again.
Oh yeah, so for Saturday we're going to be talking tailgate food. Yes, you heard me right. Tailgate food. I want everybody to think of, whatever your favorite tailgate foods are. If you have a secret recipe or whatever it may be, or something that is unorthodox, bring it to the table. We're going to have our audience vote on I think we're going to do top 16 tailgate foods, and we may even have like a little tailgate food playoff to see who the winner would be out of the tailgate foods. So we're going to have the audience voting on everything. It's going to be fun.
Bring your jerk seasoning, bring your crow, bring whatever it is you bring to the tailgate.
I'm bringing something Persian. Hint, hint. A little surprise there. You guys will see it. It's going to be fun.
So you just invited a whole bunch of like tropes to flow through the chat. You know what I mean?
Go ahead. Let them come
onto yourself, man.
I don't really care.
I don't even know see, I'm real hard pressed to figure out what Persians would actually eat different than the rest of the world anyway.
I don't think it's anything different. I think it's how it's cooked. It's different.
If you go around the world, we are all proud of our different cultural foods and all that, our culinary cultural stuff. But if y'all really think about it, we all do the same damn things.
Mm-hmm.
If you really think about it.
To be honest, what I'm bringing to the table...
I was eating a Greek shish kebab with filet mignon at a Greek place in Canada one time.
Okay.
And it dawned on me. I'm like, the heck is this any different than what we eat?
Yeah, in fact, what you're just talking about is something similar to what I'm going to be bringing to the table. What makes the difference is how it's cooked or prepped.
Well, this was garlic. I mean, this wasn't anything like I wasn't used to eating as an American or a cultural German. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely.
And no, here's another one. I was visiting family when I was younger in Germany. I was a teenager. And lo and behold, on Saturday, we're all sitting out behind my uncle's, in my uncle's backyard, all grilling like Americans. Except instead of hot dogs, it was like, brats and stuff. Burgers. Steak. Chicken.
Yeah. Are we allowed to talk beer on this channel? Do you guys have anything against that?
Do what?
We're allowed to talk about beers as well, right? Yeah. Okay, because I got some. That's the kind of a twist I'm bringing. I'm gonna be not only am I bringing food, I'm gonna bring some beers that I recommend with the food that I recommend.
It's a tailgate, bro.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun, dude.
To talk beer. If you're not allowed to talk beer on this channel, I resign right now. Just let you know.
I just want to make sure. Some people have stuff against. And
I don't even drink beer.
Inside the ass. So.
And I don't even drink beer.
I do. I love beer. Well, I don't love beer, but
I
like beer.
The micros and stuff like that, but I don't really drink beer as a matter of course.
I'm more of a liquor guy personally, but that's just me.
And even there, that I would be more likely to drink as a connoisseur, but I don't really even do that much.
Understandable.
I'm German. I've never really had that bug, man. Now, regardless of whether I have drank a lot in my life, I can still drink people under the table. I just don't like to do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's still in, it's still in my code. It's just, I don't like it for some reason.
I understand. It's okay. It's not for
I'm
everybody.
trying to figure out what part of my code, like where that came from. You know what I mean? Like what cultures out there just don't like alcohol and like,
Primarily Middle Eastern, but I'm from a different cut of Middle Eastern, so it's a little bit different.
Anyway, so appreciate you, buddy. We'll talk. Let me know if you got anything to say right off the bat. I'm going to be dropping the link for the panel pretty early anyway.
Yeah, that was pretty much it. We're gonna be talking some Fin stuff. I have a video that I'm gonna share with you guys and get your perspective on with everybody. It's gonna be a good show, So I definitely invite everyone. Especially since we're talking food and tailgating and what to bring and what not to bring. Definitely invite your friends, family, to the show. So,
Yo, man. Catch
definitely.
you in a bit.
But yeah, definitely.
All right, man. There you go. The great Ali, everybody. So, excuse me. First thing I wanted to get into was just to let you guys know, Dolphins posted on their press release. Oh, that was my Vitacan notification. All right. So, Dolphins posted a press release letting everybody know, and this was a couple days ago, in case anybody missed it, who might benefit from this information. It says Czech is named as official in-stadium mobile ordering and delivery partner of the Dolphins in Hard Rock Stadium. Posted June 21st, Czech Incorporated, world's first social payments platform, continues their growth in pro sports as they are named the official in-stadium mobile ordering and delivery partner of the Dolphins in Hard Rock Stadium. Mobile ordering through Czech will be available throughout the stadium for the 2022 season, and in-seat delivery will be available in select sections. Czech will also provide self-service kiosks in high-traffic locations to help reduce lines and wait times. Quote, we're excited to partner with Czech to enhance our fan experience through their proven track record of innovation and technology in large-scale sports venues, unquote, said Jeremy Walls, Chief Revenue Officer of the Miami Dolphins and Hard Rock. We are a global entertainment destination designed to host big events, and working with Czech to reduce wait times and increase efficiency will serve us well moving forward. Czech Chief Revenue Officer Jake Stone added, the Miami Dolphins are one of the NFL's most storied and beloved teams. Oh, aren't they flattering? And we are delighted to partner with them to make mobile ordering easy and ubiquitous throughout the stadium. We also look forward to helping to strengthen the bonds with the local restaurant community and with fans who might not be able to attend games in person through our unique remote gifting functionality. In addition to stadiums, Czech partners with local restaurants and bars to power mobile ordering and remote gifting, allowing users to pay for and send food and drinks directly to their friends' tables in real time from anywhere in the world. Well, that's pretty cool. I never knew all that. That's some interesting stuff. Okay, so good job, Miami. So that's all the Dolphins news we have. Just kidding. I did want to shift over into the Miami Hurricanes for a second, talk about my beloved Miami Hurricanes. We do have a lot of Canes fans in the Fins family. I know this is probably going to make Shake Money go away, the resident Gators fan, but let's see if I can upset him enough to get him to come on the panel later. But I don't really hate the Gators, so give me just a second. Sorry, guys, I had to shorten my atmosphere. So, yeah, so the first thing I want to let people know is that the biggest news First of all, and I meant to say this earlier, condolences to the overall Ravens family again for Tony Saragusa, who passed away yesterday, I believe, day before yesterday. Everybody's aware of it. I just wanted to let her, say it myself. I didn't get a chance live on the air because of the passing of one of their other current players. So just condolences to his family. And on the lighter note, shout out to Miami Dolphin great family member, color commentator of the Dolphins radio broadcast on Sundays, great host of sports talk on WQAM in the morning down here in local Miami area. Joe Rose turned 65 years old today. Happy birthday, Joe Rose. Always appreciate you, buddy. Whenever you can't watch the team and all you got, or if you want to lay overlay because you can't stand the guys on the TV, stick it on the radio. Those guys do such an awesome job. And as a guy who grew up in times where the game could be blacked out, the service those guys provide and the way that they commentate the game, the way that they call the game, and the way that a guy like Joe Rose provides color commentary for us. No pun intended. No relation. But the way he provides color commentary and people like him, people like the great Jim Mandich, who I would compare Joe Rose to. Those guys make it. They bring it to life for you. They put it in such a way to you that you might as well. And sometimes, I could almost feel myself preferring listening to it that way back in the day when the game was blacked out. So many games I listened to growing up with guys like Joe Rose. And other greats that have provided that service for the radio broadcast for the Miami Dolphins. Shout out to Joe Rose. Happy birthday, buddy. Thanks a lot. And yes, rest in peace, the great Jim Mandich. So, yeah, I know El Capitan. Let's see here. What is El Capitan trying to perpetrate here? Don't lie, Culler. We all know Joe Rose is your second uncle. I know, right? I mean, color commentary. I mean, it's obvious. How many people in the world are named color commentary? And I know he's smart enough a guy to be watching our show right now. So appreciate it, Joe. You're an inspiration. I actually listen to you sometimes to drum up some content. I was gonna talk about what Florio said, because Florio joins Joe Rose every Friday morning, in case you guys didn't know, and had some pretty poignant things to say about Tyreek, but I think he is getting a little, kind of thinking a little too macro in the situation. He is saying something to the effect of he didn't think Tyreek was doing himself a good service, and that his show was redundant, basically, at least for the first two. He's wondering what the third act is going to be. Like, are you going to just then come? I'm not going to do that. Y'all are welcome to go listen to the radio replay from WQAM this morning. But so he did mention something that called my attention to something I didn't realize, was that the University of Miami is hosting the last installment of its summer camp schedule, which happens to culminate in this Saturday, tomorrow, June 25th. in the Legends Camp, formerly known as Paradise Camp. And just for those of you that aren't aware of what it actually is, give me just a second. Yeah, they don't have that one didn't have. So if anybody is not really familiar with what that is, from the Mario Cristobal football camps, it's hosted by Mario Cristobal, our head coach, and it says the advert says the Legends Camp at the University of Miami will provide an opportunity for participants to be coached by our award-winning football staff while being watched by some of the most notable names in Miami football history. Each camper will receive a Legends Camp jersey and an opportunity to take photos with the Legends, open to any and all entrants that will be enrolled in grades 9 through 12 for the 2022-23 academic year. Walk-up spaces are available on first-come, first-served basis. Helmets are mandatory. Registration starts at 7:30 a.m. Alert: four-year transfers must be in the NCAA transfer portal to participate. Mario Cristobal football camps are open to any and all entrants, limited only by number, age, grade level, and or gender. Walk-up registrants are welcome at all individual camps. Please come during the designated registration time to sign up. All camp availability is subject to campus COVID-19 protocols. Whichever those are, you would have to go to the U of M campus site to find that information. What I just read you was from a site called Total Football Camps, and it is just the Mario Cristobal / football camps portion of that. I guess they're just hosting that advert. And so I found an article that talks about that's from Inside the U over at 247 Sports. Check them out. They seem to have a pretty cool site. They got a few good podcasts. They actually do a podcast that runs down a lot of the recent news about different, prospects, transfers, that kind of thing. People that have come in and out of Miami, people we've acquired, people we missed out on. Their most recent podcast, I got about through a quarter of it. Man, I'm going to finish it soon, but it's pretty good. But they released an article. Thank you to David Lake over there on their Inside the U site. And it's titled Miami Enters Legends Camp Weekend with the number 42 class, but the recruiting trajectory is vastly improved. By the way, for those that don't know, this Legend Camp is open to everybody. So what they're expecting is, and Miami Herald has an article on who they're actually expecting to come around as far as college prospects and all that, and NCAA guys. But apparently, like all of the schools, like in and around the area, Southeast area, kind of flock to this thing too. So you're going to have a lot of guys, that can be talked to in back rooms by people at different colleges or our college or whatever, you know what I mean? Wink, wink. But so that's why it's, big news for the Hurricanes. It gives us a chance, I guess, to kind of scout a few more people before the season starts and before they get into training camp and all that. So the article goes on to say that Hurricanes are taking a slow approach to building out their 2023 recruiting class as Mario Cristobal and his staff chase some of the elite talent in the country. Patience is required for landing the majority of the elite recruits each cycle, with commitments from those type of players typically trickling in during July through December. UM's current class ranks number 42 in the country and features 8 commitments, with only one of those players ranking as a 4-star prospect. in Miami Palmetto wide receiver Robbie Washington. The Hurricanes are off to a slow start in this 2023 cycle by design, but how much did June recruiting rankings matter? UM's 2022 class is a strong reminder on how June recruiting rankings don't define a class that is signed in December and February. Miami had 4 commitments going into last year's Paradise Camp, now called the Legends Camp. 4-star cornerback Kamari Rogers, 4-star QB Ja'Cory Brown, 3-star wide receiver Quan Lee, and 3-star wide receiver Landon Ibieta. Going into Paradise Camp weekend, UM owned the number 54 overall class in the country. That 2022 recruiting class picked up some commitments in July and August, but UM was unable to generate much momentum once the football season started because the Hurricanes got off to a disappointing start and finished with a 7-5 record. Miami's disappointing season in 2022 led to the UM leadership making changes at athletic director and head football coach, with Cristobal hired away from Oregon to change the trajectory of the program. He goes on to write, Cristobal's hiring made an immediate impact on Miami's recruiting level. The Hurricanes went into the early signing period in December, ranked number, well, I guess it's spring in the Southern Hemisphere, right? Early signing period in December and ranked number 74 overall in the country, according to the 247 Sports team rankings. Finished the 2022 cycle on the February National Signing Day with the number 16 overall class that featured 15 commits, 10 of which were rated 4-star prospects, and a recruiting class average of 91.79, which was a top 10 average nationally. The point to all this, yeah, please tell us. Recruiting is a marathon, not a sprint. I think they meant to say sprint. And the Hurricanes have positioned themselves to land a strong class during this 23 cycle. Need proof? Just look at the top 150 prospects that took official visits or plan to officially visit this coming weekend, tomorrow, in fact, during the month of June. 5-star cornerback Cormani McLean, number 3 overall. 5-star DL David Hicks, number 5 overall. 5-star offensive lineman Francis Malgoya, number 9 overall. And then you got a few notables in the 40s. You got one number 20, 5-star offensive lineman Samson Okunlola at number 20. But you've got a long list of 4-stars and other 5-stars. Here's another one, 5-star D lineman David Hicks at number 5 overall. 5-star off. I already said that guy. Sorry, guys. I scrolled back up a little too far. But this is an indication of the new trajectory Miami's program is on under the leadership of Cristobal. Year over year, the Hurricanes are hosting 10 more top 150 level prospects, which is an indication of the overall feeling recruits have toward UM now. How many of these top 150 recruits will Miami land in the 2023 cycle remains to be seen. But in many ways, recruiting is a numbers game. The more 150 recruits you can convince to visit your campus and recruit hard, the more you're going to land. landed 28% of the official visitors in June of 2021, with Skinner and Rogers signing with the Hurricanes. If that percentage is extended to the June official visits in 2022, that means the Hurricanes would sign about 5. And with Mario Cristobal recruiting, that is probably a safe floor to expect. During the transition class of 22, Cristobal landed 4 top 150 level recruits during 2 months on the job with DN Cyrus Moss, DL Yajalik Kelly, tight end Jaleel Skinner, and running back Trevante Citizen, all signing with the Hurricanes, and they were not coming to UM prior to Cristobal's hire. Is Miami off to a slow start in 2023? Sure, if you care about recruiting rankings in June, but UM is recruiting at a different level compared to what we've seen from the program over the past decade. And as a skeptical Hurricanes fan who continues to beat the drum every year that this is the year, I'll take that with a grain of salt. But I am encouraged. There are tangible signs. Cristobal worked with guys who are in the NFL now. Notable ones. You know who I'm talking about. He put together a winning organization out in Oregon. You know, so, and he loves this football team. He's UM alum. So as long as everybody keeps giving him the support, I think that, you know, we could actually, you know, what's up, Joe Lebeck? We could actually be, you know, feel a little more like we're not whizzing in the wind when we say we're back, baby. But, you know, we'll see what happens when the pads start clicking and the helmets start clanging. So that's the Hurricanes news I wanted to talk about a little bit. The other thing I wanted to do before, and I guess I'll start dropping a link just to get it, you know, anybody stays that wants to be up here. And shout out to, since we're at just about at the hour mark, I will remind everybody, catch us on Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock with Tonk TMI Tuesdays. Myself on Thursday nights, and if not, I always make it up on Friday. You also got Late Night Exhale with Ali coming at you this Saturday with make sure you bring all your tailgate food. You got Capitan with the Fins Tailgate every other night. I'm not going to do a marathon to make sure he has an opportunity to go tonight. Y'all been missing him, I think. But he's been pretty busy, so we'll give him that. Plenty of ways to help support the channel if you're feeling kind enough. Make sure you're using the link in the description below for anything you need from Fanatics, the officially licensed gear provider for us at the Fins Tailgate. But not this merchandise. This is different merchandise. This is Fins Tailgate merchandise. And you can also get that via link in the description below, including our newest edition, the flag. Can't have a country if you don't have a flag. So, I wanted to prime everybody we got in back. We got a couple people already showing up to yell at me, I'm sure. I am going to go through this article that was posted on the Miami Dolphins website shortly after the season ended. Inside the Numbers season recap. And I was reading through it, and I never, for some reason, I don't recall myself reading through it before. We've all, you know, had our say about the positive and negative things we can take from last season. But of course, you know, I wanted to be able to put it into perspective and to really bring it into focus. And I'll just go ahead and use the Dolphins website to do it because this is a great article. So Inside the Numbers season recap posted by the Dolphins staff, it says, MiamiDolphins.com. Doesn't specify an author. Team stats, individual metrics, milestones, and more on the season recap look inside the numbers presented by BDO. What is BDO? Not sure who BDO is, but I'll find out. Anyway, The Dolphins have posted consecutive winning seasons for the first time since 2002/2003. They finished 9-8 and 10-6, respectively, improving throughout the season. They became the first team in NFL history to have a 7-game winning streak after losing 7 in a row. We can call that a positive or a negative or what, but it seems like it's a stalemate there. But so Miami had 48 sacks this year, which is just one shy of a team record of 49, set in 1983 and 2005. The total was tied for 5th most in the NFL this year, and the Dolphins had 14 different players record at least half a sack. The Dolphins also led the NFL in passes defended at 88 and ranked 2nd in QB hits at 121. Xavier Howard was selected to start in his 3rd Pro Bowl and leads the NFL in interceptions since he entered the league as a 2nd-round pick in 2016. He made a big impact on the Dolphins' defense this year, recording 7 takeaways, including 3 in the 4th quarter, 2 touchdowns, and a takeaway in 4 of the final 8 games. Jalen Waddle broke the NFL's rookie receptions record with 104 catches. He also became the first rookie in Dolphins history to have a 1,000-yard season as a receiver. Christian Wilkins finished the 2021 season tied for the lead among all NFL defensive linemen with 89 tackles, 49 solo. It's a career high and tied for the most by any NFL defensive lineman since 2013. His 89 tackles were the most by a Dolphins defensive lineman since 1993. And the most by any Dolphins defensive tackle since full tackle records began in 1986. He also had 4.5 sacks, 4 passes defended, 1 forced fumble, and 1 fumble recovery. Wilkins even caught a touchdown lined up at fullback in Week 15 versus the New York Jets. Tua Tagovailoa completed 67.8% of his passes this year, which was 7th in the NFL, 2nd best in team history, and just shy of the team record at 68.5. Jerome Baker became the first Dolphins player since at least 2000 to total at least 400 tackles in the first 4 seasons of his career. His 403 tackles are 7th, and his 17 sacks are 6th among all players in his 2018 draft class. Mike Gesicki was the team's 2nd leading receiver in both yardage and receptions this season, totaling 780 receiving yards on 73 receptions. That's a 10.7 yard average. Gesicki also led all NFL tight ends with 324 receiving yards in the 4th quarter and overtime this season. Gesicki's 73 receptions matched the Dolphins' single-season tight end receptions record. Jalen Phillips became the first NFL rookie since Julius Peppers in 2002 to record at least 6 sacks in a 3-game span, weeks 11 through 13. He also broke the Dolphins' rookie sack record with 8.5. It was the 2nd most sacks by an NFL rookie this season. After 7 NFL seasons, Duke Johnson finally made his first start for his hometown Dolphins in Week 15 versus the Jets and turned out a memorable performance, totaling career highs in carries at 22, rushing yards at 107, and rushing TDs with 2. But he wasn't done. When the Dolphins returned home for the season finale in Week 18, Duke topped his career highs again in both carries 25, rushing yards 117 in the victory over New England. Emmanuel Ogbah had a career-high 12 passes defended in 2021. It's the most by any by an NFL defensive lineman since 2016. Ogba had a streak of 7 straight games with a batted pass, which was the longest streak by an NFL defensive lineman in more than 20 years, according to Fox. Ogba also led the team with 9 sacks this year and had 24 quarterback hits, which was tied for 12th among NFL players at all positions. During the 21 season, Devontae Parker moved into 6th place in Dolphins history with 4,727 career receiving yards and 8th with 338 career receptions. Brandon Jones had 5 sacks this season, which led all the NFL defensive backs and was the most by a Dolphins defensive back since sacks became an official stat in 1982. Javon Holland finished 9th among NFL rookies in tackles at 68 and was the only AFC player this season to have multiple sacks, interceptions, and fumble recoveries. Jason Sanders' 83.3 career field goal percentage, 100 of 120, is the best in Dolphins history with a minimum of 50 attempts. And he's one of only 6 players in team history to kick 100-plus career field goals. Duke Riley notched Miami's only block punt of the 21 season in Week 12. After bouncing off the turf, the ball was caught by cornerback Justin Coleman at the 2-yard line. Coleman and his teammates moved the pile into the end zone, giving Miami an early 7-0 lead. Michael Pilardi played a critical role in the field position battle. He finished 3rd in the NFL with 31 punts inside the 20, also a career high. He was 5th in 11 punts down inside the 10-yard line and 3rd with 5 punts down inside the 5-yard line. For more on the Dolphins season, always listen to Drive Time with Travis Wingfield, which probably isn't in season right now, but shout out to him. I'm guessing he might have been the author of the article. I don't know. It said Dolphins staff. So I just wanted to point all that out to people who want me to be positive all the time. There you go. I can be as positive as anybody else. I think those are fantastic accomplishments. I think they are reasons why we can say that our team is good. And that when I shift the gears right now to think of everything as everybody will execute, why the hell not? Why am I unreasonable to assume that? So that's going to be the question to start things. I did want to also point out that Tyreek made an interesting quote about Tua, which we can banter about. It says, quote, "I just want to see him play, man, and play by his side. That's part of the reason why I chose the Dolphins. I wanted to play with the lefty." Like the lefty, not a lefty, the lefty. So that's probably fun. I mean, yeah, that's all in good fun. Go Tyreek, gotta love him. Again, doing the job, the righteous duty of PR. And so I'm gonna go ahead and we'll go ahead and bring everybody on in because.
What's up, everybody?
No.
All are
What's going on, guys? How y'all doing?
First of all, guys, shout out to Batman. Thanks for holding down the fort last night, keeping the audience happy, keeping our family going with something to talk about and listen to. Appreciate you doing that for me.
All love, man. You don't got to thank me, man. We're all family here. We're all family. We're all equal, man.
And I also wanted to shout out to Vaughn Shake Money, who is starting the new trend of cloning all the Vaughns in our family.
Oh my goodness, that's another one.
Mr. Polk, always enjoyable Mr. Polk with a reasonable, well-reserved takes.
Yeah.
Ali, co-host of everything but his own show, which he's the host of. Makes sense, right?
I just realized my name on here, by the way. Stephen D changed it. So.
Oh, yeah, what is it?
Yeah, he changed mine too.
I gotta go back and change it.
I just changed mine back.
takes Sting like a bee. Okay, yeah. It was cut off for me earlier. I thought it said all hosts like Ali hosts like a butt, and it was cut off, and I'm like,
Oh, wow.
what the rest of it's gonna say.
What the hell?
But
Oh, man. It was something on
Butterfly.
Stephen D's channel yesterday that happened, so I thought it was funny.
Yeah, great show yesterday.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, Culler,
Definitely. Shout out to David, the current.
I might show my face today. I might show my face today.
So David, temporary honorary friend of Color Commentary Show, David. Tony, how you doing, buddy? And Land of Confusion, I'm gonna guess is Tony Pepperoni.
That's right, David Hasselhoff.
Damn, I'm good, man.
Yeah.
So first, I
Phil
want
Collins.
to get David, who I vehemently shouted out yesterday.
Yes, you did, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just wanted to give you a chance to, in case you wanted to correct anything you said, because I did speak for you.
By the way, I try to go back this morning to watch the tape on Stephen D's channel. I couldn't find it. Color David and Pete going at it. I saw David and Lewis. I saw David and Lewis.
I was there. I was there.
I saw David and Lewis, but I didn't see Pete. Like
I was
arguing
gonna
with David.
I was gonna give
Guys, don't get me wrong. I think if I meet Pete, I think he's probably a real good guy. You know what I mean? But it's fun to go at people, man. It's fun. I don't take nothing personal. People can say whatever they want. I take nothing personal.
The irony is, and I'm not gonna speak for Pete, but Pete's argued in favor of what you and I believe, that he was fired for personal reasons. So
was he though? Was he? No, I'm just
he has before.
Let's not
He
start
has
that
before.
again.
But to his credit, he did, which I've always disagreed with him about. We've never gone directly at it on this issue, but he did come out early on really complaining about the job that Flores did. Like, you know, he wasn't on board. I mean, he was perfectly understanding why.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and
We're talking about Pete, right?
Wasn't too friendly to Mr. Flores right out the gate. So he's probably come around because he listens to smart people. You know what I mean? But
well, I wouldn't call myself smart.
I'm in total agreement with you, and that's what I've been trying to preach to everybody. We can all project what the reasons we would have fired him, and those could be valid reasons. But at the end of the day, he was simply only fired for the reasons Ross told us he was fired for.
Correct. And also, when I buy the Dolphins in the near future, then we can have a different, conversation.
Right. And there's nothing wrong with anybody saying that either. You know, there's nothing.
And again, like it's not going to be until the case is over where we could all basically get the truth. You know what I mean? But by now, like you said, by now we got to go with what we know.
Right, that remains. But what I'm saying, as far as litigating over and over about Flores's deficiencies, it's no different.
Right, it doesn't make sense.
It's no different than beating the dead horse of Tua's deficiencies. You know what I mean?
Let's be honest with ourselves. The one good thing I give Flores is at least he had the defense down. We hired Adam Gase, we hired Cam Cameron, we hired Adam Gase, Cam Cameron, and the Joe Philman offensive guys, and they couldn't even get the offense right.
Right.
Let me ask you, so because we praise Flo for being such a defensive coach, and even I do, is it fair to say that the offense in 2019 fell into the 5 wins that they got?
No.
I think
so. That you think the offense was still, formidable to do something.
I think we pointed.
I think Fitzpatrick had a lot to do with it, though. I think Fitzpatrick had a lot to do with it because
I think Shake Money.
Who was the OC?
Shane Gailey. But I think
we figured that out the other night, that it all boiled down to Shane Gailey.
But
In
I think
2019, he
Shake
wasn't
Money's
he
onto
wasn't the
something.
OC.
No,
Shake Money's onto something. I think that's the best take I've heard in a very, very long time. If you look back at our head coaches we've had in the last, 10, 15 years and what they specialized in, let's compare, let's say, Wanstead with his defense, like quote unquote Cameron with his offense, things like that. We look at everybody. Flores is a defensive guy. What he did for our secondary and our linebackers and line and just defense overall, making it a top 5 defense, we haven't seen that since Wanstead on any side of the football field. Am I right?
That's
The
true.
only person that was down the middle of Batman was Jimmy. Jimmy was the only one that was down the middle, but he didn't get along.
But Tony, you're going 48 years back. I'm talking about in modern history.
Yeah.
No, but you understand why I'm saying. We're talking about the coaches, is what I'm saying. Like,
I'm going as far as Wanstead. I'm not going Jimmy.
yeah, we've had we've never had a coach down the middle though that's good at both. That's why I was calling to hire a special teams coach like a Rizzi or something like that has had his hands in everything instead of hiring a defense, like a guy who dominates one side of the ball is what the Dolphins always do. Like that was a common occurrence that I noticed with the Dolphins with coaching, and we tended to not overpay. We refused to pay an elite coach and stuff like that. Like we always wanted to go on the cheap. Do you guys agree?
So Rick already left?
The reason I disagree is because
everything's gonna be so much.
there's mostly either.
He's already
I think that's a lie.
There's
because
offensive coordinators or defensive coordinators. There's no in between. You know what I mean?
There ain't no 50-50 guys out there in the world. And even then, we wouldn't know that if game. Like, I mean, if you want to play the if game, Tony, and you say that we've never paid a coach, what if those rumors are true about Champagne getting $100 million from the Dolphins for 4 years? That's $25 million per season. That's paying somebody.
No, that's what I'm saying. It was a rumor. It never happened because of the lawsuit and stuff like that. What I'm saying in general,
Tony, it was going to happen. It was going to happen.
No,
if Flores
Can
never
we
dropped that
stop
lawsuit.
talking about Flores?
Let me finish.
It wasn't going to happen because the Saints wouldn't allow it. Why wasn't going to happen? The Saints weren't going to allow it to happen.
Yeah, the Saints weren't going to allow it to happen anyway, so it didn't really matter and stuff like that.
But he was retired. His contract was up.
He's still under contract. He's still under contract.
Yeah,
so that's why Chris Greer had asked permission from the Saints, and the Saints said no.
Yeah, so basically, that's why there's that rumor that he's going to be the Cowboys coach next year because he would have to be retired for one season in order to coach again to get out of that Saints contract. So that's why next year he is 1,000% available for whoever wants him.
Well, Bruce Arians,
he does want the
retired.
Cowboys job. I agree.
Bruce Arians retired for like almost 2 years, already. And Tampa Bay had to give Arizona compensation. So even if he retires, he's still going to be under contract.
No. But what I'm saying is, in general, the coaches we've always hired were on the cheap, except for Peyton or Jimmy. We've always hired head coaches on the cheap.
What's cheap to you though? What's your definition of cheap, Tony, for a coach?
And when I looked at the contract for like a guy like Cam Cameron, or we were paying him maybe $850 a year, $850,000 a year, and stuff like that, and the total contract was maybe $2 to $3.5 million a year.
I'll tell you right now, Flores wasn't making no chump change. I'll tell you right now, Flores wasn't making no chump change.
I don't know about that, Tony.
But here's the thing.
Tony, hold on.
I'll go
I got
first.
a question for Tony.
First.
Tony, if let's say McDaniel overachieves your expectations as a first-time one side of the ball coach, let's say he overachieves your expectations, and Peyton comes knocking on the door next year saying, I want to coach nowhere else but Miami. Do you change out McDaniel if let's say we make it to the championship game and lose?
I'll honestly, I would still take Peyton over if we go all the way to the conference
No,
championship.
Tony.
What?
No
What?
way.
No way. If the Dolphins
No
win
way,
the
dude.
championship game under Mike McDaniel, you got to keep him.
I would call
year.
Peyton
on,
out and tell
man.
him, you want to be an assistant coach? You want to be an
Whether
assistant
Sean
head coach?
whether Sean
You ride
Payton's
with
on
the
the
hot
block
hand
on
as
the
far
bill
as
or
that
not.
goes in the long term.
Wait.
No, I know
what?
that, but I would rather have Peyton.
Wait.
Like
What?
a guy who's. I would rather have Peyton, who's won a Super Bowl, instead of seeing what.
Tony,
what
the
a
fan
guy
base
like,
will eat you alive if you did that. The fan base
Do
will
you know
eat
the
you alive.
media? The media would destroy the Dolphins if they did that.
Yeah.
The media would absolutely destroy Miami and destroy.
Yeah.
Do you think Stephen Ross is getting enough? Do you think Stephen Ross is getting much hate right now? Just imagine that happened.
And Tua would be playing in Cuba as a pro if that would happen.
All right, guys.
That's a move the Browns or Jets would make, not the Dolphins.
Everybody answers, so let him. Everybody answers, so let him retort. Now, go ahead, Tony.
This is why I would say Peyton, because honestly, I'm weary about an assistant coach, a head coach specifically that's been under one system before they become a head coach. I would rather have a coach that's learned under different coaches before, because this guy has been under the Shanahan coaching tree his whole career. I'm kind of worried that he might not be able to adjust.
Right, but we're
that's not
talking
true.
about.
First of all, that's not true.
Remember,
Let me get in there. Let me get in there.
Hold on, guys. I got this. Hold on. I remember, Tony. I created the hypothetical that he overachieves those expectations that you're talking about. We make it to the championship game and lose.
Mm-hmm.
And then Peyton comes knocking on the door in the offseason. Do you make the change?
In other words, Tony, we're one win away from the Super Bowl. You're saying go cut McDaniel. That's what you're saying.
No, keep him on the coaching staff and have him learn under Peyton.
There's no way.
Never gonna happen.
No way.
Come on, Tony.
No way.
Come on, Tony, man. You're at Disney World. What is that?
Can
man?
I answer that? Can I answer?
Sure, David.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, David.
So, since we're talking about the coach overachieving, let's say Tua or achieves what everybody believes that he's going to achieve. So you're going to give Tua his fifth coach in 5 years? That makes no sense.
Yeah,
that's dumb.
Dravis had the perfect response to Tony. Culler and Dravis had the perfect response to Tony.
I missed it. Hold on.
I can't see it. Somebody tell me what it is. I'm driving.
Andreas said, Tony, stop listening to TD so much. Jesus.
Well, and Tony, Tony, you know I love you, Tony. We don't.
No, even TD wouldn't say that. Come on, now.
Family, bro.
Let me say something. Let me say something to Tony.
I don't know about that. I think
Wait a
TD
minute,
would
guys.
say something like that.
Wait a minute, guys.
Look,
I want to give Tony his
You don't
all
listen
due
to
respect
TD that
because,
much, so no, he wouldn't.
He is a great member of our community, and we
yeah,
love
of course. Can I say something about Tony? Listen, Tony.
Wait, let me finish. But Tony,
Yeah.
in fairness, bro, you did just cause me to put up the timeout barrier. The banner. You know what I mean? Like, timeout rules are now in effect, guys.
Yeah, like Tony, I'm gonna say it like this: you're not wrong for thinking the way you are. It's just that you're telling me that we have a head coach right now in place that's gonna take us somewhere we haven't been since when, like in 27 years, 28, 30 years, and he takes us there. We're gonna cut him the first year.
Hurricane Andrew year. That's the last time we went.
Since Hurricane Andrew.
Especially,
Tony,
especially after doing what a lot of people don't think anybody can do, which is change a quarterback. You know what I mean?
Tony, we're talking about almost 40 years ago. Almost 40 years ago. Well, 30, 33, 30, like 31 years ago. Come on, Tony.
So
Come
basically,
on,
Tony, what we're saying is, in the case of him succeeding, overachieving, like I was saying, it would be like we finally actually pulled the slot machine handle and got the payout. He is the real deal protege.
How many Super Bowls? How many Super Bowls does Mike Tomlin have?
One, I believe. One victory.
Is there an active coach right now besides Bill Belichick that has more than one?
Andy Reid, right?
Alive?
Andy Reid. Andy Reid.
If Andy Reid
Reid,
came
yeah,
here
yeah,
to the
yeah.
Dolphins and said, "Hey, I want to
Andy
coach
Reid only
you,"
has one. Andy Reid
Mike
only
Bill
has
Taylor.
one.
Belichick. Bill
You talking
Belichick.
about current coach?
Bill
current
Belichick.
coach.
Yeah, Andy Reid only has one, by the way.
All right, so Bill
Okay, because
Belichick.
my thing, if you're a multi Super Bowl winning
Pete
coach,
Carroll.
Pete Carroll, does he have more than one?
He
I
might
think
have
he
two.
He
has-
only has one. He only has
He
one.
has one.
No, he has two. He
Okay.
has two.
He has two.
Two
No, he has
apiece.
Okay,
one.
well-
He won. He beat, and then he beat Denver, and then the next year he lost to New England. That was his only two.
What are you trying to say, Ali?
What I'm saying is that I'm not,
Hey,
in
boy.
the situation that we're one win away from the Super Bowl. I'm sorry, it won't happen, right? But let alone, even if he gets us to the playoffs and close to that one win away, I can't see you trading him for somebody that only has one Super Bowl win. Now, if it's a multi Super Bowl win where there's like 2 or 3, maybe, just maybe.
I got some pushback,
But
Ali,
if
on
you're
that
at
because
the if you're at the AFC Championship game, it doesn't happen. I'm sorry.
if Mike Tomlin,
Wait,
if Mike
what are we
Tomlin was
talking about?
available, if Mike Tomlin was available, we would take it. We would take it, Ali. We got.
Are we talking about? Are we
I
talking
like
about
Mike
When was the
Tomlin.
last
I'd take it.
time
Definitely.
going straight to the
I
playoffs
don't
with
really care for
McDaniel
Peyton,
and then
in my
switching him
opinion.
out
AFC Championship
with somebody
game?
else?
No.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
that's
Yes,
that's what
you-
Tony.
yes.
Why would you do that when he took you to the playoffs?
You
Right.
guys even
You,
know?
right. You,
Because
Culler
Tony,
knows.
Tony's
that means
basically
that this
going off.
gamble.
See what
Right,
you
well,
started,
Finish it out with
Tony?
him.
Guys,
Yeah.
hold on.
Tony
Finish it
rather
out with
go
him.
with
Hold
the
on,
track
guys.
record. Tony would rather
I
go
wanna-
for the track record.
I
That's
want to expand on
Guacamole
what Q was
sauce
saying.
on my
Q was saying on why
nachos
Q was
at
right.
Applebee's. When was the last time
Applebee's.
Miami was in the AFC Championship game? Who knows?
I think
Alex
we already
just said it, like
mentioned it.
Hurricane Andrew, 1992,
Yeah.
1993.
That's right. 93, we lost to the Bills. Okay, I thought we were going to do it. I was, 7 years old, 8 years old? We had the Bills at home. We fucked up, man. That one still hurts.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Kelly did a number.
How bad of a game was it? How bad of a game was it?
Oh, we got killed, man. We got
Pretty
blown
bad.
out.
Hold on, real quick. What I'm sure what
Tony.
Thanks for
Tony
reminding us,
Darth
Tony.
Vader.
Q is right because
He's nuts.
hold on, Jordan, hold on. Everybody's saying that getting a guy like McDaniel is and trying to find the next Sean McVay and the next protege type, blah blah blah. Everybody says that's a gamble. Well, if he takes us deep into the playoffs, that means we won the gamble. Why would we be going? Why would we be changing him out for anybody? We got the guy.
We would be the
But
last
again, you
stop
gotta
at
take
the
a
end of
gamble.
the
Let me add a caveat to your question. Let's say we get blown out in the playoffs, even though we got into the playoffs. Wouldn't you wanna?
No.
Wouldn't you?
No, because
No.
you still have
No way, Jose.
responsibility at the players' feet if he
Darth
coached them all
Vader
the way
says
there
no.
in his first year.
Stop
Put
moving
it
the
this way.
goalposts,
Put
Tony.
it this way. Put it this way.
If
Let's
he
make
took
it
you to the
simple.
playoffs,
Darth Vader
which
says
was
no.
Let's
non-existent
make
for
it
how
even-
many
Let's
years,
make it more simple. Let's
that
make
is
it
a
more
great
simple than
feat
that.
on behalf
Let's
of
make
the
it way more
game.
simple than that, Q. If
Thank
we
you,
got
Q.
a lot of crap and we got crapped on by the national media for us just getting rid of Flores because he had a winning record and we got rid of him, how do you think the national media is going to do if we cut our coach if he takes us to the championship game? Think
Right.
about what the media is going to do to
No.
us, Tony.
We're going to be laughing
That
stock of
is
the league.
bad publicity.
Yeah, and
Yep.
Tony, we're not talking about quarterback. Quarterback, I can see you doing that, but not coach. No.
Oh man, you talk about losing the locker room.
Personally, I don't even care about the press. They've disrespected us for years, and you know
Lord
what?
Vader.
The organization really deserves it, but I don't care. I don't care about the press.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
you
but
care about
what
Omar
I'm
Kelly.
looking at
Vader.
is
You care
They-
about
they-
Omar Kelly.
Lord Vader, Tony,
The guy
I am
wants
your father.
Tua. I want Tua. And then, like 3 weeks into training
Caller,
camp, his
I
rookie
am
year, he's
your
like,
father.
Tua, I don't, he's backpedaling
Your son
on
sucks.
Tua.
I am your father.
Tony, I agree with you, but I care
Hold on,
because I
guys.
want
Whoa,
Zach
whoa,
Thomas
whoa,
to make the
whoa,
Hall of
There'll
Fame.
be no. I'll tell you why I care about Omar Kelly. Because Omar Kelly cares about me.
He's a
Omar
clown.
Kelly
but here's
Omar
why
Kelly needs to go with
I
the
don't
Force.
care about what the media said.
May the
because-
Force be
I
with you.
have.
Because
Hold on,
They
guys.
overlooked
Hold on
us.
a second, Tony. Hold on a second.
He's the definition of Ronald McDonald in the
I
flesh.
have evidence. We have exclusive evidence here at the Finn's Tailgate that Omar Kelly does, in fact, care about me.
Oh Jesus! Let's not do the.
Okay, what's he care? What's he care about?
Well, I'm showing you right now. Give me a second.
He
guys.
cares about Lord Vader.
I'm bringing up the exclusive evidence.
Tony,
What Omar Kelly cares about is
this right here is why I care about Omar Kelly, because Omar Kelly cares about me.
Yeah, but Culler, Omar Kelly spreads rumors. Okay, he does the bidding for some of the players. Okay, that are dissatisfied for Miami.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to say this. He back in 2000, I think 13 or 14, when we had Lamar Miller, okay, the guy that talked like Andre the Giant, he was saying that Miami was not giving him the ball, not enough carries, so they could lowball him in free agency. That's bullshit.
Listen, you guys want to have an idea how much I care about Omar Kelly? The definition is in the name of Q's username up here. That's how much I care about him. That's exactly how I care about him.
Wow.
These nuts.
Do you know how much I care about Omar Kelly? Omar Kelly needs to go with the Force.
This is how much I care.
See.
Now, why would you guys say all that about somebody?
Well, because the people in media, look, I don't want to sound like Donald Trump, but the people in media, I mean, they are so pretentious. They're all fake.
Fake news.
They are fake. Okay?
I know.
They're idiots behind the keyboard.
Tyler,
They're
I'm starting to
losers.
think that Omar Kelly lives in all these people's heads.
Keyboard warriors. Twitter warriors.
We've been dealing with him for so long. Okay?
Let's not follow the. Let's not.
I gotta go back to work later, guys.
Later. Bye, Darth Vader.
Thanks, Alex. Tony, you're gonna have to gain yourself up a little bit. We can barely.
Can
hear
you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
But back.
Now you're screaming, Tony.
Yeah. For me, I don't care.
I can't hear you, Tony.
They
Louder.
can kiss my ass. I don't care. I don't really care what they say, to be honest. And here's why. They would a guy like Stephen A. Smith is a perfect example. He would overlook the fact that we replace our coach after a championship loss when we replace it with a Super Bowl winner and stuff like that. That's why.
Yeah, but he has a platform, Tony. He has a platform compared to Omar Kelly, which has a desk, the same desk I have at home.
Can't we just say that Omar Kelly is actually doing his job well? He's creating content and providing takes that make you guys think and rethink your whole thought process.
Hey, Culler,
look,
put
we're
me in the
actually
back.
talking about
Bring
him
up Iceman,
when he hasn't
please.
really put anything out right now.
Thank
Tony,
you.
Tony, you're bringing better takes to the table than Omar does. Put it that way. Tony.
Can I ask everybody a question?
Nobody. You guys, when you guys disagree with me, you're not saying the things about Omar Kelly that you are about Omar Kelly about me. I hope not, anyway.
Yeah, sometimes.
Culler, can I ask everybody a question?
Go ahead, Louis.
Go ahead.
Depends.
No, it's just funny to me that not only Omar Kelly, but everybody says about the national media, the mainstream media, right? But all the people that mention that are the people that are looking for all the negative comments about the Miami Dolphins, because that's not all the national media says. There's a safety from the Pittsburgh Steelers. I wish Q was up here.
Ryan
You would
Clark.
remember him. Ryan Clark comes out and says all the time how he believes in Tua, he believes in the team, but no one seems to mention Ryan Clark. There's another defensive lineman.
That's
named
because
Marcus
we're not
Spears.
talking about Ryan Clark.
No,
Exactly,
Well, if you've got a good memory, Ryan
David,
Clark put down the organization years
there you
ago.
go. I can't finish because it
And Willie McGinnis.
Willie McGinnis yesterday, man. So what?
Wait, Cully, I have a question. You met Omar Kelly, or he just gave you a shout out? Because that would have been dope if he gave you a shout out.
I met that clown. He is a clown.
Who Omar? You talking about Omar?
Yeah, Omar Kelly's the biggest clown.
You should say, next time you see him, Batman, say, Omar, fuck you. Tell him right to his
No,
face.
believe
Hey,
me,
you know what?
believe
If
me.
I'm ever
Believe
down
me.
there, I'm gonna tell
Believe
him if
me,
I see him. That guy's
I'm
a
really a calm
loser.
guy. I'm
See
really a
how that
calm guy.
goes? They're all just
I'm
ruining my chances of ever getting the guy on their show, bro.
I'm
I
really a
know,
calm
man.
guy. I really am a calm guy. I don't look for problems. I don't go out there. I don't go outside looking for problems. But if I do happen to come past with him again, it's not gonna be pretty.
Well, I can just say that's fair for you to say, but the average person, like the rest of us, we don't see that stuff, bro.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's fair.
So my thing is this though. If one or two people say, "Oh yeah, I love the Dolphins," and the rest say, "I hate the Dolphins," what do? You believe the
They
two
don't
that
say
say
they hate the Dolphins.
you believe
They
the
don't say
two,
they hate the
or do you?
Dolphins. They say they don't believe in the
take what he
Come
quarterback of the
said
on,
as hating
come
the
Dolphins.
on, man. Or they
Look,
talk about whatever in general.
I'd rather give money to a crackhead than Omar Kelly.
I did that today.
Okay.
Damn,
And guess what? By you guys saying Omar Kelly like you're doing,
on?
you're giving him money because you're giving him advertising. So you're giving him money.
Yeah.
Who do you guys hate worse? Who do you guys hate worse, Pete or Omar?
Omar.
No, Pete is Kobe Bryant in the flesh next to Omar. Put it that way.
Oh wow.
Pete pretty cool.
Well, no.
Wow.
Persian, listen to me carefully. He was so high on Tua. He wanted Tua. That's what Omar was saying. Tua. So
And then his
repetitive.
opinion changed.
Tua.
What's the
And
problem
then
with
like
that?
the third week into his rookie season,
What's the
training
problem
camp,
with your opinion
COVID-19
changing?
everywhere.
What's the
He started to
problem?
backpedal on Tua.
Jay, has your opinion
Tony,
ever changed, Jay, on anything in life? Has your opinion ever changed, Jay, in anything in life?
Yeah, that's a good point, Tony. Like, what if
When the-
you had
when
a
the
player
evidence-
that
when
you
the evidence
supported
changes-
all
when
throughout
the evidence
college and you
changes-
wanted him, and then he ended up being shit? What are you going to say now?
Yeah, when the evidence changes, you can change your opinion. You can change your opinion with the evidence
Well, that's what
changes.
Jay's
That's not the
saying.
reason.
Everybody's saying, "Oh, he wanted to,
Yeah,
he
but when
wanted
you
to,
change
yeah,
your
now he
opinion,
don't want
all
it."
you
So
always
what?
say
But
you're
that's his
flip
opinion.
floppers. Oh, you're a flip flopper. That's what
I
you
mean,
all
we all got
say.
opinions.
Look, he's been behind theories that have hurt the team, that have so discord. I told you, okay. He said something years ago about Miami. How they're low balling Mike Pouncey when he was one of the highest paid centers.
Yes,
I'm
I remember
convinced he
that.
gets paid. Players pay him cash to write stuff. I'm convinced.
Okay, well, yeah.
No, that's we don't know that for fact, but
Well, you
that
roll your eyes
sounds
all you
about
want,
right.
Persian. That's my belief.
But I remember that Mike Pouncey situation. I remember that.
He's accused Miami of lowballing several players.
So what you guys are saying that it's illegal to change your mind about anything?
Exactly,
No, I've
Ali. Yeah,
I've
you can't
never
have
said
your
that.
opinion
I
out
just
here.
want some consistency.
I can't just say, "Hey, I'm wrong about this player. I'm sorry." You know,
when it comes to
I can't have an opinion.
Persian.
No,
when
but
it
he
comes to
doesn't say that
credibility,
though. He doesn't
Omar's
say
about
that
as
though.
solid as
Listen,
a
when
soup
you-
sandwich. He flip flops. He's got no credibility.
Listen.
Okay,
Give-
all right.
when you say I
How about
want
I got a good
to,
exercise.
Give Jordan
I
a
got
chance
good
to answer
exercise.
what Ali said.
listen.
I got a good exercise. Why
Hold
don't
on,
we like the beat
Shay.
writers we do
Hold
like?
on, Shay.
What about the beat writers we do like instead of naming the ones we hate?
Exactly. See, there we go. Now that's positive. I like that.
I didn't mind
Which
Salguero
one
for
of
a
them
number
are
of
they,
years.
Batman? Because
but
You know
I
what
didn't
the
like.
problem? You know what the problem is with that?
Hold on, guys. Which one of those are they? Let's list them, because every time somebody says something even the slightest critical about our
Culler.
team, they go in on them like they're the worst journalist that's ever been on the planet.
But that's the issue, that we could be consistent as long as Omar Kelly is not consistent. He's the definition of inconsistency.
Batman.
That he is the definition of it. You could
Batman, let me ask you a
you could say
He's
something
Tua
negative.
in the media.
You could say something
Batman, let me ask
negative.
you a
You could
question.
say
Maybe
something
that's a
negative,
symptom. But maybe
Batman.
did you guys ever think of this?
Yeah, Louis.
Maybe that's a symptom. Maybe that's a symptom of a journalist, a beat writer that's covering an inconsistent organization.
Thank you, Culler. No, let
look
me
at
ask
the
you a
other
question
beat
to
writers.
Batman.
Look at
But
the
he's
other beat
supposed to be a
writers.
professional.
Hey,
He's supposed to
Batman,
be a
would you consider?
professional.
Hey, Batman, would you consider Travis Wingfield a flip flopper then? Because when he was on the show, when he wasn't getting paid by the Dolphin organization, his takes were different than his takes are now. Because everything I hear out of Travis Wingfield's mouth, which I do like Travis Wingfield, but everything now is not the same from before.
Yeah,
That's
you already
because
know
we're
what
getting
you're gonna
paid
get
from the
from him. You already know
organization.
what you're going to get from him.
He's
I can't
controlled. He's
comment
a
on
trained
that.
seal.
For
He's a trained
a
seal,
guy like
Travis.
me, for a
Oh,
guy
my
like me, there's literally no
going to the
purpose to
dark
listen
side.
to
Travis
Travis anymore
Winfield is
because
on
I
the
already know
payroll.
what
Do
he's
you
Omar
going
guys
to
like
Kelly's
say.
Jeff
not on the payroll.
Darlington?
That's right.
You guys like Jeff Darlington?
These
I don't
these
have
are
anything
apples and
against him.
oranges, guys.
I don't
There's
like
people
none
that
of his
work for the
movies.
Herald, the Miami Herald, the Sun Sentinel, and then there's people that work for the Dolphins.
And
You
there's
can't
people
put
that are homers and just are blinded by
That's
it,
our
and you can't
point,
say
David.
nothing about the
That's our
Dolphins.
point.
Blinded by
Why
the
would I
They
listen
light.
to
make
Travis
money.
Wingfield
Hey,
now?
Joe Rose.
For their opinions, we don't.
Why would I
Joe
listen
Rose.
to Travis Wingfield now when I already know what he's going to say?
Shocking.
Thank you.
Hey,
Mhm.
Joe
I think we
Rose
hold.
works for the
The
Dolphins,
fish
and
tank
he
is
doesn't
pure
take the Dolphins as
propaganda.
peaches and creams. Joe Rose works for
Exactly.
the Dolphins, and he's a realist, and he works for the Dolphins.
Hey,
It's like
I think
the
Cameron
fish
Wolf
tank
can be pretty
equals
consistent.
Stephen
But
Ross
excuse
show.
me,
Cameron
The
Wolf,
Stephen
the guy
you
who-
all
Ross
didn't
show.
know what Travis was going to say, and you did know what I was going to say, you wouldn't be right here listening to me right now.
Yeah, no, I think Cameron Wolf can be
If you're
consistent.
listening to him.
The guy who works for NFL Network, the guy who covers the Dolphins, he's
Yeah.
honestly
Jeff
the most.
Darlington.
Jeff Darlington is better than Cameron Wolf, in my opinion.
Jeff Darlington's the guy you're talking about, right, Tony?
No, Cameron Wolf.
Oh, Cameron.
Jeff Darlington is not like.
In case the people listening who didn't get to see the tweet that was made yesterday by Omar Kelly retweeting my comment. Okay, what I was illustrating this exact point. He writes an article saying these are the top 10 reasons why the Dolphins should not make the playoffs. And everybody crapped on him for like a day and a half.
Exactly.
And then he comes out with an article that says top 10 reasons why the Miami Dolphins should make the playoffs.
Exactly.
At the end of the day, he's
And
blessed to have that,
everybody crapped on him for backpedaling or whatever they want to call it. And my comment, in case you all didn't get to read it, my comment to him was, LOL, I see what you did there. Keep up the great work, Omar, and thanks for the contrast. It brings everything into focus.
It was a contrast.
And he retweeted me, and he retweeted with the GIF saying respect.
I don't really read the papers anymore about Miami.
Well, then,
Well, not even that. My opinion about Omar has been consistent. I can't stand the dude's writing, but I'm sure he's a nice guy. Simple.
Let me
I
tell you
can't
something,
stand
Culler.
him.
Let me tell you something about Omar. Look, regardless
suffers
if
from
he's nice,
bipolar, right,
regardless
Batman?
if he's no, but listen, regardless if he's nice or not to you, and obviously I'll respect if you're trying to get him on the show. He's under contract where he can't come on your show regardless, even if he wanted. So
I know. What I'm saying though, Batman, is that was a joke, by the way. And secondly, when you tell us that you know this or that about his personality and because of interactions possibly with him, I don't know. My point
that's my encounter. You get me?
To authority that we all don't have the luxury of proving or disproving.
That was just my encounter. You get me?
Into our calculus. You see what I'm saying?
Lewis.
When we're going at the guy as vitriolic as they go at the guy.
I don't think the writers of now. I don't think the writers nowadays are as great as the writers.
What I'm saying is,
when I was a kid,
we all stood in line and he treated every one of us like an asshole. Then we all could crap on him when he says things we don't like. Sure,
David, the reason why the beat writers and the newspaper people who cover sports are not the same is because they're more worried about clicks than the accuracy of the information. That's what it is.
Nowadays,
I said there are better writers back in the day than they are now.
Nowadays, you got Raven fans writing for the Dolphins, man. I'll just say that. Put it that way.
Lewis, this whole argument about the media started with me saying I would, even if McDaniel took us to the playoffs, I would actually switch him out. This whole conversation started with me saying I would switch him out for Peyton, even if he took us into the playoffs or into the championship.
Look, you want to change things? Why don't we get some old school guys that know the team? I understand they probably moved on and they probably went to other careers because at the end of the day, all these writers are trying to better themselves and try to different platforms. But let's get some actual Dolphin fans that live here that know this team, that have been repping this team for years, and that way they can represent the team the way we want them to represent our team. I don't care if you went to school for writing. I don't care if you went to school and you have all the accolades to do writing for us. You don't got that history, and that's what I want.
And it's hard to do that.
Batman,
it's hard to do
that. And this is a question for everybody on the panel, just in general. For whatever city you live in, would you want a beat writer that sold you, even if you knew, like what you're saying, we're all fans of the Dolphins here, right? So we know the real. We understand the real. Do you want a beat writer that, like you said, is just like a homer fan, that even if the team is doing bad, or even if they're struggling, or even if there's positions that we can upgrade, do you want someone to just be coming out here every day writing stories about how peaches and cream?
I don't want no fairy tales. I don't want no fairy tales. I don't want that.
That's what I'm saying.
But with Omar, he just pulls shit out of his ass, whether it's true or not. That's the issue.
Correct.
He's literally looking out the other side of the fence, like he's way off in the field.
So I got a question for you guys, because I'm I'm not like a journalist by trade. Okay, so you guys answer me a question. Is it a good as pertains to the average Dolphin fan base, like let's say the guys that are the ones that are all about positivity, we'll call them that group, okay, of the fan base, which should be everybody, but y'all know who I'm referring to.
That's me right there. That's me.
Not necessarily, Batman. I don't leap you in as I'm talking about, like the dividing type. You know what I mean? You're not the dividing type. And my point is, answer me this: is it a good thing or a bad thing to be considered a Dolphins beat writer at this point?
No.
I can hear a pin drop.
I'm just asking the question,
opinion,
because I'm noticing tweets here and there where people are like, or comments here and there were like, oh, well, this guy's a beat writer, as if that's a pejorative, like as if that's a negative thing. So is that like where like the dividing lines are now, like in the media?
In my opinion,
between social media and like conventional media, like the Dolphins beat writers.
Well, in my opinion,
so you guys think?
In other words, I guess, are you more likely to be attacked for your opinion if you're a beat writer? Is what I'm asking.
In my opinion, I'd rather not read or listen to the beat writer or the writers.
So somebody, okay, I got your answer.
Hold on. I'd rather listen to you guys.
Well, okay, but that's where that leads me to my next question, because I just wanted your quick answer.
You just wanted to cut me off.
No. I just needed a quick answer to illustrate my point.
Yeah.
Because, in other words, if I were to tell you, if you threw some information at me and asked me genuinely, hey, Culler, what do you know about this guy? And I were to say to you, oh, he's a beat writer. Would you be more inclined or less inclined to throw him out the window and not trust the word he says?
Not really, because like they have some eyes in there, so they do see something.
Okay,
so
the reason I asked that,
Batman,
the reason I asked that, I appreciate you answering. I don't mean to be cutting everybody off so short. Again, I'm trying to illustrate a point to let you guys know that literally 2 minutes ago, somebody, I don't know who it is, because people can do whatever they want to you on Twitter. I noticed that somebody has added me to the Dolphins beat writer list.
What the heck?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing for my?
That's a bad thing in my opinion.
Oh, okay, cool.
So guys,
that being said, David, that being said, right there, breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking freaking news, man.
You're a beat writer.
Congratulations.
So you guys think
it's live, ladies and gentlemen? It's breaking. That was the news. Culler commentary, yours truly, has now been added to the Dolphin beat writers list on Twitter.
Congratulations, Culler. Congratulations.
That's it.
On all comers. I am ready to take my place at the left hand of Omar.
Yeah, exactly. Now everybody's gonna hate you.
We will ride into the night
you don't know anything.
So do you guys think
Color,
pen,
just
with
don't
our
fall
pens and
asleep.
our paper.
Just don't fall asleep next to Omar on camera like he's done before. I promise.
so you guys think if we still had if these guys instead of
I'm not
having,
lying though. Somebody literally just added me to Dolphins beat writer list.
That's crazy.
in terms
Yeah.
in general, in terms of sports media, guys, do you think if we still have people going outside instead of doing these digital, every newspaper is going digital, having a physical newspaper force these guys to actually have the accurate information? Sometimes
No,
having
Tony.
these
There's
digital
no money there
articles-
anymore. There's no money there anymore.
No,
But
but
you
what I'm
guys see
saying,
how that dynamic works? All I did was ask everybody to question the deep down in themselves what they thought about Omar bringing in other points to people, and that got me right there. I'm
Hey, Color, I got an idea. You know what you should do? You should message in that group and say, "Hey, what time are we meeting up on the 19th?"
Right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, man.
But see, the difference is this, Caller. The difference is this. On this type of stage, we can agree and disagree with Lewis and Batman, but Omar Kelly doesn't do that. He doesn't listen to fans. He doesn't. His opinion is the end all be all.
He
That's
doesn't
the
need
difference.
to.
How do you
That's
know
not
that,
his
There's
job.
nobody
But
to
his
him.
job
Bro,
is not
that's
to
How do you
why.
know
That's
that?
why I listen to you guys instead of him because I don't care for that. I'd rather have Lewis.
David,
I'd rather
how
have
do you know
Lewis's
that?
opinion. I'd rather have Lewis's opinion than Omar Kelly.
How do you
Simple.
know that for sure, David? How do you know that for sure? I'd like to know.
How I know what for sure?
That he doesn't listen to other fans. How do you know he doesn't
All you
listen?
gotta do is
Just so you know, before you answer, you can listen to somebody, but that doesn't mean you have to agree with them.
no, great. But all you gotta do is read his work. It's simple. Just read it.
I don't know, man. I've commented on his Twitter about subjects he wants to bring up with Dave Hyde and stuff, and he's responded back and he's brought those
The funny thing
conversations
is,
up.
Not to you,
funny
not
thing
to
is,
me,
but
not
here's
to
the thing,
Batman,
guys.
not to Color.
But here's the thing,
But
guys.
that doesn't mean he doesn't do it, though.
But I've never even written anything about beats before. I don't even like them. I mean, beats are not really my thing.
So, look, I'm not 100% on board on his
Especially
take, but I
beats.
still listen to what he has to say.
Can we
What
be honest?
about Beats? What about Beats
simply
by
don't.
Gray?
Color.
Yes, sir.
Can we go back?
That's
I
beat,
think
that's
we were.
beat writer color to you, man.
Yeah, no, but this whole argument started out. This whole conversation branched off from my Sean Payton thing, my Sean Payton take. I never got Lewis's answer, what he thought of what I said. I never had him answer that. With the media, I don't care what they say because they bashed this franchise this whole time. So, in my honest opinion, I don't care what they say, and then they would pray. They would actually praise us for hiring a Super Bowl winning coach. That's the problem. They would flip flop and praise us, even though we replaced the coach that took
Batman
us to the
went and
playoffs.
took care of business. He's like, "What? Added to the beat writers list? Hold on, give me a second." He goes back. I took care of that, Jazz Color. You're all right.
No, my boss is just killing me, calling me. It's hot out here, guys.
So yeah, but this is why I say I don't trust the media, Dave. I agree with you, David. I don't trust the media.
Not just not just sports media in general. I don't watch Fox News. I don't watch MSNBC. I don't watch none of that garbage. None of it.
Tony, I don't even trust my own shadow, Tony. You think I'm gonna trust the media?
Yeah. No, but that's why I say that when it comes to analyzing the Dolphins, they would bash us in the first part of the sentence, saying we replaced the first-year head coach, but then they praise us for hiring firing our first-year head coach that took us to the playoffs where we haven't been in the past 20 years. But then they praise us in the same sentence for hiring a guy like Sean Payton who's won a Super Bowl. That's what I'm saying.
Tony, they will never praise us. Look at what we did in the offseason. And they still talk on the side of their mouth. They still talk on the side of the lip. They don't give us credit for nothing. And don't get me wrong, you don't win the offseason by just grabbing players and trades. You don't win the offseason like that. But to consider us, to give us to come out and say that we're gonna be a 5-win team, Tony, that's the biggest slap in the face in history, man. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Maybe they're analyzing. You know where that prediction? Maybe they still don't trust Tua. That's the issue. That's where some of these media people.
So they don't trust Tua, so we should trust them.
No, I'm not saying trust them, David. I'm saying
No, I'm just saying
that's where that prediction is coming from. They don't.
No, it's not about trusting them. It's about realizing their perspective and then being able to take what they say for what it is.
A grain of salt, exactly what it is.
Because they honestly, dude, they're not required to look at anything but what's in front of their face. And so as long as we keep putting what we put in front of their face, they have no, it's not that they're they just don't, they're too lazy for that. They don't care.
Now you're saying something.
Yeah, you know and for me, this is why Culler. This is why the only two people technically in the national sports media that I can actually trust their opinions is Brady Quinn, sort of, and Bill Polian, a guy who
Brady Quinn. What?
Dude, if you're gonna trust Brady Quinn, Tony, you're losing points with me right now. I'm sorry.
But here's what I meant, though.
That guy's a joke.
But here's the thing. Omar Kelly wrote 2 articles detailing and laying out 10 reasons why each position could be looked at. Like whether you don't make the playoffs or whether you do. And here's the 10 reasons for each. What he's expressing there is we just don't know everybody arguing in this whole thing. Either side could be right. That's all he's doing is catering to every person in the fan base. He didn't do it by making flippant eye test comments. He wrote 2 articles laying out 10 reasons each.
But listen, so he does one article good. One article.
That man.
David, I have a question for you,
but
man.
see, that's laying the responsibility onto me to go pick out every good article.
No, I'm not saying that. You don't have to, because I'm not going to listen if he does one good article or 7 good articles or no good articles. I'm not
why are
going
you
to listen.
the authority on how many good articles he's done?
Yeah, here's the thing. You can name
articles.
Well, great. Then Dan, sounds like you're the fan of his, not me.
No, I stopped listening to him 2 years ago.
You can listen. You can list out 10
so
artists.
If he's never written one good article, what the hell took you so long?
Because you give people chances. Yes, you do.
For how many years, David? His entire career?
No, 2 years, bro. No, not even that. Probably a year and a half.
You said you quit reading him 2 years ago.
Yes.
How long were you reading him for?
About 2.5 years.
And yesterday was the first time you ever saw a good article. Sounds like a
no. I just didn't say that. I said if you listen, I said 1 article or 2 articles or even 7 articles. I said 7 for a reason. But anyway, my point is that I don't think he's a great writer. He might be right or wrong. It doesn't matter. I don't think he's a great writer.
Okay.
I'm a person who likes to read.
Fair enough.
I love to read. If he doesn't stimulate my mind, then I'm not gonna like him.
But there's a million beat writers from Miami now.
Does that deserve name calling?
I didn't call him a name.
Deserve him getting attacked on social media the way he does?
Well, that's not. I don't do that.
I'm not saying you do.
No, I'm just saying I have no control over other people. I don't do that. Matter of fact, if you just listen to me, I said I don't like his writing, but I'm sure he's a nice guy.
Okay.
We're
in agreement then.
Yeah.
Hey,
I don't think he should be attacked personally.
Culler,
I agree. But we can joke around and have fun.
Culler, you listen to a lot of different people. Am I right?
Mostly. I try to.
All right. You could list off 10 beat writers, and I guarantee you're not going to agree 100% with any of them.
No,
you know what I mean?
Case in point was whoever that beat writer was writing about the executive that was saying our offensive line is all hunky dory. Like, what the hell is this guy talking about? But it
He
doesn't
wasn't.
bother me. It's
He
not
wasn't.
like I'm going to say, "Oh, everything that guy says is wrong," or if he writes an article tomorrow and says, "Oh, that executive changed his mind. He said we're trash at offensive line." Okay, that doesn't mean he was like disingenuous.
No, we shouldn't be calling anybody names and going personal attacks. Like I said, I don't like his writing, but
Well, that's what I'm here to clarify.
Yeah,
Because
I'm
that's
sure
all I
he
see
could.
it happen
I
to the
mean, to
guy.
Batman, he could be a jackface, but to
Well,
me,
I'm saying though, hear me out, David.
understand?
Hear me out. The reason I'm calling it out today is because that's all I see happen to the guy. Okay, he showed me respect. Okay, and guess what? On the political front, him and I have been. I blocked him years ago because I can't stand his takes.
No.
Okay, and when I got back into Dolphin talk, you know, I've started following him again, and it's like he's showing me respect. Like, what am I supposed to do?
No, I mean, if he's showing you
like,
respect,
oh,
you
everybody's
respect
right.
him.
He's trash.
He shows you respect him. But if he does what he did to Batman, then you have a way not.
Again, that's an appeal to authority, and it's not fair to the rest of us who have to watch people bash him based on information that somebody is not willing to bring public. I'm not saying somebody has to bring it public. I'm saying that if you're going to use that leverage publicly, it's a fallacy. It's called an appeal to authority. We can't check that authority. We have to trust Batman as a friend of ours and say, well, generally he doesn't lie to me. I trust him, and this was his personal experience with the guy. But that doesn't work publicly.
I don't disagree with that.
Batman and I are texting each other on the phone or sitting there having a beer.
Well, it goes back to with the Tyreek getting death threats. There's people that are just stupid out there. So of course, that's where it comes from. People just don't understand or don't care to understand or just want to get 15 minutes of fame or whatever.
The reason I brought up our political leanings was because, sorry, Batman, I on a rant. I didn't see you waiting back there, bro. And also my screen gets cut off right on the second row. You know how that goes.
Yeah, that happens.
But, anyway, so what I'm getting at is, you know, I don't know. It's just like, you know, the reason I brought up the political side of things was because I probably won't ever have a beer with Omar Kelly.
You don't know that.
Well, maybe I don't. What I'm saying is, you know, it's not as if I'm exclaiming our friendship because the guy retweeted me and gave me respect.
Let's start somewhere. I mean, he retweeted back to you, and then you could go to a training camp, and you know, if you're allowed to sit anywhere where we're only close to him, you can say
Batman,
something.
you're right. See, now I'm actually getting you to argue for me now. My position is that yes, that is possible. You're right. I don't foresee it for the same reasons you don't foresee it, Batman. Well, maybe different reasons, but because he rubbed you the wrong way at some personal level. Well, for me, the same thing. Politically, sometimes things are personal, and he rubbed me the wrong way, and I him. But at the same time, to your point, a beer could still happen out of mutual respect.
Yeah, beer solves everything.
Well, you know that. I mean, everybody remember the famous White House beer, right? I don't know if that solved too much, but they certainly tried.
Beer solves all issues.
I'm just saying, bro. You know, I guess to me, maybe it's just so aggravating that the world is the way it is that we have to pile on everybody like that. You know, when they get a platitude gets out in the internet about a person, and no further illustrated than my addition to the Dolphin beat writer list on Twitter. You know what's funny about that? I've been added to other lists back in the day that are not so popular lists that I got unfairly added to. And the irony is that if half the people on the Dolphin beat writer list knew that I was on that list, they would get me off of their list. They'd be like, oh, we were wrong. Oh, we don't want nothing to do with this guy. You see what I'm saying? That's the
Yeah.
dangers of lists. People.
Yeah, but you can still make fun of people for all good cause. You know, just messing around.
I get it, and I'm willing to be that target because hey,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. So that's what I do with Omar because I don't know the guy, but I'll make fun of him and joke around. But listen, if he comes up to me and be a jerk or be a nice guy, I'm gonna say what's up. Hello, how you doing?
I got you.
Can I say something about Omar?
That's why
real
you're
quick?
always around the Finn's tailgate because we respect you like that.
Oh well, thank you.
Hey, could I say
I
something
respect you
about
guys.
Omar? I mean, I respect.
Iceman want to say something.
I respect the fact I've been hearing you guys, and honestly, you guys make some good points left and side. Some of them could be disagreeable, but right now, I'm gonna just state this, and it's gonna be quick, so you guys can go at it. The fact of the matter is that I respect Omar in only one sense is that he's living my dream kinda. Like I want to do what he does for a living, which is he gets paid to make an opinion off the team that we love. And due to the fact with that, he gets to post it and people can, comment on it and dislike it or agree with him. And I think that's a beautiful thing. But at the same time, now I'm a root for Batman's side. If he did do that thing for him, I wasn't there, but I can also see the other side of him being disrespectful. So I don't tolerate that. But as a human side, as a person that's from business side, I respect his business. That's all I want to say.
Can I say something? Larry always brings this up. And,
Yeah, go ahead,
Omar,
Batman. Because
Omar's title.
I said a lot about you, so go ahead and have the floor.
Omar's title. I don't know. I know something changed. What like a couple of months back, like 8 months ago, they stripped him of some title that he had. But he's always, for the most part, he's been a beat writer. And according to what I remember hearing Larry say, and if Larry, if you're listening, you can correct me if I'm wrong. But you guys that have been on Larry's panel for all these years, he's always said something similar along these lines. The issue with Omar Kelly is that he's a beat writer. He's supposed to report what he sees. He's not supposed to report his opinion, something along those lines. Isn't that what Larry always mentions? And that's the issue Larry has with Omar.
See, that's fair.
He's supposed to report what you see, not how you feel about it.
That's a fair critique of his journalism.
Good
Absolutely.
point. Yeah, see, that's a good point. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
that's
that'd be a good critique. I have to agree.
Here's the thing: you could also
Even Daniel Foussier said that. Daniel Foussier, Daniel Foussier said that on Stephen D's channel.
And let me just play devil's advocate for a second. I think that it could also be seen as a symptom of the overall journalism industry today and the capitalism that's involved. I mean, you have a lot of people out there in the journalism world that are on a certain side of the political aisle that repeatedly disparage and bash capitalism and capitalists in general, yet they use these tactics in the media to foment their capital, to grow their capital.
That's 100% right there. 100%.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, like 100%.
So maybe Omar could make a life stand, and maybe that's what I think people expect him to do, and expect a lot of people to do. But we just have to remember to play devil's advocate that not all of us are built that way. It just simply is what it is. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Culler, I can give you the best.
If that's what his job is to do now. In other words, that what we as if we as a society have accepted
Culler's backstage. These nuts is backstage. Culler.
What's that, Batman?
These nuts is backstage.
Oh, gotcha. He actually asked to be put back, so I don't know if he was. Oh, is he? I haven't been paying attention.
Yeah, he said he's back. He said he's back in the private chat.
All right. Sorry about that, Q.
These nuts back on here?
So what I'm saying is, if we as a society have decided that opinion defines journalism now, then can we really be that shocked when a journalist does what we have determined is their job now?
Thank you, Culler. Can I say something real quick? I've been wanting to say something for the longest. I've been in the back for a while, man. I actually welcome it, man. I welcome beat writers who are opinionated, right? And my man Batman's experience with Omar, man. Man, that's messed up, bro. You know, I know your experience, bro, because you talked about it. That's messed up. But on a personal level, I don't know the dude. I don't hate the dude. But I welcome it. I welcome objectivity. I welcome, the pushback. I welcome all of it. And that's me
Perfectly
personally.
said, Q.
No,
that's
I never heard what
I
happened
agree,
with Batman and Omar.
100%.
No, I did. It was.
Oh, that's
about,
on Batman to speak
You
on it.
have the
that
right
was
to
shoot.
turn off the TV. You have the right to turn off the phone. You have the right to turn off all that stuff. So you don't have to listen to somebody you disagree with. You don't have to listen. You don't have to listen to somebody.
The only
That's what
thing
I
that's
did. That's what I did.
Batman is that, man, there's a lot of people that still love Dan Marino to death, even though they got snubbed by the guy. You know?
Yeah, listen, I got stubbed by Michael Jordan, but I don't think he's an asshole, and a lot of people say he is.
Right.
Yeah, it's just perspective. It's what you.
I got snubbed by Dan Marino twice.
It's just
You know what else, Batman?
there's levels.
You know what else, Batman? I don't see you out there piling
there's
on.
levels.
Though.
There's levels to this, though. Omar Kelly, Dan Marino, Michael Jordan. There's levels to this. Color.
Oh well,
And
yeah,
that's fair.
absolutely.
And that's fair.
Yeah,
But see,
sure.
Batman, you're actually illustrating my point. As much as you actually have righteous beef with the guy, you're not even out there piling on the way they do.
Yep.
Oh, I want him to make his money. I never want to take money off of his plate.
Because you're a respectful human being.
Correct.
That's why.
Yeah. That's it.
Because if you try to take somebody's money, that's called wokeism, and nobody wants to be woke nowadays.
That's a different meaning to woke. We'll talk about.
I don't even want to go down that road, David. But what I was saying was that's precisely what makes Batman a respectful human being. And I just think we all that should be emulated. That should be replicated. That should be like, you know what I mean? Here's a guy that actually has a real personal beef with him. Doesn't want to tell publicly what that is. He don't have to. But he's not out there doing and saying the things that some other people do just because they're up in their wad about somebody on the team he said something about.
Mm-hmm.
You know? The guy that in his own mind has right to be vitriolic to him doesn't even do it. So that's what I'm saying. That's called respect. Because if Batman had wanted to resolve the issue, what's Batman going to do as a respectful human being?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm a nobody.
Like he said, he's going to come across Omar one day face to face and tell him what his problem with him is.
No, Color, even easier. And look, and listen, I'm a nobody. If I come across Omar Kelly and he wants to buy me a beer, it can be solved as long as it's not like a
somebody to me.
Not
my point was
a Miller Junior draft. You know,
my only point was, Batman, is if you're going to aim to squash it, you're going to do it with him.
But I'm a
You're
nobody,
go to
so it's
him
not like I'm
about
out here saying, "Hey, I need Omar Kelly to call me." No, I'm a nobody. You know, at the end of the day, I'm a nobody compared to him.
No,
you know?
I didn't mean that.
That's right,
I didn't
Batman.
mean that. I meant, like you said, you'd
But
sit
quit
down
saying
and
you're
have
a
beer,
nobody, bro.
and if you decided you
somebody.
still needed to squash something, you would do it right then and there to him. You would give him.
I do agree with Q. You are somebody, Batman. You let
So
me on
long
your
story
show. I have
short,
mad respect for you.
Long story short, I was at an event. I had 2 tables. I had a lot of invested money in renting tables at this event at the port of Fort Lauderdale. That's in Fort Lauderdale, like it's the actual port. It was at the convention center. And Omar Kelly walked in. Obviously, he came in by himself. Came into my table. I had 2 tables. He picked up a couple shoes. We had asked him what was his size to see what we had available for him. He put the shoe back down, and when I saw that it was him, I was honored. I was like, "Hey, Omar, I'm a big fan of yours for a long time." And then he looked at me like if I was like he just smelled something bad. And I was like, "Who the hell does this guy think he is?" And he walked away. Like, I was like, "Bro, come on, man. If I didn't have all this merchandise here, it would have been different."
That is fucked up, bro.
I'm not trying to act tough or nothing like that, but if I didn't have any of my stuff there laying on that table, we would have had issues.
I have a quick question. I have a quick question for that. Do you think the money and sometimes the fame with the media gets to their heads sometimes? Because remember,
it is
they're on TV and they people are watching.
It's that,
their
Iceman.
opinion matters.
And one other thing,
that's right.
You're right on the money.
One
Iceman.
other thing too, Batman. And I'm not trying to compel you to think this way or anything. I'm just saying, is there anything, if you dig as far as you can dig deep, is there anything in your memory that could possibly have come across, like, not that you came across the wrong way, but that he misunderstood what you said? at all. I'm just
No,
saying.
because
Is there
see, I
anything
was
if you
never
dug deep enough?
I was never active on Twitter, so there's no way that he can hear anything negative from me. There's nothing that I would post. There's nothing that's
No,
that
no,
extent.
I meant when it happened. Is it
No,
possible that
Claire,
you misunderstood something
what do
different?
you what is there misunderstanding? It's like I'm a
I
big
don't know.
fan of
That's
you,
what
Omar.
all I'm saying is dig deep, and if you can't find nothing, then more power to you. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
Listen, my buddies looked at me and I
dig
looked at
real
them and I'm
deep.
like, did I say something wrong? Like I looked
Because
around
I
like,
know
did
for
I just say
myself
something
that
wrong?
I know for myself there's sometimes even years later where I was like, damn, maybe they did take it that certain way, and I just, you know what I mean? Just saying.
And the guy had a cup of Chipotle in his hand with his greasy hands touching my shoes. I was like, come on, man.
Well, now you can't touch a man's rides with a greasy hands, man. Come on.
So Batman,
He didn't even offer me some Chipotle, man. I wanted some Chipotle. You should have
Batman, Batman, you keep on saying you're a nobody, but yet you go out every night and save people's lives. I don't get it.
Oh, no,
that was a good one.
There's real people that do that out there. There's real people.
My son does that.
I want to bring up a point real quick.
All right,
what if Omar Kelly like, well, I'm a big fan of yours. He's like, fan of what? I'm just a beat writer. What the hell is he a fan of? You know what I mean? Like maybe he was like the same thing. You know, I'm a nobody. I just write.
And I would tell him, you're more than a beat writer, man. You represent this team. You represent this franchise. I would have told him
Batman. Let me get some more context out of you, if you don't mind, brother. So when you told him all you did tell him, and did he react or did you just leave it at that? Because if it was me, I would have been like, he gave me that reaction. I would be like, yo, do you hear me talking to you? I'll be like, I would have let him.
I have also noticed, in fairness, I have noticed, and this is not to disparage the man, but when I'm watching him on it, wherever he appears on, he does have some certain facial mannerisms that might
like snobbish,
like taken the wrong way sometimes that don't match what he's actually saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I have actually seen him wash his hands a few times while he's on air. So maybe he has like a germophobia thing.
Greasy hands.
Just saying.
But I don't know if I can excuse that. But here's the thing: we got breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. That's the wrong one. We got live. We have been graced by the proprietor of this great network, the hateful El Capitan. How you doing today? Are you hearing me?
That's right, bitches. I say no. I'm not. No way would I let Omar Kelly snub me. You should have spit in his face, Batman. Hateful.
No. I was hungry, man. I needed all the saliva I can get.
Capitan, just when I almost had him on the hook for our interview, bro. You know what I mean?
Whatever. Listen, I'm not. That's Batman spitting in his face, not El Capitan.
Yeah.
Well, Batman's telling me not to hold my breath on it anyway.
Yeah, because look what happened. Look what happened with Reason. Reason, he had a scheduled meeting, and then Reason got a text message from the Big O, and
I was there. I was there.
I didn't make a big deal about it either, but I believe I've told you this, Batman. I know I've told Culler and probably and I think Ali. I'm pretty sure I told Gio, but same thing that happened to Reason with Omar Kelly happened to me with Alan Pupar. Same exact thing. Where I had
who's that?
Oh,
who's
yeah,
that? The guy that makes the mustard? Is that the guy that makes mustard?
Dijon?
It's with Alan Pupar. I had him lined up, but
I've seen that name before.
Negotiation time for both those
Is he another
guys.
beat writer?
Yeah, he writes for Sports Illustrated. Alan Pupar, guys, he's the man.
Well, Capitan, I'll talk to him at this month's beat writer convention and let him know.
Yeah, on the 19th of July, Culler. Send a text, Culler. Send a text.
You heard the
beat
news,
writer
right?
convention.
I got added to the list of Dolphin beat writers on Twitter.
Thank God.
I know, right?
It's about time.
I'm telling you.
It's about time, Culler. So yeah,
So, I should be getting my red phone here in a couple days.
Do we know if that contract? I got a question real quick. Do we know if that contract that these beat writers have with Big O, is it for YouTube only?
It's exclusive YouTube and radio.
All
Yeah,
right,
it's like
so
about
why don't we
seven. It's
have
like
a
a
Twitter
7 beat
space
writers.
and then invite him there? Because I know I see Alan Poupar in the Twitter spaces.
That's
Yeah,
different.
and,
You could
and
do
it's
that,
listen. In
and you
my
can record it, and you can
in,
record it, and then put it on YouTube.
when I spoke to Alan about it, he was very sympathetic and felt sorry. And I said, listen, I get it, bro. It's business. I understand. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's business. Business is money, and that's what you guys were saying earlier. I ain't ever gonna begrudge someone for trying to get their money.
Yeah, I hear you.
So is what it is.
See, they're all trying to put me in beat writers. It's like they don't realize Florio is already scrambling to get on the horn with us right now. He's
Oh
like,
my
man,
God, Florio loves the show, bro. I should just invite Florio on. Is what I should do.
I'm telling you. You know, he does Joe Rose every Friday morning. I didn't realize it was every Friday.
Oh yeah, it's been that way for a while. I should see if he can come on every Friday night.
So as I said earlier, happy birthday, Joe Rose.
Absolutely.
Happy birthday, Joe. Happy birthday, Joe.
He's a young 65 today.
Oh man. Now, do you guys think Joe Rose will still be popping up on radio, television, YouTube, all kinds of places, or will he just completely miss it, like just walk away?
Listen, he was there. He was there last year at the fan week, the one in Bow Campers, and he was also at when the Dolphins released the beer in Wynwood. He was there too. Nice guy, man. Really nice guy, and he's approachable too.
Oh yeah, I forget if it was either at a preseason game or a training camp game like that I went to years ago when he was. I mean, he's been with QAM for like 25 years now.
Look, already trying to ride my coattails. Look at that.
Who?
Beat writer, Colors co-host.
I put it a while ago. I was waiting for you to notice.
Hey, but one thing about Joe Rose is when he gives a take, you could take it to the bank because he's on the inside, but he doesn't hold back for anybody.
Well, a guy like Joe Rose is such a candid guy and such an approachable and nice guy. Think of how many people are candid and approachable to him that he finds out everything. So
the only issue with him is that he's tall, man. He's very tall.
Oh yeah, dude, he's huge. He's way bigger than he looks. Like when you're up to him, that's what I was saying, Batman. I met him once before, and he was nice. He's like, I was with my dad and my uncles, and it was cool. And he's huge. He's like 6'3".
No, I think he's bigger because he's just a massive
He used to be tight end. He used to play a tight end, so they got to be
short,
big.
Batman. So everybody's giant to me.
No, you're not short. Hey guys, Color, keep doing a great job. Hey everybody, man, much love.
You too, man.
It's getting hot out here, man. I gotta get some more water, man.
You guys going tonight or what?
All right, bet.
Yeah, Iceman's
that's
coming
right.
on tonight.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'll get Iceman to talk about it. Get out of the heat, man.
All right, guys.
Later.
All right, Batman. Stay up, brother.
All right, bet.
So
All right, bet, man.
I missed the 2-hour mark. We're gonna do a reset real quick. Everybody like and share. Get more people over to talk. We were up to 60 something watching a minute ago.
Yeah.
If you're over on Twitch, Twitter, or Facebook, kindly give us a subscribe over here on YouTube. Head back to your favorite platform. And also subscribe to our channel if you haven't. And make sure you're catching all of our great content here. Summer's been a little tough. We've been a little less consistent, but I don't want to use that word. You know, that's the danger word. Then you got Tonk TMI on Tuesday nights at 9. You got me on Thursday nights or Fridays, it seems these days, afternoon for color commentary. Ali, the most consistent beat writer we have here at the Fins Tailgate.
You're the beat writer, Color. I'm not.
Well, today
That's why it says beat writer Color.
Today you're the co-host, though. Saturday night you're the beat writer. It says right here on this graphic. Saturdays at 10 p.m. Ali's Late Night Exhale, not Colors.
That's true. That's true. It is my show.
So, and then every other night of the week, you got El Capitan for the Fins Tailgate, who dropped in and dropped out, cleverly abdicating his duty of relief. Just kidding. Many ways to support the channel if you're so kind. $, the Fins Tailgate at Cash App or the Fins Tailgate at Venmo, plus super chats, memberships. We got memberships now. Shout out to all those who have decided to join us as members. We appreciate it. You got the Fins Tailgate gear, complete with a flag. And if you need anything from Fanatics, make sure you use the link in the description below. Let them know we sent you. They've got all the officially licensed gear that you'll need for everybody.
Culler.
NFL, all the sports, whatever you need. What's up, Ollie?
Can I give like a small sneak peek of something I'm gonna debut on the show Saturday? Just small, like really quick.
And then that's gonna segue to Iceman. That's gonna give us an awesome preview. This is also why I brought up the Canes a little bit, hoping he, to give you guys a little teaser and something to chomp on and put you in the mood for tonight's talk. But we'll get that in a minute. Go ahead, Ali.
All right, so I got something I'm gonna debut, and let me get it in focus.
Do we need to send our children out of the room?
No,
Okay.
that's what I'm gonna debut. That's all I'm gonna show you.
And the man.
It was Aqua. I saw Aqua.
Yeah, just throwback. You guys will
All
see it
right.
on Saturday. Stay tuned.
So, Iceman.
Yeah, man. What's up?
Tell us what you got going on tonight over at Miami Sports Fanatics, bud.
Well,
I hear you got something really cool to talk about tonight on your
man.
date. Is this your debut show?
Yeah, it's my debut show for
right.
Miami Sports. So, I hope I could bring it to you guys, bring the smoke like Ali says, he brings that smoke every day.
I'll be there, bro.
Just like
Congrats.
him. I appreciate you guys, but yeah, over on that show, I'm gonna bring it with you guys. We're gonna talk about Tyler Van Dyke. We're gonna talk about the recruitment class. There's a camp going on right now, so that camp right there is special because that's where we can get a lot of 5-star, 4-star recruits. We have a commits. We just got a couple of days ago. We just committed a tight end and a quarterback. So we got some things popping in Miami, but we're looking at the 4 and 5 stars. So that right there is going to be ridiculous because we haven't had that many as on our roster for a long time. I know we've been abysmal for a while, but we'll get into that later tonight. But yeah, Culler, if you have anything else to say about the thing.
Yeah, I look forward to getting caught up to speed on TVD, man. I really look forward to somebody who's giving them a real deep look, kind of translating that info to me. Appreciate that. So what time can we catch you over there? What time you going live?
So tonight we're going on 10, and then I'll be probably second to last or something like that in the show to talk about the sports. We have, the Miami Marlins. You got the Miami Heat. We'll talk about the Panthers, the Hurricanes. We got not just me, but you guys got El Gordito, and you got, if I'm not mistaken, my T. You got T. You got Alex
Right
T.
on.
Alex T. So, we're going to be there. So I hope you guys can slide through, Culler, slide through, Ali, everyone here.
Yeah, you guys definitely don't want to miss it. They're only like 27. Let's do a refresh real quick. It's been a couple hours. Hold on a second here. Miami Sport. Let me refresh. And then Miami Sports Fanatics. This little booger right here. 27. They need 27 people. So
Crazy.
I'm pretty sure with that Canes talk tonight, y'all will definitely deserve to have 27 people subscribe for you and get
Man,
you
we hope. That would be amazing. That would be amazing.
Good luck to you, man. Appreciate you always.
Absolutely.
Around
I'll be on. My wife's away for the weekend. I will be on.
Right on.
No doubt.
It's
So
party time.
I'm going to go ahead and share the video of the day. Everybody has already seen it, but you still want to see it again.
Hey, yo, Q, thank you for Najee Harris, man. He's sliding to Miami if you didn't know.
Right on.
Right. and
one other question. You don't plan on making it over to or do they have any way for people from the public to go into and see what's going on with the
what was the question
camp
again?
tomorrow?
Culler? Wait, what's up, Culler? My bad. I'm sorry. What were
The Legends camp tomorrow. You got any plans to try to head there or anything?
No, I'm not gonna head there, but I just plan to try to get as much as info on the internet as much.
Yeah,
as
I'm not
possible.
sure how much they're letting the non-football public in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's gonna be private for the coaches for sure. But I mean, I would love to, but not in hell in chance they're gonna allow that. Sadly.
Yeah, you'd have to bring a helmet if you want to register.
Yeah, exactly. I would have to like have a little badge with me. That's it. I'm ready. Let's go. Too old for
So
it, though.
I got this from Sorty, but it was somebody else who made it circular. Oh, this gentleman, Mathis Gaglione. Appreciate him putting this out there in the Twitter sphere. We'll give it a little play real quick. A little drop back, a little long out, a little timing route before the receiver made his break, before the defender decided to go and take the seam route. Good little throw. We could nitpick it because it's only one throw. We don't know if it was out of bounds, blah, 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 but hip looks great, looks strong. The footwork looks great. Look at this.
Watch I can't this. Even see. Who are you talking about?
You can't see it, David?
No, I mean, I can see it, but it's so small.
Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can help with putting it. It's because it's a Twitter.
You can't full screen it?
That's as far as I can go.
Hold on, give me a second.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I could do it this way. I could do it with the players full screen. What am I thinking?
There we go. Yeah.
So,
there you go.
yeah. Sorry, guys. So let's get it. Let's give it a run through, a couple run throughs again. Oh, that means, yeah, we could look at it a little deeper. But main thing that impresses me is right. Boom. Look at that form. Look at the hip rotation. Look where his plant foot is. Now watch what
follow through. Look at the follow
Mechanics
through.
are looking good.
And watch what happens.
Mechanics
watch what
are
happens.
really coming along right now.
But watch what happens with his left leg, okay, during the follow through. Notice how it doesn't carry around like a ballet move. It just stops right where in horizontal with his plant foot.
Does it say who's catching the
right
ball
there? Look at that. Perfect form. That is how you throw a football, ladies and gentlemen. And look at the arm. Real quick, I'm going to pause it again here in a second.
Man, it's Tyreek.
Look at that.
Isn't that like 60 yards? No, I'm joking.
Look at his arm. That's a good stout, strong arm. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. You know, good lats. Fucking, you know, hey. QB1 looking all right. Now we got to get to the bad part, guys. Hold on. Let me get there. Well, I guess it was inbounds. What do y'all think?
It looked like it was inbounds, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
like
going full nitpick here. I mean, I don't have no other video to look at. Well, it's not my fault.
His right leg was a little bit outside the line, outside, but
it's hard to tell.
You can obviously see that.
But again,
his shoe was untied.
I mean, look at this. Look at the fault. Look at the hip rotation, and then again, where his leg lands. See, I can actually pull up some of the footage from like certain, games and whatnot we've seen where that leg will come around and like he's some kind of ballerina or something, and it'll be swinging in front of him. You know what I mean? And it's just good to see that he's got it down, like, thinking about his actual form and those things. Now, again, the detractor in me is going to say, we got to wait. We got to make sure that translates to the field. And there's no evidence so far in his 2-year career that kind of stuff translates to the field. Just saying. Not to be negative, just to be realistic. So what do you guys think, man? Like, I mean, I know nobody's going to be here shitting on anybody, so I know it's hard to ask you that question. It's kind of rhetorical, but I mean, if you say you saw a difference, that means he sucked before. I'm just kidding.
Oh, wow.
Because he had to change from bad to good, right, David? No.
Did he tap the ball with his right hand a couple times?
You know what? Let me look real quick. I ain't going to pull it up again, but I'll look real quick.
Yeah, he likes to do that. Brady likes to do that.
I mean, in that situation where a tap wouldn't mean much anyway.
Well, but you want to be critical, right?
When they're talking about double patent, is during a game where that causes an eventual throw that was going to be made anyway to end up being late, and that's just a case of him trusting his own arm and his own mechanics, which arguably, for whatever reason, it's evident that he didn't. Trust that stuff. We can debate why he didn't trust that stuff, but that's what I see as far as realistic criticism in his throwing mechanics. It just seemed to me when I look at his throws where he cocks back the throw, he's going to make the right throw. It's the right move to make, but then he pulls back and decides not to, and then decides to throw it anyway. That indecision is because of lack of confidence in his mechanics and his arm.
Being young, lack of confidence, absolutely.
Right, we could point out why.
It's not only that, David.
What was that?
He's getting accustomed. It's not only that he's getting accustomed to his mechanics that he had before the injury. He's retraining every single part of that lower body. And when I saw him last season, I saw that there was some things that he needed to work, especially with mechanics, because when he drops back and he plants that back foot and when he starts going to a throwing motion, and when he puts it back down, that's when his mechanics start you start to see the flaws in his mechanics, because his feet separation aren't as separated as he should.
Well, if you look at him when he was at Alabama, he didn't do that as much. Right, but when you look at him after the injury, it got worse.
And the one thing I want to point out too is the things I mentioned about his lower half and what his feet were doing. All of that is what causes that look of control coming off his hand. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like when we say it's got to come out like a cannon or like a shotgun. You know what I mean? That's dependent on those things. If you're a guy that doesn't have, let's face it, Josh Allen's arm, okay, fine, whatever. Nobody has to have that. But when, with for whatever reason, injury, physical problems, mechanics, psyche, whatever it is, when those mechanics break down, you end up trying to get distance out of the ball as if you're a catapult.
Yeah, you try to compensate.
Yeah, correct.
And a catapult has no way to control how that ball's trajectory is going to be.
Especially for a stocky guy like Tua, all of his power comes from his legs.
Right, and you notice that
when he drops
you notice that in his release, how it seems like he's always trying to. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing to focus on having a quick release, but you also have to do it within your own skill set and your own mechanics. Not everybody can be Dan Marino. And a lot of times it seems to me that he's trying to push that quick release too much, and that loses every bit of grip and control on the ball.
And people,
evident,
people have to say that.
I know people are going to hate me for this, but this is literally, in my opinion, the forces and dynamics that were at play in that crazy looking crappy throw to Mac Hollins in the Tennessee game. You can see it right there.
Yeah.
He's like trying to force a quick release, and look what it does to his hand control on the ball.
Yeah.
I've been there myself in the backyard. I've done that. We've all have when we've tried to push a throw. You know what I mean?
Of course.
But we have to admit that that's why it's happening. We can't say, oh, no, he's a perfect quarterback. That was everybody else's fault. The ball was wet or whatever we heard that week. You know what I mean? Let's call it what it is so it can be corrected.
For me, man,
what I'm seeing here on this night video is those things have been corrected, at least on this underwear field, whatever, no pads. I get
underwear
it.
Olympics.
Yeah. If that translates to the field, then we're golden, people. That's all I'm saying.
And you really can't blame anybody for being young either.
If that guy in that video right there, if I didn't know what his name or nothing was, if that you told me that guy was our quarterback and what he's doing right there were to translate to the field, I would have no concerns about our QB position going into this season.
Agreed.
David, you know why I say that's not the main reason? It's him being young. It's because coming out.
No, it's not the main. It's not the main reason. It's one of the reasons. It's not the main though.
Yeah. Okay. Coming out of college, I thought Tua's main attribute or one of his greatest strengths was his discipline in the pocket. It's because he had fluidity with his, just moving in the pocket and just keeping his eyes downfield. That's one of the main things I looked at too. I was like, man, that's when you say elite. with Tua, that's where he gets his elite talent from, being disciplined in the pocket. And people like to say he's a kinetic learner. He likes repetition. Well, it's because of his elite pocket presence. That's why he needs to be in the pocket. He needs to, learn his timing. He needs to be in tune with everybody else around him. It's not because of the plays. He needs to be in tune with everybody. He's a rhythmic passer. And just seeing that video right there, man, it makes me optimistic, man. It gives me optimism, man. I'm just so happy, man. I agree. I can't wait for this season.
Hey, I want to point out something real quick. What you said, because you think about another good game that a lot of people like to overlook was the Kansas City game. Kansas City, he had a lot of
Kansas City, bro. Kansas City.
Yeah, and you know why he had good games in Kansas City? Because he was playing with the second and third stringers. And if you think about it, in the beginning of camp, those were the guys he was throwing to the most. So the guys he had the most, he was playing in that game with the guys he had the most chemistry with. That's why I think he was playing so well, because he knew the timing better than the first stringers receivers.
And so Jeremiah Kelly says the ball was wet and Tua was just off. QBs ain't going to be perfect. Well, yeah, I'm not saying that the wetness didn't have anything to do with it. That probably compounded what I'm talking about. But if you really because obviously everybody has played that video so many times over and over again that you start to be able to actually analyze the guy's psyche because you've seen the play so many times. You know what I mean? And it just seems to me that he's like trying to force a quick release right there. Is what it looks like.
I think there's overanalyzation we can all do in this time of year.
Sure.
But I think we can all agree Tua looks healthy as can get up, man. He's looking
absolutely.
He's looking good physically. I even go back to when they were on the winning streak last year and Tua had bad performances, and watching, I don't want to say bad performances, but definitely weren't up to par. I think he was playing a little injured, and I think he got healthier as he went on.
And I actually think it was the ribs lingering more than the hip, El Capitan, to be honest with you.
I completely and utterly agree. And I think in that Tennessee game, he was feeling them a little bit, which is why they were sailing or dropping. Let's just hope that, this offensive line doesn't allow him to get blindsided one too many times where he's going and playing through injury because of the pressure. Let's be real. He's got extra pressure on him this year.
Yeah.
I think overall, if you look at how he's built his body this season, I think I think he's built to take on the grueling hits a little bit more. I think he's expecting the pressure that he had the previous season, and that's why he's put on. It looks like he's gained a little bit of weight, especially in his legs and his upper shoulders.
Now, here's another thing. There's no way for us to confirm that a bunch of rich athletic celebrities are pulling wool over. There's no real way to win this video. But if we take them at your word, hold on,
Vonjo, feedback.
Yeah, man.
I got it. If we are to just take it for face value, look, they don't have to be doing this right now.
No, he
Let's
doesn't.
give credit where it's due.
Putting himself out there for the criticism.
And also the workout itself. They don't have to be doing this right now.
No, this is in fact the time he should be taking off. But the fact that he's still out there grinding shows that he has respect.
Well, what it tells me is he's having fun throwing the football.
For his craft. He loves the game. Yeah.
He wants to get out there and spin it. And I know when I'm throwing the football and I'm on, I got to get a buddy to throw ball and just get out there every day until it goes away. You know what I mean? It's fun when you can spin the ball good. It's fun to do. That's why we like the game.
I think also, too, just from his perspective, and this is just me projecting, obviously, it's probably the first time, and I mean, his trainers said it, it's the first time that he's probably at 100% health, where now everything he's doing is to become better than he's ever been. So that's where I want to put the bar. Is that
I disagree.
Gentlemen, good evening, gentlemen. Good evening.
Learning the playbook.
Hey, Vonjo, what's up, brother?
Hey, man,
What's up, Vonjo? Also, welcome everybody. Welcome to the no grudge zone.
Be safe,
Thomas
brother.
Jensen.
You on the road?
Yeah, I'm on the road, man. I just came from a day date with the wife, so
Oh, word! Hell yeah! I love
so
to see that.
I went to go pick up some pizza for the kids because ain't nobody cooking shit. So fuck that.
I love that.
I like that.
It's the weekend, man. Take it easy.
So I just had a quick because I was listening in, since I'm by myself and my wife not around, so I was like, all right, I could patch in real quick.
Nice.
So, but I was just like, yo, real quick, I think again, earlier this morning, I saw the video and I was like, yeah, 10 to 15 yard out timing, everybody's whooping. And I was like, yo, I'm annoyed that we're so hype about that.
I know how you're. I totally knew that's what you were gonna say, Vonjo.
Hold up, but Culler, you feel me? Like, yo, really? A 10, 15 yard out?
But that's why I try to put the caveat out there every time we get these hype videos that yes, we all are in agreement that it is total hype.
Yeah, I'm like,
in my defense, Vonjo.
Here's the thing, Vonjo. The video don't lie.
Let me finish though. The fact that as a fan base, we're hype about it. Like, yo, this is a basic throw that every QB should be able to make in the NFL level. No, am I tripping?
Well, yeah. That's why we're setting the stage to say there's nothing wrong with our NFL level quarterback.
Okay, so
for me, it's much deeper than that, bro. It's not the
see
throw.
what I'm saying, Vonjo?
It's not the throw. It's what led to the
setting
throw.
proper expectations because one side of the fence has way too high expectations, and the other side of the fence has zero expectations.
Got you.
When somewhere it should be that, hey, what I'm saying here is for all of those that think that we don't even have an NFL level quarterback, well, this guy in this video appears to be one. You know what I mean?
Okay, I got you because I saw it and I was just like, oh, cool.
That's all I'm to set the right spot. Like, so if everything falls off a cliff next year, nobody can say that we didn't have an NFL level quarterback.
But Culler, this is why I gave pushback on the video is I don't give a damn about the underwear and because I need to see what happens when there's chaos around you.
Oh, absolutely.
I need you to make that same throw on time without hesitation.
And to your point, Vonjo, I actually expect to see some more of that to start the season. I don't think that's quite going to be weeded out just yet because he's got to be able to fail, walk back to the sideline and somebody say, you just did this and it's okay. Don't do it next time.
Because, my evaluation from him last year is due to our O-line that his clock was broken. Like there was something mentally broken in him. Like it's either he didn't trust.
But a lot of that has to do with confidence in what you're doing. Confidence in your own body and comfort in the play you're operating.
Exactly, but at the same time, you got to be comfortable within what's happening around you. That
okay,
I'm not going to get hurt. I could trust myself to make this throw. I could trust the people around me that they're going to protect me, so I could step into this throw.
Sure.
But if you don't have that confidence and you feel that pressure that's not even there, that phantom pressure, you're not going to step in and deliver that throw like it's supposed to be.
I think the most important thing that he's actually probably figured out for himself is it's not the end of the world if he fails.
That too. And that's hopefully McDaniel will give him that confidence. Like, hey, you failed. Hey, man, it's okay.
Yeah. Well, what I mean is even overall, like if he has to walk away for himself, I think he just wants to do it with his head held high. Like it's okay. That doesn't mean he's gonna. That doesn't mean he expects to. But what it does do is it takes the personal pressure off. He's not putting any pressure on himself. We can say, yeah, Tyreek's comments, all this other stuff, the building up the team. We can say all that puts pressure on him, but he ain't putting any on himself.
For sure.
And that may be what's important.
But Culler, I'm about to go into a dead zone. I'd just like to say, man, you're 3 hours in after doing 7 hours yesterday? Jimmy,
day before, but yeah. We'll count
That's
it.
That's what I'm talking about, man. Hey, drive that bus for the community, man. Hey,
you're a loyalist,
so far. Great panel so far. I've been listening in. I can't stay for long because it's Friday is my day off, and hey, when I get back home, the wife wants my undivided. So
it's okay, man.
Hey, stay safe on the road, bro.
Every minute with you is a pleasure, bro.
Hey, the queen gets
Von
what she
Joe,
wants. So
Von Joe, go home and dim the lights. So Von Joe, go home and dim the lights and spend some time with the old lady, brother.
now we
Put
can't
on
dim
a
the, we
little
can't dim the
Barry
lights till
White.
8:30, baby. That's when the kids go to sleep. When the
Oh, all
kids go
right,
to
I got
sleep,
you,
There you
dog.
go.
Listen,
There you
I
go.
got him too, brother. We there. I know what time
hey,
it
when the
is.
kids go to sleep, that's when you turn. That's when you switch the light bulbs to the red light bulbs, baby.
Little
Oh
Miles
yeah,
Davis.
The red
There
room.
you go.
yep. Take the red hanky and throw it over the light bulb.
Oh,
You don't
Coming
do that.
soon, ladies and
You just get the
gentlemen.
red light bulb, man. Amazon,
yeah.
they're like
Vaughn
2 bucks.
OnlyFans.
There it is. Hey, I got my OnlyFan. You feel me?
Yeah.
But hey, man, you guys take care, man. Fins up.
Yeah.
You too.
Later, Von Joe.
All right, Von Joe.
We'll
wanna
call
make
it.
a
We'll call
comment.
it Vonely. We'll call it Vonely fans with a V in front of it.
I think for me the video is
Von Joe fans.
I think the video for me most importantly is highlighting the motion and how you can tell if you look at the angle that the camera is setting, it's not about how far the ball went or the how accurate or anything like that. It's about him and stepping into his throw, his body, his hips, and his throwing motion. That's what it's highlighting to me. And I think it's good. I think regardless if it was 15 yards or 30 yards or 50 yards.
Yeah, and to Von Joe's point, we just want to see that zip out and play when he's got 50 guys draped on him. And, you know.
Yeah. And that's the part I do agree with him. Go ahead.
Hey, Culler, you know what? Today I gained the most respect for Von Joe. And you know why?
Why's that?
I found out he was a Gators fan too. So.
Oh, damn. Man, you guys are piling on us now. God.
Hey, whatever happened to that other dude that was a Gators fan?
Brandon the Bookie, he's still around.
No, not Brandon. Starts with a S. Can't remember. He was a young kid with Squid Game.
Squid Games.
Squid Game's got a new job, so he's listening. He'll try to get in and on when he can, man.
The walls are closing in, man. Like Tonks a Gators fan. God, man.
Listen, it's the Gator fans that I've always got along with. I'm always gotten along with Gators fans.
Maybe that's been our problem, El Capitan. Maybe they've been secretly thwarting our efforts and we just don't know it.
At least
yeah,
it's
you
not
know what?
FSU.
I don't think they're that smart, colors. So that's
taking our energy and all
that's
that.
True.
They're not that smart.
So. I agree.
Hey, listen, nobody that graduated from a Florida university is that smart. So.
They call FSU the nasty when you go up there. So, like, honestly, I kind of agree, I guess.
Why, it gives you the gift that keeps on giving, chlamydia?
Yes.
Oh, damn.
It's just a party town. It's just a party
So,
town.
El
when you gotta
Cap,
go there.
so Iceman's debuting his Canes talk show tonight at around 10 o'clock.
Oh, yes. First time. So hopefully I do a good job. Hopefully.
You gonna grace us with an 8 o'clock show, or you wanted to take over?
Oh, bro,
from
I'm not even home yet, dude. Not even home yet. Maybe I'll push it back a little bit for Iceman.
I mean,
go earlier.
You need to do what you need to do, man. Like if you're gonna live stream. It's all good.
I don't know if I'll be able to go earlier. I gotta think. See, right now, for all those who don't know, El Capitan's in a bit of a change. Culler alluded to it earlier. I'm probably gonna pull up roots and take a job in Central Florida. That's just gonna really put me out for a little bit, but it's gonna be a really good job. That I don't know. It's a much more secure long-term thing, and so I might even end up changing the entire showtime come season if the job is starting and on a regimen. You know what I'm saying?
You gonna be moving to O-Town?
No, not O-Town. Over St. Augustine area, back where I was at.
That's a nice place.
That's a nice area, man.
I went there a long time ago.
Hopefully it's cheaper than South Florida.
It's not, but it doesn't matter because the job is going to be a really good job. You know, I'll be a superintendent, job site manager, so something along those lines. So we'll figure that out. But
okay,
right.
I got to start putting together the resume for it, and they want it out. So I'm going to be doing that until showtime. That's why I can't go on early.
Right
or else
on.
I would.
Well,
I respect that. I
so
respect that.
I'll probably just ride a little bit longer then, and we'll call it a day for us. And
I'll be back.
because I'm kind of like excited to see what Iceman's got to say about the Canes tonight. So
Yeah, I'm gonna go take a nap at about 6:30. Wake up about 9. My old self.
Oh man, David,
yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll
David,
just ride out a little bit longer. And what do you think?
Yeah, I mean,
Carry
you're in
Cap
and out,
all the way
though.
home.
So you're going to be talking about how the Hurricanes lost out on that 5-star wide receiver that Ohio State picked up, right?
No.
The Hurricanes haven't.
I mean, we did pick up
the
a
highest they've got is a
Ooh.
4-star. The highest guy they've gotten yet is a
I'll give you
4-star
that. That was a
recruit
good
out of
Yeah.
South Florida. I forget the name of the school, but Canes haven't. I mean, the transfer portal's been really good to the Hurricanes.
Yeah.
But I would say that the recruiting has gotten better, but it's not there yet. And so, although there's a chance that the Canes and the Coastal can overachieve this year, especially because of the quarterback play we're going to have with, Van Dyke.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I think we need to all temper our expectation and really know that this is the year for the building block that's
Facts.
going to, in the next 2 to 3 years, the program
Yes,
is gonna
sir.
be,
and
is gonna be
also
back where it
also
needs
keep
to
in mind
be.
as that article I read pointed out, we didn't necessarily do great, but we did improve from last year at this stage of what we're talking about. You know what I mean? So like they were pointing out
Key
how
color,
what's that?
the key is this: because of Cristobal being here and his success with offenses, we're going to be getting quarterbacks that are quarterbacks you need in today's college football.
Right.
And he's going to be able to get the best out of them. And with that alone, along with keeping more of our homegrown talent, that's going to stabilize things. And with the NIL, along with Florida, being in Florida and everything else, there's just no way that if they hang on tightly for the next 2 years, it's going to shake out to where,
Exactly.
we sit atop in the college football playoffs. every
Straight
year.
nastiness is coming.
Yeah.
I think
But just give it time.
I think
give
top
it time.
recruits.
We haven't kept our homegrown talent.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, I think
that
top
is-
recruits
yeah,
are
that
looking
is
at
true.
You guys
Miami
keep losing them to Ohio
as
State.
a
I don't mind.
destination, but I think they're gonna wait to see how the first year plays out. If you guys end with a nice winning record,
smart.
Yes.
Cristobal's smart, and he and the athletic team need to come to terms with their requirements on the academics and the money it costs to go to that school and everything in consideration. They're gonna have to play ball a little bit and understand that you can't get kids that aren't planning on graduating from college that are gonna maybe they'll graduate, but that's because they're gonna graduate while they're in the NFL. They're only going to stay around 2-3 years. And if we're going to get that kind of talent back in the building, like the rest of the college football, they've got to understand that these kids, not that they're not going to be students, but that it's a private school, man. I get it. And it's the same thing that happened to private schools in the 90s and 2000s. In the 90s and 2000s, back when there wasn't a million people in Florida, private schools are killing it. But I mean, look at St. Thomas Aquinas. They go and they have sponsorship programs to go into inner city areas and give opportunity to young kids to get a better education and help them through the process. They didn't have the best starting out position, so you can't hold them to an above high standard and then call it even. It's not even that way. You know what I'm saying? And you got to give them a little bit more play, a little bit more leeway, and that's what.
Well, I think the best thing the Hurricanes did is get rid of Donna Shalala.
I'm sorry, who?
Donna Shalala.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean
the president? That's the best thing they did.
that is true. It's just like El Capitan said, it's the foundation. This is the year that we have to build, like we said, the culture, the foundation, the building blocks. It's going to be some pains and groans, but we're also going to see some stars that you guys don't even know the names of or never heard of, and they're going to be blowing up. But yeah.
Well, that's the thing too, Iceman. For tomorrow's camp, it's going to bring in people like not just from Florida. Like there's a lot of guys that are coming down there because they want to get close to Ed Reed or these guys that are going to be there.
Jason Taylor.
Yeah,
I know
Taylor, and
that
also
university-
even Cristobal himself. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know that. I hope we can land one of these 4-star, 5-star recruit guys. But if we can, I know we can get a couple. But the fact of the matter is, FSU, Gators, UCF, FAU, all those schools as well are going to get in on it because they got money now too. I mean, like ever since this new contract came out with the NCAA, that people now can pay for some players, get them on scholarships and get some money in their books and money on their pockets for food or whatever. Essentials basically like that. And you don't think that Miami's going to out top these people? I think they're going to try to their best secretly. Like El Capitan said, 2000 we did one of the biggest scandals ever. You guys already know. But honestly, I think we learned from that, and I think that we can work our way around that and honestly try to do something sneaky because we are Miami. But we are going to become those bad boys once again. Hopefully.
Everybody welcome the official Miami Dolphins troll named Pete. Pete is a troll, but I love him.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, Pete?
Nothing.
One thing I want to say though, real quick, is I think the football gods every day that Florida State didn't turn down Deion Sanders, because they would have been a powerhouse if he was the head coach right now.
Hey, Shake, one thing about me, and I don't get mad when you be dissing these colleges. I know you're a loyal Florida Gator fan, but one thing about me in college football is I'm a loyal Florida fan. So I like UM, I like the Gators, I like Florida State, I like all the college teams in Florida, to be quite honest. I'm the biggest college bandwagon fan you'll ever meet.
Well, at least you're honest on that. That's pretty good, Pete.
Because
I mean,
because the
nothing
thing
wrong
is,
liking the Florida.
when you know these little young athletes going into these colleges, you're just pretty much like a athlete chaser. You're there because
You're a fan of that. You're a fan of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of these players, they go all over Florida, and when they make it to the Florida teams, I love it and I praise them.
Did you say Seminoles? Did you say Seminoles?
All but the Seminoles.
Yep.
All but the Seminoles.
Wait, Pete, did you say Seminoles too?
I love Florida State.
I decked my ass. We nailed that son of a bitch.
I know. It's like loving the Dolphins and the Patriots in a way, right, Culler?
Yeah, a way.
Oh yeah. But they're in the home state. Hey, but check this out, because this is what I was thinking, right? Now this is Miami Dolphins stuff right here.
Oh boy,
This
here
is,
we go.
We're always talking about, listen clearly, it's not that bad, but it could be bad. It's real big, because this is what we're always talking about. What player can the Dolphins go and get and trade for? That seems to be the topic of discussion. Wait, David, let me finish. That seems to be the topic of discussion.
No, I was saying that you're the player, Pete.
No, Greer needs to trade himself. But listen, David, this is the question I have. What players on this team right now are you guys thinking that other teams can come over here and poach away from us in a trade?
I can say this, Pete. You can be the player because you're going to win every battle because you'll talk them to death.
Hey, Pete, I got a good one. We'll trade Chris Greer for Baker Mayfield. Straight up, Chris Greer for Baker Mayfield.
Hell.
They wouldn't even want to do that.
They wouldn't, no.
Greer. Look, there's a list that came out today, right? And I know this is a buffoonery list, but regardless, it just goes to show how much of a joke the Dolphins are. The list was ranking all teams, all 32 teams, on who will win in a street alley fight. And you have to combine the quarterback and the coach. And somebody actually made this
I can
list.
give you my answer, Pete, but nobody's going to like it.
I'm going to go with Toronto.
Listen, Culler. All I did was look at number 1, and at 32, I knew it was going to be McDaniel and Tua. We were
I know who it was.
That's not number one.
So to answer Pete's question, there is only one commodity on our team that any team would be looking at right now in the way that Pete is describing.
Tyreek.
And unfortunately, that person is Jalen Waddle.
Thank you, Culler. And you know why this has been eating me alive, Culler? What did I finish telling you guys that Tyreek Hill did to my Jalen Waddle comment on his page? He outright deleted it. And I've been thinking so long about Jalen Waddle to the point where I think a team is going to poach us. I honestly believe that.
And another thing, Pete, I just sat there and listened to Mike
Ramsey,
Florio on Joe Rose's show this morning vehemently talk about how Tyreek was only interested in number of targets. You know what I mean? And getting the ball.
This is big. This is big, bro.
I just don't know how they're going to share the field. I really don't.
I hope he's not a diva, but at the same time,
I'm not saying they can't. Hold on. I'm not saying they can't share the field. What I'm saying is, if Pete's going to pose the question that he did, then I would have to answer it with Jalen Waddle.
And that was good. I was going to wait for everybody. This is why I love Culler. He knows the player that I was going to call. It has to be Jalen Waddle, because when you look at his interview, he talks about, oh, week 2, they didn't pass me the ball and we lost. Week 3, they didn't pass him the ball and they lost. So what do you think he's going to say the moment that Tua is passing Jalen Waddle the ball and he gets more yardage, but they lose? He's going to blame it on Tua and Waddle, that if he would have got the ball, they could have won. And that's going to be a locker room problem. You guys felt I'm looking at all the signs and I'm starting to point them out. But again, Pete's a hater and Pete's a troll. But this is what goes on my little Dolphin Alley brain.
Hey, I'm going to actually play into what Pete's saying, actually, to his benefit. So, you know, earlier on, prior to us trading for Tyreek and prior to, it was around the time when we had all those Debo rumors going around, right? I mentioned to Mike on the mic that with that, the I Am Athlete interview, when they had Jamar Chase and Jalen Waddle sitting there and they were talking to Jalen Waddle, he didn't sound like he was going to be a Dolphin at that point. If you actually listen to what he said and how he said it, it was almost like he was unsure of things. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. And I can see why you took it that way. But the way I took it was like, man, this man has no like no moxie in him. He's just a coach's guy. He's never going to be a Tyreek Hill type receiver.
But Pete, to Ali's point, that could be a sign. That could be a signal of indifference.
Hey, Culler, I got to write out, guys. But I appreciate you guys.
Take it easy, guys. We'll catch you later, buddy.
All right, man. I appreciate you guys. Peace.
Go ahead. What you were saying, Culler.
Oh, I was saying it could be a sign of indifference on his part, on Waddle's part.
To me, it looks like a lion that gave up the pride.
Right.
He just gave
That's
it up.
what I
Like,
mean.
he's not, it's like there's no way he's not. So now Jalen Waddle's the one that's not happy. Let's just be honest here. He's not happy. The face of the franchise is here to take all his targets. This is unreal.
And where else? And ask yourself this: is he going to take him from Gesicki? Otherwise, that means Gesicki's the tradable one.
Good one, Culler. That's a good one. Because I mean,
read my mind.
Devontae Parker literally left here. He didn't want to waste his career. That's what he said to the coach. That's why he didn't want to play with Tua. Now you got Mike Gesicki in one of his biggest contract years ever, who, I don't care what anybody tells me, he was open so many times last year, and Tua failed to deliver the ball to him because he decided to check it down, and you could see it clear on film where he's pounding the ball and he's stumping.
And where do we have the biggest quantity of riches with the least amount of injuries right now? The wide receiver room. That's where we have to make room. Not at tight end.
I hear
Bro,
guys
you're just encouraging him.
Pete. Do you have faith?
Hey, but you guys
I told you you weren't going to like it, David.
Pete, do you have faith in Teddy Bridgewater?
Give me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes because I'm getting a call. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
What was your question?
That's Waddle calling. That's Waddle calling you.
Do you guys have faith in Teddy Bridgewater?
No.
I do. Yeah.
So check this out.
Not as a starting quarterback, no.
Hold on. This is a real stat. He just complained because Tua decided to check down, right? That's what Pete just complained about, right? Guess who the check down king is? And this is a legit stat. Teddy Bridgewater has checked down way more than 50% of this league.
Yeah, but you make too much sense. No one's going to listen to you.
Yeah, but
I hear you. I hear you. But that,
that
I'm just
doesn't,
an
that
oxymoron.
doesn't affect one way or another whether I believe in Teddy. It just means that I believe in him for that reason. Okay.
No. My argument is that we're going to have the same arguments. Do you understand what I'm saying? We're going to have the same concerns a season later. Like, all he does is check down. Well, that's the type of quarterback that he is.
But see, nobody's advocating to keep Teddy over Lamar Jackson. That's the point.
Oh, I want Lamar Jackson, dude. Bring him up. We should have
Well,
traded.
that's what I'm saying. If we're talking about like Tua being gone next season, it's not coming down to him and Teddy. It's coming down to Teddy and Lamar.
I understand, but if Teddy Bridgewater had to back up Tua and we didn't have Lamar or anybody,
I'd be fine with it. Yeah, I'd be just as comfortable as I am today.
Okay. Well, I'm just warning you because all the people that complain about checkdowns, that's who Teddy is. That's the type of quarterback that he is. So that's what I'm trying to make a point to.
I guess I just don't look at checkdowns the same way as most people do.
Well, I mean, to be
most people,
honest, go ahead. No,
I was gonna say most people don't realize that everybody wants to bring up that Teddy Bridgewater and Tua have identical stats, which, like you said, stats can be deceiving as far as throwing the ball.
Mm-hmm.
So excuse me, guys.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. That can be deceiving. I agree with you. The biggest thing for me is Teddy came back from a horrific injury, just like what Tua has, and that's what they have in common. Man, we got color all over the place. We got beat writer, color comments. I thought I was in the Matrix, man. Color.
Nope, I'm going on the move. So now I'm beat rider color.
Ooh, that's good. So, no, that's.
I'll be riding on
did
the
you
beat.
read my name?
No, I didn't. I can't see it on my phone. What does it say?
Beat writer, biggest fan.
TFTGs.
See, temporarily though, you have to change it to RIDER.
Yeah.
I'm gonna change my name to Spanky D. Because I'd be spanking y'all with my takes.
Oh man.
You be changing it to as long as you believe.
That's gonna be an interesting hashtag there, David. It'll be Spanky D versus Steven D.
Yeah, I know, right?
Make sure you spell it ZLONG. As long as you believe.
Hey, can I make my comment on Pete's terrible takes?
Sure, bro. Go ahead.
By the way, hey, Culler, how you doing, brother?
Pretty good. I tried to welcome you earlier. I don't know if you were able to hear me or not.
Everybody was talking. I know.
Yeah, I was saying, welcome to the no grudge zone. How you been, man?
Hey, was there ever any friction between Duper and Clayton?
I don't know. Nothing reported anyway. But again, we didn't have our team shoved up our butts back then either.
Okay, how about Rice and Taylor? Was there a lot of friction there?
Again, we wouldn't know.
I don't think so. They both were having 1,000-yard seasons together.
Well, yeah. So the default answer is no. But again, we could say we just don't know.
Was there friction between OJ McDuffie and Lamar Thomas?
Not that I know of.
I know before he when Lamar Thomas was with the Buccaneers, he hated him. OJ hated him, but he said they're best of friends now or something like that to that effect.
Oh, I'll even go a step further. You had Matt Moore, Duper, and Clayton. Was there friction? No.
I don't think so.
Wait, I mean,
the only friction was them catching the ball and from Dan Marino. That's the only friction.
Seems like you're leading us to a point, Thomas.
Stallworth and Lynn Swan. Was there friction between those two?
I don't know. What about Largent and whoever his counterpart was?
I almost spit out my water.
How about here's more recent Diggs and oh my God, the white guy. when they were
there's
with Minnesota?
definitely friction between Diggs and Thielen. Absolutely.
There was?
Yeah, Diggs wasn't getting the ball and Thielen was upstaging him. Absolutely, there was friction there.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I mean, the closest thing that we have is when we had Cooper Kupp and OJ. What's his name? OBJ.
Yeah.
That's going to be the closest.
I don't
thing.
think that was friction. I think
not friction, but
there
that's
may be there, and there may have been something between old Landry and
OBJ. Caller, did we lose you? All right, due to technical difficulties, I am the host now. So everybody, no, I'm just kidding. Make sure you hit like, subscribe, comment, and channel. Tell a friend, tell your wife. Saturday nights, let me tell you.
No.
Welcome back, Culler.
Hello.
Hi, Culler. Welcome back.
All right, am I back? All right, cool. Yeah, apparently I can't put my I can't tap out my backlight.
Yeah, I understand. So you were saying that with Landry and OBJ, there was not friction. Is that what you're
No,
saying?
I think there might have been.
There might
to be
have been.
honest with
Okay.
you. Yeah.
All right. My point of bringing up OBJ and Cooper Kupp is because I don't think that there was friction, but in comparison to Tyreek and a Jalen Waddle, I think that's the closest thing you're going to get to two either really good or one elite, one really good receiver. That's basically what I'm saying.
But that's precisely what makes him tradable. Is that
this is true.
Mm-hmm. Florio harped on it this morning about Tyreek in Kansas City. He referred to Hardman and Pringle as 2A, 2B at best.
I don't rate Mekar Hardman. I apologize. Like some people do. I think he's a little bit overrated, and I actually think he's a W3 personally. I think he's wide receiver 3.
Right, and I think Florio was also trying to make the point because he watches our show, so he knows I've made the point.
Florio, how's everything? Hopefully you had a good day.
Right, so Florio, since he watches our show, was obviously trying to make the same point I've made, is that we may see a regression in Patrick Mahomes.
I think that's legit.
Could be.
I don't think it's going to be a super regression, and I don't think Mahomes is all of a sudden doesn't have the skills he has. I'm just saying that production-wise, let's face it, look at Tyreek's first year. He produced the same numbers for Alex Smith.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point.
Nobody would argue Alex Smith is as good as Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
And Alex Smith should we? Because what I'm saying though is you can have a superior skill set, but does it make you a better quarterback? Does it make you as productive? No, it doesn't. It just makes you look better in the backyard. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, does it help in those weird situations where you got to make some crazy throw and you do? Absolutely. So he does elevate. He elevated Mecole Hardman and Brian Pringle, but he didn't elevate Tyreek. Quite the contrary.
That's Tyreek is, but in my opinion, the most explosive player in the NFL.
Yeah, and Thomas, it only takes a second to watch him from the secondary's point of view. When you watch him do what he does in the secondary to get himself in an open spot of the field for Patrick Mahomes to be able to close his eyes and chuck the ball up. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's ridiculous what he's doing back there. He's making DBs look stupid.
And he's built like a tank, so he can take the hits across the middle. He's going to be slanting, doing all kinds of things in this offense.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean,
and if he's even, he's leaving. It's not even close. He's leaving by a lot. And you got Waddle that can, from start to stop, is at full speed within like 5 yards.
Well, ask yourself this question. Who else would it be like as far as cutting bait on the wide receiver room somebody that's got enough trade value to be worth getting rid of him, and somebody that is actually like a wealth of riches at a certain skill set or a certain purpose. You know, if you're asking me, okay, maybe Cedric Wilson might not be a Jalen Waddle, but in our offense, Cedric Wilson can perform the function that Jalen Waddle was going to perform. And it's not fair to Jalen Waddle to have him in a situation where he can't get himself another Hall of Fame season. And so there's where your indifference comes from Jalen Waddle. He sees the forest from the trees. You know what I mean? And to be honest with you, it's not when you say, okay, who's going to be the guy? First of all, Jalen Waddle would get us the most value. And secondly, with what we plan to do with him, we're not seeing a drop-off to Cedric Wilson or to whoever may be the guy that performs that same function. So business-wise, it makes sense that Waddle's the guy. Pete has a point.
And here's the other part of it, though. I'm going to play devil's advocate. Don't you think having a player like Tyreek on the other side of the field with you makes your job much easier, because now the defense has to focus not just on you, but a lot on the other person?
Well, of course, but they still have to do that with the other guys we have. The only thing that saves Waddle is that obviously we still got him really, really cheap. So, you know, a team's going to have to give us a haul and basically give him his contract.
I want 3 first-round picks.
But a team's also going to have to be willing to give him his contract when he's still got, what, 3 years left on his rookie, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
So that's the big thing, too. Maybe Waddle's not the guy, you know?
Hey, Culler and guys, I would love to stay, but I have to go cook dinner for the family, so.
We appreciate your time, man.
Definitely. I'll see you guys later. I'll see you guys on Iceman Show.
Right on, man. I'm taking everybody through the neighborhood, so when I get back, I might run around.
Say hi to
Final
that
thoughts.
Patriots fan that lives near you. You guys have a good night.
You too.
You too, Ollie.
Thanks.
No, I'm in good company. I'm passing by this little place called McKenna's, and they got nothing but Dolphin fans sitting out front all the time.
Taking a road trip?
Yeah, I'm on the move right now. That's why it says beat rider color commentary instead of writer. I'm actually riding the beat right now. Oh, Top's got something going on too over here. Always got to be something on Fridays in South Florida. People can't just drive home. Oh, I'm at the wrong place anyway. I forgot I got to go across the street. I need coffee. Ugh, brutal. So we're winding down with people now. What's going on, everybody? Nobody else. I guess we could wait a second to see if Pete comes back, but I don't have much else to talk about, so I'm going to probably start final thoughts, and we'll see what happens. What do you say, Thomas?
Sounds like a plan.
All right. We'll give them up, man. And by the way, you ain't got nothing to worry about, bro. No apologies are ever needed around the fence.
No, man, I got tough skin, man. We agree to disagree on things. That's all.
That's why I said we're the no grudge zone here.
Yeah,
O'Reilly had his no spin zone. We got the no grudge zone.
I admit I probably said it the wrong way. What I should have said more was blind loyal fans more than passionate, because we're all passionate. We're all passionate fans. They're more blind loyal fans now that keep going to the games,
which is a good thing for the future. Which I could agree with you is a good thing for the future. Absolutely, because blind loyal fans spend money. You know.
Yep.
So I get it. I get what you were trying to say.
Yeah, that was disrespectful. I didn't need to throw. We were throwing F-bombs, but I didn't need you to say, to tell the host to shut his effing mouth. I was a couple of private stocks in at that point, so I apologize. I'm a man when I know I'm wrong, and I was wrong at that point, and I have no problem apologizing, dude. Uh-oh. What happened to you, Color? You going to dead zone? I guess I'm hosting the show now.
All right.
Just remember, you got Ali Saturday night.
Yep.
You got color commentary on Thursdays.
Don't
And
forget
you got
TMI Tuesdays with Tonk.
yeah, TMI Tuesdays with Tonk.
Yep.
And then all the other days is El Capitan. There he is. He's back.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah.
My for some reason StreamYard don't let you time out your phone.
Well,
Like that's dumb.
I don't know if you heard me or not, but I said I'm a man that it takes a man to admit when they're wrong, and I apologize because he can't be telling the host to shut his effing mouth, and I was wrong.
And at the same time, I could have handled it differently as a host, so we could sit here and take fault and blame each other all night, you know. But the fact of it is, you know, that's what it means. That's why we're the no grudge zone, because we don't have to do all that. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So, like I said earlier, no apologies needed, man. You ain't got to worry.
Well, we're all passionate fans, so we're always going to speak our minds.
And if the worst you're doing to me is telling me to shut the fuck up at 3 a.m, we're probably doing something good. We probably were just both just tired. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you.
Like when I used to listen to the replays, I still listen to the replays. But when I was listening to replays, one of my favorite ones was when Culler and Wooback got in it, and Wooback told him to get his own show.
Yeah.
I heard that one. That was a good
one. But there again, and it's nothing I faulted Wooback for. I actually apologized to him because it wasn't even his fault. He was as much a victim as anybody else working with false information that gets put out there about people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, you know,
But
it's like,
at the end of the day, you guys are best of friends. You know what I mean? He's a good dude. You both,
for the same reason that he took time to go and research and say, wait a minute, that seems weird. I went in like
we keep losing Color.
You know what I'm saying? So he goes back and looks, and then comes back and hey, well, he goes back and looks, and comes back and says, hey, I was wrong, and apologized. You know what I mean? So, you guys hearing me? Okay.
Yeah, we're hearing you now. You cut out a little bit, but you're back.
So so he being the respectful person he is, went back and looked, came back and said I was wrong, apologized. You know.
Are you wrapping it up because Crypto wants to chime in? He wants to tell you how Devontae Parker is coming back to the Dolphins and gonna make a remarkable comeback.
He's coming back around. It's now 55-45 too.
Yeah, tell him to come in. I don't see him back there yet, but tell him to come in.
No, you got drop the link for him.
Drop the link, I think.
Oh, gotcha. Shake, you a mod? You could probably do it for me if you could. Shake. Oh, Shake left.
He left?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. It's just us now. Did he just go backstage?
No, he cut out. So he has mods, so he could post the link. Hold on a second. Let me get it. Copy. Oh, bear with me.
Just you and me, Color.
I got it. I just posted it.
There you go. Hopefully it'll come up. I got a private chat here.
Right on.
Oh, I think El Capitan just said I'm back. Private chat.
Cool. Hold on, I gotta bring him in. Oh, look, everybody's showing up now.
There we go. Show that never goes away. Uh-oh, Tony's back.
And Crypto.
Hey, Crypto. Hey,
I can't hear nobody. I probably need to go back out and come back in again. I can't get you on my headset. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I hear you, no. Let me go back in and tell my mic to work. I'm gonna come back out and go in. Give me a second.
I can hear you, Crypto. Hey, one of the mods take care of that spam for me, because I don't have the ability to block it right now.
Hey, Culler. Are you excited for the possibility of us getting one of the top high school quarterbacks in the nation, in Jaden Rashada, for the Hurricanes?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I haven't heard much about it.
Yeah, where the crystal balls are predicting us to land this kid. They're saying this kid, like the way he plays, reminds them a little bit of Donovan McNabb. This kid, like the way he plays, reminds them a little bit of.
Getting a little bit of feedback here.
TFTG.
Oh, I took care of those bots for you.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
So, did you hear me, Culler?
Yeah, I heard you somewhat. This is tricky on this phone, man. I don't know how these people do it on their phone, bro.
Yeah, but they were comparing this kid to, like, the way he plays, the young kid. They were comparing his play style to Warren Moon or Donovan McNabb, like how he throws the ball and stuff like that.
So I got everybody in that needs to be in right now, right?
Crypto went back out.
Okay, I did see him back there. Hold on. Crypto. Nope, he's gone. All right, so he's not.
I don't know what
right
happened.
now.
He was here and he went back out.
Okay.
So Culler, why do you disagree with what I said earlier in the stream about the whole thing with Peyton?
Because the thing of it is that if what the scenario I laid out, now if you're talking about average mediocre season, or even if we did good, like, had a winning season and eked into the playoffs, whatever. I mean, but if you're talking about going to the brink of the Super Bowl with a first-year head coach, and your whole intention was to find one of these guys that were, that nobody saw coming and, was a prodigy or whatever, then you found him in that case. Your search is over. You see what I'm saying? It's not like a quarterback where you're like, oh, there's always that guy that can be better, and we only made it to the edge of the Super Bowl, so we're gonna keep our search open for a better quarterback. It's not the same with a coach. You get a guy in his
all you need
first
to
year,
do is get to the brink.
right?
Yeah.
Right. You get a guy in his first year. I would argue, like Crypto is, even to the playoffs.
Yeah.
But he gets to the brink of the Super Bowl and you lose the championship game. No, Peyton doesn't even come into our radar anymore.
I mean,
because it's a matter of just, sometimes you got to have a little bit of luck as well.
Right. We're making a gamble.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. We're making a gamble to begin with by trying to find that young prodigy that nobody saw coming. You see what I'm saying? And so if we got that guy and he takes us to the playoffs, I mean,
yeah, I guess because everybody is 0-0, unless you just once you get to the playoff and it's obviously you losing because of the coach, then it's different.
Well, yeah, but even then, I mean, I guess, but
because coaches can cost you playoff games.
Yeah, that's true.
And here's the reason why I say, Sean, I see what I look at the track record of a Peyton. He has multiple NFC championship games. Championships and stuff like that, but he has a track record of actually winning the big games and stuff like that. That's what worries me about. And with McDaniel, he's been stuck in one system, the McDaniel system, his whole career. He hasn't.
No, that's not true, Tony. Tony, that is not true. He's been with multiple coaches. He's been with Kyle Shanahan the longest, but he's been with different coaches.
No, but he's been with other coaches that have been underneath the Shanahan system, is what I'm saying. The Mike Shanahan system. I'm not saying Kyle Shanahan
got
Color's
the
at the
Motor
drag
Speedway
track.
out there. Yeah.
Color's out there
It's like
dragging
the Indy
doing
500.
drag. Don't get pulled over, Color.
That's how we roll down here, guys. That's how we roll down here.
Daytona Beach.
Telling you. That might have been Mike McDaniel in his McLaren just now. It just rolled by. That might have been.
Yeah, but
this could have been.
Alex, this is where I disagree with you. He's been in the Mike Shanahan system his whole career.
By the way, it's not Alex. It's Shake. Thank you. Please don't call me Alex.
He said y'all got the same voice.
That being said,
no disrespect to Alex, but I'm me and he's him. You know what I mean?
Well, that being said, reminder, ladies
that's
and
your
gentlemen,
parallel universe brother.
right? And that being said, reminder that the timeout rule is in effect. You know.
My mistake, Shake. That's where I disagree with you.
Wait, that his name is Alex?
No. Before I called him Alex by accident.
Oh, okay. We got you.
Yeah, but that's where I disagree with you, Shake. Is I understand he's been underneath other coaches, but he's been in the Mike Shanahan system his whole career. He's never been in other coaching systems his career and during his coaching career. That's what I'm saying. I would rather have him gone to another coaching system, maybe go to Sean Payton, then become a head coach.
How many systems has Sean Payton been in? Sean Payton has been in the Bill Parcells system his whole life too.
Exactly.
But see, the problem with even making that argument is that nobody in the history of football has ever done that. Like if he goes bye-bye, he's going to another head coaching job, or he's taking a demotion at another team. If we're talking about he got us to the playoffs in his first year and we fire him for whatever reasons, he's getting another head coaching job.
Yeah, but veteran.
Just like Adam Gase did. Gase did.
Yeah, Culler Thomas. You've seen veteran coaches get fired for less for not winning in the playoffs.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I've seen veteran coaches get fired for less.
Any coach in the history of the NFL has ever been fired taking his team to an AFC or NFC championship game.
That's not true. That's not true. I'm sure it's happened, and I don't want to speak out of turn because I don't have my computer in front of me.
Mariucci got fired after he took San Francisco to the NFC Championship.
John Harbaugh took him to the Super Bowl and got fired. Same team.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Coaches have gotten fired for less or more than what you're saying McDaniel might accomplish is what I'm saying. So no coaches, no matter how successful you are.
That was Jim Harbaugh, by the way, not John. I don't know why I said John.
Right.
Yeah, no, but you understand where I'm coming from. Culler is no matter how successful you're in the playoffs, you can still get fired.
Yes, that's absolutely true. But if you're talking about what our mission has been, we have been exclusively looking for just this very coach to get lucky on, to say, oh, we found the next guy that nobody knew about. You know what I mean? We want another Don Shula. We want a guy that was born, well, even though Shula coached somewhere else, I get that part, but for all intents and purposes, we want a guy like Shula where he's born, bred, and raised Miami and never does anything else. And everybody was like, how'd they get that guy? You know what I mean?
Actually, Shula won championship. He won an.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, bro. But that's still not what I mean. Okay. That's just that was the nature back then. What I'm saying is, if he can, okay. So to your point, if Ross can top that and get a guy that's never been anywhere else, you know what I mean? Same thing. Okay, he wants his cake. He wants his cake and eat it too. He wants the Super Bowl like he keeps claiming, but he also wants it a certain way. That's what he's shown the last 25 years or last 20 years with the coaching carousel. So
if we're going after if our search is for a coach that nobody saw coming, that's a young prodigy, and we find a guy that takes us all the way to the brink of the Super Bowl, it's going to be hard for another coach to take that guy's job.
Yeah, no. If you really want a prodigy, and you should have gone to, what is it called? You should have tried to get Ryan Day from Ohio State or Lincoln Riley before he went to USC.
Right, but according to what they sold everybody, that wasn't the hot name. My only point is, and I think you're coming around to it, is that, you know, you got a guy that precisely was what you were looking for, and you rolled the dice, and you got snake eyes or whatever the hot dye is. I don't know. You know.
Yeah, the snake eyes.
Right. So why would you then say, "Oh, hey, come over here, dude, be our coach," when you got the snake eyes already? You got what you've been looking for.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but can you understand the point of view I'm coming from?
Yeah, absolutely, because we both know that one little hair up, especially up Ross's ass, could mean anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, Ross. The way Ross is like, what is the term I'm going to use? What I compare Ross to is like a teacher who is not, like, blames the students for not learning when they're not doing their job correctly. Is what I compare Ross to.
What I compare Ross to is Mr. Burns.
Oh, no, you're offending Mr. Burns. That's just an offense. Mr. Burns is a better businessman.
Well, nobody can knock Ross's business. I was going to say, nobody can knock Ross's business acumen. We're just knocking his football acumen.
Hey, also, let's not get carried away. Peyton ain't, he's not a Bill Walsh or a Chuck Noll or Don Shula or Belichick. Has been to multiple Super Bowls. He got the one Super Bowl. And they
and by the way, but to Thomas's point, it isn't, if you really look at what they've been doing in New Orleans since he's been there with Kamara and all of that going, they're doing what Mike McDaniels is about to do.
Yeah, I mean, with all the talent that team's had over the years,
people don't realize. Look at the schemes and compare them. Kamara was Debo long before Debo was Debo.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Kamara has been Debo for 5 years.
Culler, if you think about it, New Orleans is exactly like Green Bay.
Mm-hmm.
Talented team year in and year out, and only been to the dance once.
Okay, no, and I have a question actually.
Thomas, now you got to be careful because we could easily say, well, what's the difference maker?
For me, for the Green Bay situation, I can blame Aaron a little bit, but I can ever since
we're not allowed to say what the difference maker is.
Yeah, but for me, I blame Aaron a little bit, and also blame the front office. Since Ted Thompson passed away, they've been struggling drafting players for some odd reason. Like, they're not good with first.
I don't know how the narrative got switched all of a sudden that Green Bay has ever provided anything for Aaron Rodgers. They precisely haven't, and it's widely reported that they haven't.
Yeah, they like drafting a wide receiver once in a while.
No,
that's what I'm saying. Since Ted Thompson would actually listen to Aaron Rodgers. Ted Thompson.
Tony and Thomas, when we all make that point, they'll turn around and they'll be like, they got him Jordy Nelson. It's like, what did Jordy Nelson do in Oakland after he left Green Bay?
No, and people bring up the fact that he did have talented receivers like Donald Driver and Amani. No, not Amani Toomer, the other guy that.
But that doesn't mean that Green Bay got those guys with the intention of improving Aaron Rodgers' weaponry.
Hey, Culler, you bring up a really good point. Is Adams going to be the next Jordy Nelson?
We'll see. No, because I think Adams actually has it, dude. Like his body physique, the way he runs, The way,
I agree.
like he's got it. He's definitely got it.
but
He
Connor,
might
we
be.
need to
It's arguable that he's the one making Aaron Rodgers like, last.
No, but when you look at what people forget to realize, and what you and Thomas are trying to say is those guys were leftovers from Donald Driver and some of those receivers and Amon Green were leftovers from Brett Favre. So those guys were already
Antonio
there.
Freeman.
Yeah, Antonio Freeman and stuff like that. So people forget the fact that those guys were already there when Aaron was drafted. So he had veteran receivers to help him develop into the guy he is now and stuff like that. And that's what I'm saying. When Ted Thompson passed away, it seems like those guys that Gouda Kuntz and Mark Murphy are not drafting correctly and stuff like that. You agree?
Yeah, I think that's part of it. I would agree with some of that.
And how about you, Culler? Do you agree? Yeah,
I believe so. Sorry, I was distracted for a second.
Yeah, well, what I was saying is, do you agree with what I'm saying, that since Ted Thompson passed away, Gouda Kuntz and Murphy don't know how to draft correctly and stuff like that?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, and that's what happened. We've had inconsistent front office since we've had multiple quarterbacks and stuff like that. So I blame the stupidity of the hiring of the front office personnel. And Chris Greer is basically like a snake in the grass. He survived every other front of. How has the guy survived this long without getting fired? Explain that to me. Explain that to me, please.
A-Rod.
No, so can you guys explain that to me, please? How Chris Greer has survived every other front office?
Yeah. Well,
Well, he's going to survive this too.
Tony, did you hear what the article I read earlier and listed all of our accomplishments last year?
Yeah, no.
That's why he didn't get fired.
Yeah, and no, with the 60 the 64, the 68% completion percentage. Can we look in deeper into that stat?
We can if you want to, but I agree with you in what your feeling is about it. I only read it. I only read it because it was part of the article, and it is what it is. We can say why, we can argue about why it is that way, but it is what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no.
It is factually 68.7%. So, you know what I mean? Or 60, or whatever it was.
Well, what that article doesn't do is break it down.
Yeah, but that article isn't meant to do that, Tony. That article is from the Dolphins website to tell its fans, look what we did this year. That's all it was doing.
Yeah.
That's all its purpose was.
Yeah. But
because you could go through a lot of those things like, well, why did you know what I mean? If everybody says our defense was a problem, then how is Xavier Howard scoring touchdowns? You know?
Yeah.
Well, he didn't like that take, man. The guy was like, man, what that Culler say? Bite his head off.
So Culler, why is it, I've noticed this as well when it comes to coaching. Why is it that it seems like former NFL coaches can succeed in college, but it's the other way around doesn't work? Can you explain that to me, please? As a person who doesn't watch football, pay attention to that type of stuff.
Well, you mainly it's personnel, because in professional football, you're dealing with adult men, even the rookies that come in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So the dynamics of how you approach and treat those guys. Now, if you get a locker room full of grown men that are susceptible to and willing to be that regimented military style, this is my daddy and I have to do what he says, we're on a curfew type style and you get 53 guys like that, then good for you. But it's not the norm. You're dealing, it's like the difference between, do you have any kids in college, Tony?
I'm too young for that. I'm 31.
Too young for that. So it would be, but just to try to put yourself in parents' shoes, like it's like the difference between,
having a kid going to.
Well, let's say your kid is going to college. Let's say your kid is going to college for medicine, and you might trust what he says beyond yourself, but are you going to trust him over a doctor that's in the professional field?
No.
Well, no, because you know that doctor brings a whole different thing to the table. What he had for dinner last night might affect things the way he thinks. You know what I mean? Who knows what? You know what I mean? These are people. These are adults in a professional environment.
Or I can use a better color. I can use a better thing. Let's say I'm going to put as a parent, a situation. I have a kid going to college out of state. You don't know what the kid is going to be doing out of state at college because you can't drive up there. But if you have the kid in state, you can actually drive up to the campus and check.
Right. Well, also, yeah. Well, then that goes along the lines of what I was saying as far as the regiment goes. Like in college, barring the occasional superstar that's so good that he could get a college coach fired, that's actually rare. But barring that example, if you don't do what the coach says in college, you don't have the back. You're out of there. There ain't no arguing against the coach in college.
Not with the transfer portal.
And until recent times where people have got out their cell phones and exposed some of this shit, you don't
know. You didn't know.
Yeah, there was hazing or whatever. That's the coach. Whereas in professional football, that coach could be younger than you. That coach is at equally a professional level in his profession as you are in yours. You're both equal professionals.
Or
at a corporation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Or in terms of Mike McDaniel's example.
So now you might have a team of like your boss might put you in control of a group of people for a project at work. You have to, if you're able, that just because you're at work in the professional environment, though, doesn't mean that you can't find a way to get these people to buy into you to where they are obeying you like you're their father. You see what I'm saying? But that has to be their choice in the professional world. You can't, that's not a lot of these coaches that get in the NFL ranks, and maybe even Flores suffered from this thought a little bit, was that you're just expected to be followed because you're the head coach. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and this is why I said Flores, for me, a guy like Flores, instead of going to, I think he would have done better going to college first because he can control the situation a lot better because his abrasive personality is kind of like a Nick Saban's where it can wear thin on players.
Right.
You can have that abrasive personality with younger.
And let's be honest. 40 years ago, football players fit their stereotype a little more than they do today. In other words, they're smarter. You almost needed that type of coaching back then, not to pick on those guys, but let's face it, they probably fit their stereotype a little better back in the day than they do now.
Like the dumb jock?
Yeah, you know what I mean. Right. That's why, I mean, I didn't want to put a label on it, but
social media made
because this is what made me think of that. Bo's comment made me think of that just now. He says, a man full of false confidence that yells, throwing temper tantrums and point fingers when things get hard. Yeah, bro, that's what any teen needs. WTF. And I agree with your lamentation there, Bo, because I mean, nobody really does need that anymore. But there was a time when we could argue that was the way to do things, and
that's
wrong or right or indifferent, you know.
Yeah, most of the coaches back in the 70s were like that, not pointing.
And to an extent, a coach could still get away with that, but it's like Bo says, It can't be false confidence. It has to be earned in the professional world. It has to be, and even in somewhat in the college world, but it has to be a case where I'm choosing to give you that respect and let you treat me that way. As opposed to
and with high school,
in college, it's more expected.
Yeah, no, and Culler, it's easier to do that with high school kids that are going in because they're basically using the coach as a father figure when they get on campus because their parents are not there. So it's easier.
And then roundabout to Jay's end, he makes a great point. Or she never told us before, so I couldn't tell you. But the minute we start losing, some people are going to say that McDaniel is too soft on players. Well, that's the fine line you ride. And it goes with what Jeremiah says. You have to win first. But Jeremiah, at the same time, you have to find a way to win. And you need somewhat of that buying in to get those those wins. You see what I'm saying? So it is a balance that, God, if we all could do it, we'd all be head coaches. You know?
No, and Culler, I have a question. Am I being too harsh on players, coaches?
No, not really.
Or too easy on the hard ass coaches like a Belichick, where it seems like the players coaches tend to lose the locker room a lot faster compared to like a guy like Belichick or a guy like Flores.
Well, that's because you can't please everybody. And if you try to be a friend to everybody, you're going to be a friend to nobody.
Yeah, and you get walked over by the players because they think they can get away with stuff. Am I correct?
Like the old saying, if you got two quarterbacks, you don't have one.
Yeah. So it's hard. I think it's harder for a hard-nosed coach like a Belichick or a Holmgren or something, or Pete Carroll to lose the locker room compared to a player's.
But there again, but see, Tony, that I would argue that that's not a case of a player's coach. He chose the will and the wishes of the organization when he made his play call.
Pete Carroll?
Yeah.
Pete? Okay.
And that's why he lost the locker room. Because again, was he a player's coach to Russell Wilson or a player's coach to Marshawn? Because you can't be. You see what I'm saying? If you try to please everybody, you'll end up pleasing none.
Yeah. So
Russell Wilson didn't get his completion to win the game, and Marshawn didn't get it either.
So you think it's a fine line walking when you do the players coach and hard-nosed coach comparison? It's a fine line. You can lose the locker room either way, is what you're saying.
Oh, absolutely. I think what it boils down to is if the players stop buying into your vision, if they don't feel supported, it's just like any other mutiny.
Yeah, but I didn't see that. There was only like 2 or 3 players that were.
Real quick, what I'm saying is you could be a player's coach or act like it, but what if you're fake and they see through that?
Yeah, that's what I worry about McDaniel. Maybe this whole players coach thing is an act, and he's gonna be a hard nose once he gets.
I don't know if it's an act. It might be a little trying too hard, but I think he believes in what he like. I don't think it's an act per se. I don't think it's contrived. I think that he's probably trying really hard to make sure people know what his personality is, and that can make it seem contrived. But I'm not willing to say it's contrived.
You think he's trying too hard to make it seem real, but
like it is real. He's trying harder than he has to, I guess, is what I would say.
No, that's what I'm saying. He's trying, and can trying that hard make it seem like it's fake?
Well, it can make it seem like it, but that doesn't mean it is.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Like he could still be real and just be trying too hard. You know what I mean? Or, yeah, you're right. It could be a complete act because that's what people are faking do. They try too hard, and that's usually how you can see through it. But in this case, I don't think we're looking at that. I really don't.
Yeah.
Nah, because
I think the guy like if you were to ask him I think they already have what's on his iPod, you know what I mean, or whatever. And it's like I don't think he's lying as to what is on his iPod.
Culler. I mean, he's been in the league a long time, and players would have already seen through that, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And I'm going to use a coach.
It's credibility is what we're talking about, Tony. You know what I mean?
My perfect example is I'm going to use a coach that coaches another team in the NFC East, Nick Sirianni. He seems like he's trying a little bit too hard to please the fan base and not focusing on the locker room and stuff like that.
Right.
So,
and M Dash makes a great point here too. Flores did more with less. If McD does less with more, he's gone. And that is a simple assessment that is absolutely true. Like,
Absolutely agree. Agree
you
with
know
that.
what I mean? This is the point. That was a quicker way to say what crypto's been saying all this time. You don't come into a ready-made situation where everybody's saying the only problem we had was coaching, and then, you know, excuse the guy for not making it. You know what I mean?
And by the way, I agree with this other guy, this other comment right here.
Hold on, Shake. I don't think it's right, but that is what will happen. Go ahead, Shake.
No, I was just gonna say I agree with this comment too. I like a cheap fuck.
What the hell?
Who made that comment?
I don't know. It's the bots. I'm just quoting the bots.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
I was like, I could see Tony Pepperoni making that comment.
So, and do you guys like Thomas? I want your answer on what I asked Culler. In your honest opinion, is it harder for a guy like a Belichick? Is it easier for a guy like Belichick to lose the locker room, or a player's coach like a Pete Carroll or a McDaniel or something like that?
It's easier for Belichick to lose individual players, but I don't know. I'm not convinced about the whole locker room. Otherwise,
no, because he's won so much. It'd be like Don Shula losing the locker room. It ain't gonna happen. He's
that goes to what Jeremiah said earlier. It takes winning, and Belichick has won. You know, repeatedly. In other words, he doesn't have to. He does. In other words, what I'm saying is, his sell is not as hard to get you to buy into his shit because he's like, look at my hands, and 6 of the fingers got rings on them.
Now, Culler,
I understand winning cures everything, but what I'm saying, the style of coaching, like in terms of being a hard-nosed.
But to the people that choose to go and stay in New England, they have evaluated what you're saying right now, and they've decided, nah, the 6 rings. That's how you do it, and I'm willing to be a part of that. Again, like I told you before, it doesn't mean you can't coach that way. It means that your players have to agree to it.
Yeah,
they have to be willing to do that.
No, that's what I'm saying. How long does it take for the buying in phase to before the players actually lose? I understand it takes winning to buy in, but how long does that type of coaching?
How long does that last? Well, damn, I don't know. How short are people's memories? Well, we'll see, won't we?
Well, the thing about New England is Bill Belichick built that reputation. So if you're going to New England, you already know what you're getting yourself into.
That's what I'm saying. And to further my point, take it out of football context. If I could get one of you guys to do anything I wanted you to do, but I'm not going to get you to do it by telling you to. I'm going to get you to do it by volunteering to do it.
One thing that could happen,
you're going to want to do it for me. You're going to say, I volunteer. I agree to do this for Culler.
No, that's why I'm asking. How long did it take guys because McGinnis and Brewski were actually drafted by Parcells. How long did it take them to buy into Belichick's style of coaching? Because
to be fair, Bill Parcells. Remember, Belichick came from Bill Parcells, so their coaching wasn't that totally far off.
You're talking about a long-time culture that is not Bill Belichick's. That's what we call it, the Belichick tree. But people really ought to be corrected on that.
Yeah,
it's Parcells.
It's just like why people are receptive to Spoelstra, because they already knew what it was from Pat Riley. So,
and wasn't it Parcells that said some funny thing about how he treats people differently?
No, that was Jimmy Johnson.
Was it Jimmy Johnson? But
yeah,
that goes along the same lines. But with Parcells, with the way he treated Lawrence Taylor, that illustrates that. Hey, if you're that damn good, then no, you don't have to show up until Sunday afternoon drunk off your ass if you're going to go out there and get 6 sacks for me.
Yeah. I think the saying was, if it's a rookie that just comes in and he's sleeping in a meeting, I'm going to wake him up and tell him to leave and not come back. Now, Troy Aikman's in there sleeping in a meeting. I'm just going to gently wake him up and say, hey.
That's actually where Belichick differed from what we hear, is that he would have scolded Brady in that situation.
Yeah.
No, and
but hey, you know
what he says? I think Jimmy Johnson's philosophy was, I don't treat everybody the same. I treat everybody fairly.
Right. I don't treat them right. I treat them fair. Right. I can't promise you that I'll treat you the same. I can only promise I'll treat you fair.
What Shake just said is what I've been trying to say. If the players feel that you're treating a certain position a different way, then you're not treating everybody fairly. You're putting one player over the pedestal, on a pedestal over the team. What style of coach would actually lose the locker room faster, the players coach or a guy like a Belichick? That style of coaching, Thomas. That's what the question I was trying to ask.
Well, the thing is if you're losing, I think it's the hard ass. You're gonna lose. You're gonna lose everybody quicker than the players. The players coach. The players coach are gonna stop playing for you, I think. So it's about the same, I'd say. Either way, if you're losing a lot, hey, Culler, I want to bring this point up about Belichick, because this is kind of what happened to Shula in his later years. Is he was so loyal to his assistant coaches, and he wouldn't go out and he wouldn't get rid of Tom Alvadotti and bring in a real defensive coordinator, and pretty much just wasted Marino's career. I see Belichick doing the same thing with not bringing in an offensive coordinator. He's too loyal to his assistant coordinators, and if that offense starts sucking this year, players are gonna. There's already rumblings in the building.
So do you think that Mac Jones is a little more like Tua than we give him credit for? Like he ain't buying into Belichick?
All I know is that there's rumblings over there
I highly doubt that, Culler.
about how that offense is going right now. There's been rumblings.
See, here comes in Paul, bless his heart, asking me like the most loaded question that I've had all day. Just kidding.
But
hold on real quick. If you were to ask me what our absolute ceiling is, and this is going based on what I opened my show with today, is that I'm transitioning to a point in the offseason where I have to look forward and say that this is the roster our management has provided us. Now we can only look towards and guess that either everybody's going to execute or everybody's going to not execute.
With consistency.
If they don't execute, then we know what that result's going to be. And so why bother talking about whether we don't execute? Let's talk about from the perspective of if we do execute. And if we do execute, I honestly believe our ceiling is 14 wins.
You know what, Culler? I agree with you. I really. I mean, I might be one of these delusional fans, but there's a lot of things that got to go right, of course.
Why
injury plays a big part of it.
But that's why I use the word execution, because a delusional fan is not really that delusional to expect his team to execute. A delusional fan is somebody that says, hey, given execution, everybody else would say this team still don't have a chance. A fan would say we do. But in this case, an objective person would say that if everybody executed, why wouldn't our ceiling be as high as beating everybody on our schedule?
Consistent execution.
Are we physically unable to beat Buffalo? I mean, if that's the case, then that's the case. You know what I mean? But
to me, this is the key. Is these guys that had a very good rookie year, Phillips, Holland. You mentioned them all at the beginning of your broadcast. The year that Wilkins had, Davis stepping up now in his third year. That defense could be very, 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 very good, and that can carry us at the beginning of the year with the offense.
Paul
Because the
also
offense is
follows
going to
it
take
up
some
with, can
time.
we win a Super Bowl this season? Well, again, if you're talking about execution, then it comes to, I can at least answer it this way. Nobody is ever guaranteed. Nobody, I don't care if you're, the 49ers of the 90s or late 80s, or if you're the Cowboys of the mid 90s, if you're the greatest show on turf, hell, if you're even Tom Brady's New England Patriots for 20 years, nobody can say that they know they're going to win the Super Bowl. They can say it, but nobody can actually say that objectively. Because once you start getting into the teams in the playoffs and in the championship games, everything becomes a lot more equalized. So in that respect, we have to talk about, can we contend not just for a Super Bowl, but in the Super Bowl? And I would say maybe we can contend for it, but I don't think we could go into a Super Bowl knowing we could win, even though we would feel that way because we're fans. But objectively, I don't think we could go into a Super Bowl knowing we got this. Is that fair?
Correct. You know what's funny is I used to always hear back in the day, like when we would lose in the playoffs, Jim Manich used to say it best. He would I'd listen to his commentating on the radio, and he goes, "What football is so much different from all the other sports because it all ends so quickly with just one game compared to all the other
That's why
sports."
it'll never be like basketball, like people say, with it being a players, league and all that, because there are too many other people that make way less money that you are dependent upon to win. It's not like basketball where you've only got 4 other guys on your squad. Yeah. And generally speaking, the 2 stars on the squad really do control whether you win or not.
Yeah, and you have 4 chances to win a series.
Right.
Compared to one game.
Or baseball where everybody's going to lose a third of their games, everybody's going to win a third of their games. It's what you do with the other third that,
Yeah. And football is
whether you're
so much of a different animal compared to anything else, man. And the other thing too is that, I mean, all you could wish for is that you get into the dance to get to the dance. You know what I mean?
Well, that's true, Thomas. That's true. But this goes back to our little tiff the other night and what we were actually debating. Mm-hmm. It's one thing to become a playoff team, to say we're taking baby steps. So we're going to become a playoff team first. And then we're going to become a playoff contender. And then you become a Super Bowl contender, and you take the baby steps of the playoffs on the way.
Yes, I agree with that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you might not make it to the Super Bowl as a Super Bowl contender. It might take you 4 more years. But you're taking baby steps every single year because you're a Super Bowl contender. You're in the playoffs every year because of that.
That's what I'm hoping we get back.
So that's what I would define as a playoff contender. And so to your point, no, it isn't acceptable enough for me just to say we made it to the playoffs. I want to know that we're also a playoff contender.
Well, the reason
we belong there, you know what I mean?
Same with me. That the reason why we don't take baby steps is because we have multiple players on this team that have been through.
And so along the same lines as what we learned growing up, shoot for A's and you're guaranteed B's and C's. If you shoot for B's and C's, you're guaranteed F's.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's that? Shoot for the moon. If you don't, you hang out with the stars.
Exactly. I mean, we're talking about build your team as a Super Bowl contender, and then you're guaranteed to be a playoff contender.
Yeah. And I think we're there, Culler.
Let me ask you this hypothetical question. All right, let me ask you this. All right, let's say, okay, again, this is hypothetical and it's not real, but let's say we're talking about baseball and basketball, right? How would do you think it'll have a bigger impact on the sport if baseball and basketball follow the football, like a 16-week schedule and one and done in the playoffs?
I don't think that low, but I do agree with your premise. They have to shorten those seasons, man. If they ever expect to really have a compelling product to watch. You know what I mean? What makes football compelling to you, Shake?
Every game counts.
Exactly. We feel it on Monday morning. We're like, I can't even talk to people till like Wednesday.
I hear you, Culler. I'm the same damn way. That's the passion.
Baseball fans are like, whatever.
Yeah.
Back to the park tomorrow night.
Yeah, you get that nasty taste in your mouth for at least 2 days.
And in some ways, basketball is like that too, because the teams that have the superstars, they already know it's in their cards anyway to be in the dance. So what do they care about Tuesday night at the arena? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You have to really love those sports to follow them for that long throughout a season. And what they have to realize is there's a lot of casual fans that would love the sport, but just don't love it that freaking much. Like, to be honest with you, I would watch basketball more if there was only 40 games or 50 games. You know, I don't even care for the sport, but I see enough interest in it that if you raised the value of each regular season game, like Shake is saying, where it hurts me on Wednesday morning because we dropped one to the Pistons last night or whatever, you know?
Yeah, and you know what made me bring that up as well is because I remember the best baseball season was in the 2020 when the COVID, they only played 60 games, so each game was a little bit more.
Everybody was already implementing base running strategies and pitching strategies and shit already in like May, or whenever they started up. Sure, you're absolutely right. Because that really can be really fun to watch. Like when you're close to the playoffs and your team has a chance and you're making a run, or you're in the playoffs or in the World Series, it's like every single pitch becomes like that, Shake. It's just like taking a snap in a series. Like, what's going to happen this play?
The other thing that would make it more compelling is if they had these games like just on like Friday night, Saturday, Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday during the day. You would get these stadiums selling out in baseball compared to Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all during the week. Where people
to be fair to baseball, it would heavily change their strategy, because you got to realize, Jake, too, baseball strategy involves every bit as much the long haul when it comes to when they rest their pitchers, how many pitches they let them pitch in a night, stuff like that. So that will affect strategy in baseball heavily. So it's probably a harder sell to them.
It absolutely would be. Yeah, because now
they just don't care anyway. You know what I mean?
Your ace is going to rest a lot more.
And the thing too is, I could see the owners. Well, if you're playing less games, I mean, I could pay you less money.
Yeah.
Yes.
And to baseball's point, because they're starving for it anyway, more games means more money for them.
Yeah.
That's the same thing we're dealing with in the NFL. That's why we have a 17th game now. They want to add an 18th. It's like, come on, guys. Don't water down the product even more. Now we're going to have if we add an 18th game, this idea of sitting a player for one game a year will become a reality. And then we're going to have a duality where you have a better product on one night of the week than you do the other, or sort of like how, what are they going to do then? What are they going to say? Oh, well, now that everybody is at this level of the season, we're going to start putting them on pay-per-view because everybody's team is fully stacked and nobody's being purposely rested. This is what they're trying to work towards in basketball. Mark my words. This is the reason why everybody got all upset about LeBron taking nights off when there's fans in other arenas throughout the NBA that love him for being LeBron James, that bought their ticket to the Milwaukee Bucks game expecting to go be able to see LeBron James, and they got the Monday Night Raw instead of the pay-per-view event in WWE. You know what I mean? Where they don't actually get to see the resolution they thought they were paying for. You know.
Well, the ultimate thing for football is it's why they're starting to play it in all these other countries, is that try to get it like basketball, where you have European players coming here and dominating the game like they do in basketball. That ain't happening here, you know, because
people got on. I mean, I was on the fence, but people did have a point to be made about LeBron. Like, it's not about taking nights off. It's about, hey, man, you're choosing the nights where it's like fans of other teams or fans in other cities are like expecting you there. They came to see you. Yeah. And you're like dangling yourself out there. Well, the reason it's unfair is because those teams, let's say the Milwaukee Bucks, for instance, if they've got people in Milwaukee that are LeBron fans and he chooses that night not to play, well, Milwaukee sold all those tickets under the idea that LeBron was probably coming to play. Now, they didn't say it explicitly, but a person buying a ticket to that Bucks game was probably like, yeah, LeBron's coming to town. You know?
Yeah, but yeah, they're not LeBron-ers all the time. They're just fans of the team that could be coming to see.
Right, or what I'm saying is they might be LeBron fans, and so Milwaukee was able to sell a ticket to somebody based on the idea that LeBron James was going to be there that night.
Yes, yeah, I get it, but that's always a risk.
Now, they don't explicitly advertise that. That's how they get away.
No, they
with
can't
it.
do that. Yeah,
right, and nobody. It's not like Milwaukee has control of when LeBron takes his nights off. You know what I mean? But then you know, make that clear to people. You know, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm being too much of a liberal in that respect. You know what I mean? You know, I'm carrying. I'm nurturing. I'm carrying.
I was got a point, Culler. It definitely hurts the fan base when these players sit like this.
I was going to address something you guys said earlier. I think rest assured that Patrick Mahomes would not become like Trent Dilfer because he lost a star wide receiver.
No, so, we ain't saying that.
No. I thought I did try to make that clear. You know,
there will be no precipitous regression because Pat has thrown together several 300 yards and 40-yard games when Tyreek was on the sideline.
Well, that's true.
I just want to put that out there.
Right, but if he can't do it for all 17 games, then that is technically a regression, Crypto.
He's never done it for all 17, even with Tyreek on the field.
Okay, I was exaggerating. But if he can't do it for more, you know what I mean? Then if he can't do it for the same number of games he used to doing it for,
4,000 plus yards by other means.
Though, if he doesn't do it for roughly the same number of games that he averages doing it for, then that is a regression.
I won't say it's that because you can have still the same output. You can still have 4,500 yards passing. There has been teams that put together 5,000-yard seasons without Tyreek Hill type speed on it. You do realize that.
Yeah, but none of them have been.
It has been done several times.
But none of them have been the Kansas City Chiefs as of yet in the last 6 years.
Hey, Crypto.
Well, it's because they have They do. They have had outputs of 4,000-yard quarterbacks with receivers having 1,000+ yards.
Hey, Crypto.
Yeah, with
before
Tyreek on the team.
Yeah, before Tyreek.
No, I get that. But I'm saying that so far, since Tyreek has been there, they have not, we can't know because it's been 6 years.
Yeah, that's because it's not Mahomes' fault.
And there was no difference. And what I'm saying is there was no difference in production between Alex Smith and Patrick Mahomes.
Exactly, and I've been contesting.
Right,
There's no
right,
there's no
right,
difference
right.
absent of
Now,
Tyreek with
instead of
Patrick
taking away
Mahomes.
right. Now, instead of taking away Alex Smith and putting in Patrick Mahomes, you're taking away the other common denominator, Tyreek.
And I would attest to you that same speed
It is possible.
exists.
Okay.
In Kansas City
Just
now.
admit
Still.
that both of what we're saying is possible. That it is also possible that Mahomes.
I would say it's possible, but I don't think
did.
it's. I would say it's possible, but I don't think it's likely because I think the high-powered offense that Andy Reid deploys in many ways and many elaborate play calling with Patrick Mahomes' skill set would be enough to do the job and get the same production. I'm banking on the fact that they have an outstanding head coach that's known for prolific offenses, and they have a pretty good quarterback.
Okay, so I'm in agreement with you. I just think do the job, but not necessarily the same production.
Hey, who went to Kansas City?
In other words, accomplish the same goal. They'll still be winning a bunch of freaking games. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Who was the free agent receiver they got? Was it Smith Schuster?
Yeah, Green Bay receivers and Juicer. And then they drafted two.
Crypto, I'm going to take it a step further. I think Mahomes is going to put up better stats this year. And the reason why is he's going to become the new Dan Marino, and he's going to be in shootouts all the time because
so you're saying that
that angle. Yeah, I can see from that angle.
Wait a minute. There's some validity
the defense is going down.
No. What Thomas is saying is there's some validity to the idea that Tyreek prefers it the way Tua puts it more than Mahomes. In other words, Mahomes wants to throw them Juju Smith-Schuster type 50-50 balls. You know what I mean?
Right.
Right. No, what I'm saying is that
what he's saying is that their defense is not going to hold up like they did over the past.
Correct. So he's going to be in shootout more often.
What I'm saying is Mahomes has, if Tyreek's going to say what he said, then Mahomes could have the right to say that he prefers Juju over Tyreek.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. As a comeback. Yeah. As a comeback. Yep. Right. Yeah, he can say I prefer Juju.
I don't like to throw them I don't like to throw them short 3-yard passes like Miami's quarterback does. He could easily say that.
But I like I like the 50-50
guys like Juju.
Juju's giving me the great range. He allows me to be inaccurate. See that? See, that can go another way too.
So does Tyreek, but that's another day.
You know what's funny? I'm glad you guys brought that up because there's footage. I've seen it on Good Morning America. Not Good Morning Football. There's footage of Devontae Adams saying that Derek Carr has the same talent level as Aaron Rodgers.
Oh my!
They starting that nonsense.
That's nonsense.
Well, the thing is, there's so many people in our fans base that tiptoed around that too. It's been slowly trying to hint that Tua is light years ahead of Mahomes because they're giving the same production. So
what's up, Culler? Hey, I think you'll see a pickup of Mahomes' interceptions though because he'll have tighter windows to throw.
That's a possibility.
You remember now. You got to remember.
No, their speed is the same.
No. Tyreek had a different Tyreek had a different type of thing where he would open up the field for the rest of the players. Kelsey, when you have to double cover Tyreek or keep somebody up top, Kelsey got to run free a lot because of the coverage he would take.
Well, Kelsey's also a good route runner. That's not
he is.
Shade on Kelsey. A lot of people saying Kelsey was causing Tyreek to get.
I'm not putting any shade on him.
Here's the crux point for me, Crypto, is where Mahomes could literally just throw to an open spot in the field and not even know where Tyreek was at and know that he would get there and get the ball. Like, I don't know why people can't see how powerful a weapon that is.
Yeah. No doubt.
What I'm saying, that's nothing new in this league. There's been tons of
what other wide receiver, what other quarterback just looks to green, just looks to throw to green and doesn't even know where the guy's at on the field and just says, "Hey, that's an open spot of the field. I can throw
they all
it
do.
here."
I would contest that they all do.
Oh,
if you got good wide receivers and good route runners, they can do that.
Most of them would at least be aware of the receiver somewhere in their peripheral. Mahomes doesn't even have to worry about that. He could literally close his eyes and chuck the ball to a green spot in the field, and he know Tyreek's going to get there. Wherever
that would suggest
Tyreek's going to see the ball in the air and be like,
that would be
going?
Suggesting that no defense has ever stopped the Kansas City Chiefs, and I would contest to you that they have.
Well, okay, that's true.
There has been defensive coordinators that figure them out. It's not like they ran the table every year when Tyreek is on the roster.
Perfect. Everybody bleeds red. You know what I mean? And
that's all I'm saying.
I will say that.
There has been some defensive coordinators that's been successful against them now.
Mahomes is going to regress because
Culler, I will say this. I agree with what you said earlier, though. We've seen what Tyreek is before Mahomes. We haven't seen Mahomes without Tyreek.
That's all
I have.
That's all
I have. The evidence is there. Tyreek has not played every game in a season.
That's true.
His whole career.
We're talking about a large sample size, bro.
I'm saying,
but it's not Mahomes' fault that he doesn't have a larger sample size.
No, it's not.
I mean, he has a big enough sample size to show that it's been done.
Make up that he's accomplished stuff he hasn't accomplished just because it's not his fault he didn't get a chance.
I'm saying he did. He got a chance because he has several 300-plus yard games without Tyreek.
And you're right,
including a 400-yarder.
And you're right. And you're right. So hold on. To Crypto's point, the preponderance of the evidence shows that Mahomes can be equally successful without Tyreek on the field. Can he do it that many weeks in a row without Tyreek on the field? We'll see.
Right. That'll be seen because that's the first season we get a chance to see it.
Sure. Is there a way to pull up the stats?
Predicting a slight
is there a way to pull up the stats of Mahomes without Tyreek?
We have just go to the games that Tyreek
We've already looked into it, Crypto and I, publicly, like live, and it's he Mahomes still did fine without Tyreek in the few games where he's had to play without him.
I'm just saying the Chiefs now has similar receivers that don't run good routes like Tyreek.
Wait a minute, we could look at Alex Smith. We could look at Alex Smith's year before they got Tyreek.
Yeah, I think he was there with him for a few before that other quarterback.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, Tyreek came in. I think his first year,
he never and Tyreek never played that position until he stopped playing special
what
teams.
Mahomes would do without him. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, we still
don't have Mahomes. We're just got to see what Mahomes does this year. That's all there is to it.
Well, yeah, and I'm just throwing out there that don't be surprised, people, if if there's trouble, if there's not a little trouble in paradise this year,
I agree.
I just don't think so. I don't see any enough
evidence that there will be.
I don't think so, because that's just saying it because Tyreek Hill is on our team. We've been saying that if he's a New York Jet.
No, bro. I would have said that if Tyreek went to the Jets, dude.
I'm just saying people got that propensity to overhype and underestimate.
You're not wrong in saying
because they come to us and he's our guy now.
You're not wrong.
Our guy
I'm
mentality.
just clarifying that.
I'm just trying to bust through that false narrative that's slowly being leaked out there.
I would have said
trust
that if
Andy
Tyreek
Reid and
got
his ability to play call and scheme guys open, where Patrick Mahomes' skill set will be just fine.
See, the problem with Tyreek, compared to Hartman, Tyreek is an exceptional route runner. Hartman's not.
Hartman is too. He has burned people for long touchdowns. He burned us for
I am saying he's not an elite route runner. I didn't say he can't catch and run away from you.
That's all that matters.
It's just like
running routes is important because that's what gets you open more.
Too. But if you can catch the ball in open space because the coach is a genius in scheming guys open, that's all the space you need to take off and run. You're forgetting the Andy Reid element part of this.
Andy Reid is the only coach to go to 4 NFC championships and 4 AFC championships in a row.
Yes, he did it in both conferences with subpar receiving cores. That's not even half of what the Chiefs had collectively. I mean, he had Terrell Owens and what's his name, but the speed element was subpar, and these guys were still getting wide open, burning people. You're underestimating the ability to scheme guys open.
Alex Smith had his only 4,000-yard season in his entire career with Tyreek Hill.
And I would attest that. I would say, yeah, collectively he had it with Tyreek Hill, but he also had it with that.
Yards.
He also had it with
500 yards, Crypto.
That's good. That's good color. But he also had Big Red on the sideline, knowing how to obliterate defenses by scheming guys open.
You guys don't even know. Do y'all know what? Hey, do y'all know what one of the biggest losses for Kansas City is going to be this year, though?
It's their defense.
It's not going to be on offense. It'll be on the defensive side.
Sam Madison leaving. What he did with those defensive backs in that secondary.
I don't know. Tyrann Mathieu was on the downhill anyways. He wasn't
as
spectacular.
I'm saying Sam Madison had him up to the 6th-ranked secondary in the NFL.
Well, I don't know how much that had to do with
Dude, name me a corner.
They also had a pretty stud defensive lineman that was pretty spectacular that put a lot of pressure on the quarterback to help the DBs.
Name me a corner, though, that they had. Because you don't always get the pressure. I can't name a corner in Kansas City.
I'm just saying, but that defensive line that they had was pretty good. They put a lot of organic pressure on the quarterback.
You also got to remember they got Spagnuolo, the defensive genius who shut down that
prolific Patriot offense. Yeah, held them to 14 points.
Spagnuolo was the DC, the head coach DC, who was only a DC way before Flores was the coach who was only a DC. Spagnuolo, it was like drove St. Louis into the dirt, man.
Crypto, you're dead wrong, man. You're dead wrong.
I get it, David.
Hey,
we'll get Larry up here in a minute.
Hey, David, is everybody's wrong when you come up?
Crypto. Everybody's wrong when I come up?
Yeah.
No, everybody's right when I come up.
Hey, didn't they lose Chandler Jones, though?
I can already see it. David goes to the mirror in the morning when he's getting ready and goes, "You're wrong," looking at himself in the mirror.
It's not the mirror. It's the,
Who was that guy? You remember, Culler remember back in the day, the guy by the name of Wayne Fonts. You remember that guy?
Yeah, Detroit.
Real quick, just to end that point, I'm going to be probably hard stopping at 8:00 now because it seems like a fair place to stop. So, but make sure y'all check out Iceman tonight at 10 for this Hurricanes talk. You'll probably catch a lot of the same.
Well, I guess Lewis is going to probably be on there giving them the business now.
I saw a meme. I'm going to send it to Take Money in a little bit on Facebook. It has the Corona guy. You remember the old what beer guy? The most mysterious man.
Oh yeah, the second.
It says I don't know. Yeah, he goes. I don't always talk Gators, but when I do, I use very small words for them.
I love that commercial. The most mysterious man in the world. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't seen those commercials in a while.
They retired.
Yeah, they didn't sign a contract with him no more.
Oh, they didn't.
So somehow we were able to drum up some talk that wasn't about all the same dead horses we've been beating today. That was an accomplishment. What do y'all think about that?
What are you talking about? Culler, what do you mean today? What do you mean today? It's been beating the same dead horses for months now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Today we actually drummed up some talk without having to bring up all that stuff.
There we go. Flores is the worst coach ever. Go ahead, Crypto.
Man, David, you need to be timed out for even bringing that up.
Hey, all I know is
come up with anything, and I thought
there's only 20 minutes left anyway.
All I know is that the most interesting man ever was the only guy ever to parallel park a train.
I know. Parallel park a train.
Those things were awesome.
You sure that wasn't a commentary?
Oh man, a train parallel park. I like that one. That's cool. Man.
Yeah,
that's
so
cool.
I'm gonna do a reset real quick because and then give it and start final thoughts because I know they're gonna take at least 20 minutes. So
Hey,
I want to
before you do,
encourage
can you read my new
everybody.
name, Crypto? You see my new name?
Wait a minute. You said
Crypto
colors.
Parker,
Wait a minute. Let me
yeah.
look at it.
Crypto Parker.
Where you at? Oh yeah, I see it.
So everybody, make sure you're
Good
liking
one,
and
Shake
sharing.
Money.
Sharing helps get more people in the chat for you to talk to, and gets our word out a little more and gets more people to join the community. You can also catch us every Tuesday night with TMI Tuesdays at 9. Myself, color commentary Thursday nights or Friday afternoons, as you see today, and the always consistent late night exhale with Ali Saturdays at 10 o'clock. He's encouraging everybody to bring their favorite tailgate food to the discussion for Saturday night. That's tomorrow night. And of course, you got El Capitan every other night of the week. Once he gets things squared away in real life with things he's got going on, which he alluded to earlier.
Yeah.
And of course, there's many ways to support the channel, mainly liking and sharing, but you also got super chats, Cash App, Venmo, memberships now, and also use the link in the description below if you need anything from Fanatics, who provides all the officially licensed gear for everybody, NFL, NBA, NHL, all the other major sports, all the major teams. We've got Finn's Tailgate gear. You can find it in the description below, links to that. And so I think that covers just about everything. I think I only had to use one meme today, man. I almost want to just throw one out there just because, you know.
Color. You know, since Crypto is here, I'm gonna blame him if Devontae Parker comes back and wins comeback player of the year.
I decked my ass. We nailed that son of a bitch.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thanks, Todd. You know
you could go to that Boston Tea Party,
show, bro. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Just giving me reasons to use memes today.
Exactly.
So Todd, man, tell us how things are going for you, bro.
Today it's raining. It's raining now.
We're raining. That's always
yeah.
That stuff we got must be statewide. It's been raining all day down here.
Oh, it just now started, but we've had it overcast, which means at least they're not dying of heat today.
Yeah, that's true.
So
it
you
was
just
all
get the
nice
cool down period
before the rain broke.
You guys get afternoon showers almost every day, right?
There was a proper hot one today.
Yeah, 95 here.
Like
the
pop-up thunderstorms.
The neighbors, the person who lives behind the neighbor that we're staying at in the backyard in the tent, almost called the cops today, thinking that we were hiding out back there.
Hiding out.
I'm like, dude, with the dogs that she has, Joan is an older lady. She's always home. How are we gonna hide out in somebody's yard?
You're right.
Very carefully.
Yeah, that's yeah.
They're like, oh, well, we've been robbed before. They go, we've been robbed before. Well, we lived right next door for 8 years and we never did anything. What makes you think we're going to do something now?
Right.
Well, we never met these people. So it's like, we stay to ourselves pretty much. There's certain people we'll talk to and certain ones we don't.
I don't talk to
them. Well, no, we talk to our immediate neighbors, but the ones that live behind us, we never talk to because we caught them one time. They pointed a camera at our backyard.
That's always
and we're like,
that ain't good.
No, and it's like, why are you going to do that? They're just
right.
Some people are just nosy.
So shout out to Vaughn Joe, who's still probably clanging and oh no, he's not clanging. Well, I guess he might be clanging and banging, but in a different way. But way to drive the bus for 2 days in a row, Color. You're appreciated in the community, bro. I appreciate that, Vaughn Joe. words like that mean everything to me. Thanks for the donation. But the words are just as powerful. I appreciate that.
Culler, you are valuable. You are valuable to the community, even though you're wrong about 75% of the time. But
I know. But if I'm wrong 75% of the time, then that's just as good as me being right 75% of the time. If you're voting if you're betting the opposite,
right? So, Culler, I guess me and you are always wrong then.
right.
Same with me.
No. There's a difference. You're 100% wrong. He's only 75%.
I'll say 99. I'm right 1%.
Go ask your wife. Go ask your wife how much you're right.
I guess I'm in the 75 club then too.
No, David, go ask the wife how much you're right. I bet you won't get that 99% of the time.
She's gone for the weekend, so I can't ask her.
So we've done record predictions, but we've never really asked it the way it was asked earlier. Final thoughts, guys. Thomas Jensen, what's our ceiling, bro, with this team?
I agree with you. It all comes down to consistent execution and staying healthy. And we could easily, in my opinion, we could win a division and go far in the playoffs because we've built a roster that has young players, but we have some veterans on here that's gone all the way and won Super Bowls. So that can help direct, when it starts getting crazy in these playoffs, to be able to, keep these young guys calm and get their heart rate down, because that's the biggest thing, is for first time getting in the playoffs, you get too hyped up and then it could get haywire real quick and it could be a blowout. So, I agree with you, Culler. I think we can do some real damage this year. It all depends on staying healthy and, like I say, consistent execution. I think defense is going to have to pull the weight at the beginning till our offense gets clicking. It's not gonna come together right away.
I tend to agree, but I think that I don't think we're going to see the lack of payoff, though, even if we are struggling on offense to start with. You know what I mean? I think Mike McDaniel understands how important the payoff is.
The thing that's working against us is we're going to be going up against some pretty good quarterbacks for the first 4 games. That's
true. That's true.
So we'll
we
see.
Appreciate you, buddy.
All right, well,
thanks for your take.
Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, man.
Yep.
You're always welcome.
We'll see you.
Yeah.
So, welcome to the chat. Welcome McGenius to the chat, who likes to come in during final takes. So it has to be EM Baller.
Yep.
Yeah, it was just weird time because I was on, but there was never a link. I just got done with dinner, and and I got in here right before you said final thoughts. I'm like, oh,
hey, if it's a name I've never seen before, I know it's EM Baller.
You're welcome anytime. Even if remember the other day I ran everybody off, and then Von Joe paid me to stay on longer, and I'm like, well, damn. I done ran everybody off with final thoughts. I was scrambling to get you all back, man. So
yeah, but I know when you say it's going to be a relatively short stream, I'm like, yep, up to 10 hours.
We're not doing too bad. We're only at 4:45 right now.
Yep. So half of 10 hours. Yep.
Yeah,
so 5 hours is a short stream. I'll give you that. It's a short stream.
So give me the business, man. Anything you got to push back on me?
I'll keep it short. I'll answer your question. What's the ceiling? The ceiling is 13 to 14 wins, and we could go to the AFC Championship game. And obviously, the goal for any Dolphins fan is to win the Super Bowl. But I'm not going to say we're going to win the Super Bowl. But I will say that we will win. We will go to the playoffs and we'll win a playoff game, at least one. Yeah. But I'm sure the main goal is playoffs because we haven't been to the playoffs since 2016. But my expectations is at least one playoff win because of the roster and because of how highly I think of McDaniel. So,
right.
Good. I'm excited for the season. And once training camp hit, and Omar Kelly even said it, he's been negative, but even he said once training camp hits, then we'll have a real evaluation of what this team could look like.
Right.
So we'll see.
You know, I'm gonna say 14 wins.
14
But
wins.
I'm gonna say the most important player for our success this year is somebody nobody's talked about lately, and that's Armstead. He needs to stay healthy. You know, McDaniel likes to do a lot of rollouts. You're going to have Tua rolling out to the left more than anything.
And that's why getting him was very important, because he's going to do a lot of left rollouts. You prefer an elite tackle to be on that side.
And plus, if you have a fullback in there, he can help chip where the leak is coming from if there's one leak, if it's a right tackle.
That's why
or guard. If it's coming from both sides, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah, and that's why I don't have a problem with who our right tackle will be, because we got tight ends who can block. Not kind of like a second. We got tight ends that can block. We got fullbacks. We got running backs who will block. So I'm not worried about the right tackle position.
That's why. But if you have both sides leaking, you're in trouble. So that's why I say Armstead will be one of our more important pieces this year.
I agree. They won't have to worry about chipping on the left side because he's got that, held down.
Huh. All right. I can go with that.
My biggest problem is the left guard. I think it'll be between Liam Eichenberg and Robert Jones. So we'll see who wins that battle, and hopefully they do well enough. I'm not going to say good, because no team has 5 great offensive linemen. Even when Dallas had the 4-headed monster, they still had that 1 weak link. So no team's going to have 5 studs.
Tampa Bay had 1 weak link. Yeah.
Yeah. No. You got to go back to the Dallas Cowboys of the 90s.
That's what I was going to say. Dallas Cowboys had it with Emmitt Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to go back to the 90s, bro.
So what do you think, David? What's our ceiling, bro?
Ceiling 13, 14 wins, but I said 12 and 5. I just think that I'm being conservative too. Well, being 12 and 5 is not really conservative though. But I don't.
You just don't want to look goofy in front of the Jets fans. Be honest.
We ain't scared of no Jets fans.
Oh, geez. I think we're going to sweep the Jets, so I don't know what all the Jets fans talking about anyway. But no, I just think that it's going to be a good season this year. I mean, there's things that I want to see happen, but I don't know what's going to happen, if that makes sense. But I think we're going to have a good year. I think that the running game is going to surprise a lot of people. I think it's going to be better than what people think it's going to be.
I think it won't surprise me, just saying, because I know what McDaniel can do on that run game.
Hey, David, you were about to say about that future, knowing the future. If you were going to say you could predict the future, I was asking for the numbers for Powerball.
Yeah, that Powerball comes in handy.
6, 8, 27, 51, 34, and 2. There you go.
All right.
All right.
Right here, ladies and gentlemen.
And
now everybody on there is writing it down, and we'll all go play, and it'll be
we all be split. The Dolphins like, wait a minute. We had like
watch everybody win. Watch everybody win.
Right.
And then David will be the only one who didn't play it.
Group of winners in there, the Powerball.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go, but here's my prediction and book this: 11 wins, and we win at least one playoff game. I'm not saying we're gonna win only one, but at least one, and 11 wins, and we'll be second behind the Bills. But that's not gonna be a disappointment, because once the playoffs come and we face the Bills, we're gonna get Tyreek Hill, and the entire Dolphins are gonna give them a tough time.
Fair enough. Appreciate you, Ian.
All right.
McGenius.
All right.
And I also think that crypto is gonna be apologizing to everybody. Too.
What?
Thanks, Bo.
I don't know. I just felt like saying something stupid.
All right. I'll go ahead and apologize preemptively.
We'll catch you in a couple hours over there on Miami Sports Fanatics, man, for the Kane show.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna see that.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Y'all be good, man.
Good deal, David.
Yep.
Take care, everyone.
I was gonna say, I think
Take
you
care, Todd.
already got 14 for us, right?
Yep.
All right.
That's good.
And if anybody can help out,
I say we sweep the division.
yeah,
deal.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know about sweep.
Wait till you hear my take.
16 plus 1600. I have. You know what? Before Crypto gives his take, I'm gonna check the. I can't log into there right now because I forgot what my user account number is. All right. Last time I checked, it was 1600 for my my
Crypto
division prediction, and my division prediction is Miami, New England, Buffalo, New York.
And see, I got both. I got New England finishing in last place this year, man. Their coaching staff is garbage besides Bill.
Buffalo in third.
And
Okay.
ye of little faith.
Whoa.
Ye of little faith.
Hey, look what Joe Judge. Hey, Joe Judge gives you plenty of reason to have ye of little faith.
What's up, Wooback?
And who else? Who is the Detroit coach that they brought back?
No. Just never know, man. This season's gonna be a wild one.
What y'all fail to realize, when Bill Belichick went to Matt Patricia and was like, "Hey man, you want to come coach the offense?" Matt Patricia was like, "It's football, right?"
You mean the guy with the bird's nest on his face?
Yeah. He was like, "It's football, right? Like, what are you asking me that for?" He'll be fine.
I just don't get it. I don't get it. They are screwed.
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see him finally fall.
And Culler won't be happy about that.
I'll probably when it happens.
I want to invite Master Work on when we see, as we watch the.
Y'all are just flat wrong, man.
Master of Work.
Flat wrong. Flat. Flat is the coaching staff in New England.
Yeah. I'm saying Salah is going to surprise everybody.
Flat is
by the way, David, collect that.
It's as flat as the plateau that Josh Allen is walking on.
Yeah.
David needs to get some money from you, Culler.
It's as flat as that.
Yeah.
That it's as flat as that hairdo that Zach Wilson wears.
David, copyright that. You're dead wrong, or you're wrong when you come on here. Copyright it.
Yeah,
You're dead
That is
wrong.
Dale Soda.
Yeah, that's my copyright.
You're
Todd.
dead wrong. Y'all are dead wrong. All right, Todd. Good luck to you, buddy. We appreciate you, man. Hey, and if y'all can, I don't have the link at my disposal, but if any of the mods happen to have it and want to post it, get the link. The link over to the GoFundMe for Todd.
The GoFundMe page.
Serious issues.
Stephen D has it on his Twitter, I think.
Yeah, gotcha. So you can check it out there. I not the beg and plead and all that, but there's some other
Stephen D got.
There's some other people who they can't fend for themselves that are involved. So get over there and read the story, see what you think about it, see what you want to do about it. And so which one of you gentlemen wants to be the alpha horse, man? Don't make me choose.
No, I'll go. I'll do mine.
I want you both to talk. How's that?
I remember. Hey, trust me. I remember listening to replays where the show was getting stale and Crypto came in and spiced things up. So I've been a fan of Crypto for the longest. As a matter of fact, I first heard him on the Larry show because I used to listen. I listened to Larry. Been listening to Larry show for a long time. You just probably don't see me. I just didn't comment. You know what I mean? Because a lot of times when he does his shows, I'm at work. So I really don't have
right on, man. This is why. But see, Lewis has got it down, man. That's why Lewis didn't even need to be here.
Yeah, Lewis got a good point. I agree with that.
Lewis is like, Culler knows what I'm thinking.
It's hard to count
say
him
what
out.
I need him to say.
Well, see, Larry. I mean, not now. I said Larry. Culler. That's that Culler. Lewis put up a good point there. The same reason why you have the faith in Belichick. I'm giving Andy Reid that same deference in Kansas City.
There you go. Fair enough. Fair enough, man.
Yeah, especially when you've been to eight conference championships
title
in
games
two
in
different
both
conferences.
in two different conferences.
So Shake, I know you're not going to embellish us. What do you think our ceiling is, man?
I think the ceiling is as high as the offensive play calling. I think the defensive. I've said it many times. I think Josh Boyer is a defensive mastermind. I think the only difference between Brian Flores and Josh Boyer is that Brian Flores could command a room better than Josh Boyer can. You know what I mean? He had. It's like when you speak, when Flores speaks, you listen. You know what I mean? I don't think he has that charisma or that command the room. You know what I mean? But he's still a good defensive mastermind. Again, he's been given one of the things I pointed out yesterday was the fact that if you aren't useful to Brian Flores, he'll get rid of you. And defensive coordinator would be the easiest position to replace. But so being that he kept Josh Boyer for 2 years has to give you some kind of clue of how smart he is defensively. You know what I mean?
That's a great point.
So
and they both learned it from the same source.
Exactly. And I think the guy who's going to play the Gerald Alexander role will be Patrick Surtain or Sam Madison. You know, the guy who will kind of get them in line. You know, but I could see them winning in the range of 9 to 12 games. The 12 games I say is the ceiling.
Ceiling is 12. Actually, that's
yeah.
You know, take heed, people.
That's in my range. There
because
you go.
That's one of the most objective takes you'll hear yet. So from a guy that's highly objective. So, you know, there you go.
I you know me, I don't speak with my feelings, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true.
And I think I'm willing to give McDaniels a chance. And I said today on one of the spaces that one of the things that gives me a little comfort is that he had his assistant head coach is that tight ends coach who was the assistant head coach of San Francisco. And the only reason he left wasn't because of job performances, because they wanted to give him a pay cut. And that guy was like, no, I'm not taking a pay cut. You know what I mean? They wanted to be cheap with him. So it's not like he was doing a bad job. They just wanted to pay him less money. And he was like, no, forget that. I'm not taking less money.
Right.
So I think he's going to help McDaniels with the play clock management and manage the game. So from that perspective, I'm a little comfortable with that as well. So
good point.
You feel more comfortable.
Good point.
Yeah. But anyway, I'll let you guys I know you got to close out soon. So once again, I appreciate all of you, and it's been a privilege to be on the board with you guys, man. Thanks a lot.
Privilege to always have you here,
Appreciate
buddy.
it, Shake Bunny.
Man.
Yep.
All right, Crypto. You said it was going to be interesting. Let's have it.
Listen, The Wizard of Oz was one of my favorite musicals of all time. I'm going to say this. You might not think I have the brain, but I have the heart and the courage to say this. But I'm going to carry you home. Listen, we're going to go 12-4, 12-5. I'd say 13-4, roughly. I'm leaning more towards the 13th win. But those wins are going to be primarily outside of our division. We're going to rack up between 9 to 10 wins outside of our division. This is how we're going to beat the Bills. They're going to have roughly maybe 4 to 5 wins in the division, but they're going to collapse against everybody outside of the division who we beat. That's how we're going to edge them out for the division title. I say we go 3-3 in the division because everybody else has gotten better, but we still win the division because Buffalo falls apart outside of our division. And we edged them out by 1 game. Now, that's all if we avoid the death spiral game in week 1. If we don't avoid the death spiral game in week 1, we will go on with the 5-12 record.
Ooh, brutal.
Brutal.
That's brutal, man.
But I don't believe we'll ever get to the Death Spiral game and have it. I believe it. I'm believing.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain, ladies and gentlemen. Just kidding.
I know. You will continue with the Wizard of Oz theme, right? I try to bring us all home, Color. Yeah. But
Thanks,
hey,
Rupert.
the Yellow Brick Road is going to lead us to the Emerald City, and the Emerald City is in Arizona. How about that?
Hey, it really actually is. I've been there.
Yeah. Yep. It's no longer Seattle. It's
I
going to
could
be
use
Arizona
another
for
trip
us.
to the Grand Canyon anytime, man. You know.
Yeah. Yep. We're gonna make our way to the Emerald City, and we're gonna party like it's nothing.
Right on. Right
And we
on.
don't care who's behind that curtain, because we're gonna be dancing in the streets.
Yeah.
That's the way it is.
Wasn't there a great song? Oh, no, we'll be dancing on the ceiling, bro. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, dancing on the
We'll
ceiling.
be pulling some Richard Pryor. I mean, Richard. What's his name?
Lionel Richie.
Lionel Richie up in here.
Lionel
Yeah.
Richie. Yep.
By the way, you notice who doesn't hang out with Paris anymore?
Who's that? You said Paris?
Lionel Richie's daughter.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Somebody finally got a hold of somebody who was like, "Yo, girl."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right.
I'm Lionel
Paris.
Richie. You can't be putting that on my name.
Right. Yeah, I forgot about her. Yeah,
never heard from her since.
Never. Yeah. Paris. That's
Interesting.
That's interesting. It was weird because I was looking at the most videos of VH1 and MTV, and one of the Lionel Richie, one of that particular song came on too with All Night Long. So that was
that's a great one.
Yep. Yeah, that was a good one. Those were some good classics.
You know
Yeah.
what? I tell you what, we get to the Super Bowl, man. We'll be jamming that song here at my show.
Yep.
As long as we don't get copyright strict. I'm gonna have to get a hold of Lionel Richie and ask permission.
Yeah. You know what? I thought about that. I wonder, when you do that, I think you can, as long as they give you the okay, then you can send something to YouTube or somebody saying,
Right.
hey, this artist gave me permission to do this. And then I don't know how you get around the algorithm, but I guess they'll figure out how to do it.
Of course, he probably doesn't even own the rights to that song anymore.
Right. These artists been stripped away from their own labels and albums. Yeah.
It's probably like Columbia or somebody.
Yeah. Or Epic Records or somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That's true.
13 wins for crypto, 5 if we don't win the first game. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, crypto. Always appreciate you coming around.
No problem, man.
It looks like Cap is doing a show tonight after Iceman's done. So yeah, cool.
Good
Catch
deal.
you later, buddy.
Good deal.
Yep. Catch you later, man.
All right. See you.
So there you go. I'm not the only one that's delirious here. 14-3, everybody. Fins up, everybody. Appreciate y'all hanging with me today. I really didn't think I'd have anything to talk to. That's why I got all up in my Hurricanes gear, because they're the only ones making any news. So appreciate every one of you for coming today, watching me, following me all day long, chiming in when you could, sharing it, liking it, all that stuff, supporting, donating. Appreciate you, every one of you. We're going to keep the Fins tailgate going. It's always going to be going. We just have to make up for it sometimes. Y'all have a good one. Fins up.